743. At dusk, in a small country in the Aquarius continent, in Qingyuan Prefecture, Xianyu County, a young Taoist who had been traveling around came to a dojo. He claimed to be good friends with Dojo Master Su. The young Taoist wore a pair of clean cloth shoes. He held a green bamboo walking stick and carried a sword case on his back. The hilts of 2 long swords were exposed. One of them was made of peach wood. He carried a package on his back. The dojo's gatekeeper recognized the peach wood sword. The storyteller on the heavenly bridge had said that whenever a Taoist went down the mountain to travel, regardless of whether they were from Mount Longhu or not, they liked to carry a peach wood sword on their back. The gatekeeper was a disciple who had just joined the martial arts club a few years ago. Because the outside world had not been peaceful in recent years, he had asked for a customs clearance document from the other party. In fact, this disciple did not know many characters and was just putting on an act. Nowadays, when foreigners traveled to the county, whether they rented a carriage, donkey, or stopped at an inn, they would be carefully checked by the bailiffs and patrolling officers. Therefore, it was not the turn of a disciple of the martial arts club to check on them. The gatekeeper returned the customs clearance document and said that he would go and report. The young Taoist nodded with a smile and waited patiently. This cross-continent trip to the south was more or less like this in the Aquarius continent, not to mention that the cultivators on the mountain were wary of everyone. Even the commoners at the foot of the mountain were very cautious. For example, when the night watchman patrolled the county cities at night, the yamen would arrange people to follow the night watchman to prevent criminals from running around and committing crimes. In addition, the doors of the civil and military temples and the city god temple were all open at night. This was because the imperial court had already ordered that all the local ancestral temples had to ensure that incense burned continuously. The local yamen at all levels specially sent people to roll the grave to offer incense. The commoners who had to wake up in the middle of the night had some complaints, but it was actually just trivial chit-chat. There was no resentment. After all, every household had their turn every few days. In addition, the rich people in the county cities also took turns to open supper shops. They would not let the commoners make a wasted trip. Some poor and lonely families actually liked the way the yamen did this. Therefore, they burned incense at night to show their sincerity. Every day there would be old teachers from the school, as well as scholars and scholars running around. In addition, there were elders from the ancestral temples of various families, and even some old people who were 70 years old. They all held crutches and helped to calm the commoners. In general, they all said that the war outside was very fierce, but as long as they won, from the Song clan to their own imperial court, there would be subsidies in terms of taxes. The emperor had issued official documents and would not bully anyone. Therefore, as long as they survived, it would be a good day that came once in 100 years. Therefore, if anyone dared to disobey the rules, not only would they be punished by the nation's laws, the yamen's laws, and the ancestral temple's laws would also be punished, and their names would be removed from the family tree. The commoners might not know about the nation's laws, but the family tree's laws, especially the severity of removing one's name from the family tree, was naturally clear to everyone. Su Yuanxia quickly walked to the gate and saw the young Taoist outside. She laughed heartily and stepped over the threshold. She pressed on Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and slightly increased her strength. "Good fellow, your bones are so strong that you can almost catch up to Brother Su." The dojo's disciple who acted as the gatekeeper was a bit puzzled. His master had not been this happy in a long time. His master had a wide range of friends and liked to spread his wealth. There were many guests who came to the dojo to eat and drink. However, some of the laughter came from his master's mouth. Many people in Jianghu treated their guests like this. However, today's laughter seemed to come from his master's eyes. Su Yuanxia hugged Zhang Shanfeng and lightly patted the young Taoist back a few times before letting go. She took a few steps back and nodded. "You still look good. you are half as handsome as Brother Su when he was young." Seeing Su Yuanxia, who he had not seen for a long time, the young Taoist was momentarily speechless. On the mountain, he was used to his master's and senior brother's appearances not changing. When Zhang Shanfeng looked at the old man in front of him, Zhang Shanfeng's expression suddenly became absent-minded. He saw that the old man's back was straight. His hair was gray, and he even shaved his beard. He almost could not recognize him. The young Taoist, who still looked the same as before, remembered that the bearded hero in front of him was unknowingly already half 100 years old. This was the difference between a martial artist at the foot of the mountain and a refinement master on the mountain. If a pure martial artist could reach the 3 realms of qi refinement, he could barely maintain his appearance. However, if he could not reach the golden body realm, his appearance would gradually age and be no different from the common people. His hair would also decline, and his hair would turn white. Zhang Shanfeng collected his thoughts and gave a fist salute. "Brother Su." Su Yuanxia pulled Zhang Shanfeng over the threshold and grumbled softly, "Shanfeng, why are you alone? If that kid doesn't come, I won't be able to drink anymore." Zhang Shanfeng said helplessly, "I took the Hemp Sex ferry this time and needed to pass by the Oxhorn Mountain crossing. In the end, I didn't see Qin Pingan at Luapa Mountain. The last time he went to the North Continent, I happened to not be on the mountain." Su Yuanxia comforted him. "It's okay. Don't force it. You are still young." Speaking of this, Su Yuanxia laughed. Still young. After Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she opened this martial arts school. Actually, the Su family was the most powerful family in the county. However, Su Yuanxia had left home for too long and was from a side branch, so she could be considered to be independent. The martial arts school was run on a small scale. After so many years, it did not produce any particularly talented disciples. The direct disciples of the martial arts school did not take in any more disciples. The business was not bleak, but it did not make a name for itself in the pugilistic world. However, this unremarkable martial arts school was not that simple in the pugilistic world of this remote country, especially in the eyes of those who were observant. This was because there were rumors that Master Su, who was not proficient in fist techniques, knew a few immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, when Master Su was in the army, he had accumulated a few dispensable relationships with the officials. Su Yuanxia was actually quite annoyed by this nonsense. What relationship did she have with the imperial court? Her fist techniques were not proficient? In any case, she was a 6th realm martial artist. That was not bad. However, she could not blame outsiders for making groundless accusations. In reality, after Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she did not take the realm of martial artists seriously. Not only did she deliberately hide the level of her fist techniques, she did not even say a word about breaking through to the 6th realm. Otherwise, a 6th realm martial artist in the pugilistic world of a remote country like Su Yuanxia's hometown would be considered the top of the pugilistic world. As long as they were willing to open their doors to welcome guests and build a good relationship with the sects on the mountain and the imperial court, they would even have a chance to become the leader of a pugilistic world. However, the smaller the place, the more powerful the fist techniques, the more grudges there would be in the pugilistic world. Human relationships were the most annoying. Su Yuanxia secretly wrote a travel book on mountains and rivers. She deleted and added, but she never found the bookseller to print it. Her life's heroism was wasted in wine. She would leave it to the pugilistic world she had walked through in the past. Only when she reunited with a true friend would this bearded swordsman, who had walked through mountains and rivers alone, truly want a drink. At the wine table, when a pro-disciple of the martial arts club brought wine to Su Yuanxia, he felt a little strange. In fact, his master had not drunk much in recent years. Occasionally he drank wine, but it was only a small sip. Most of the time, he drank tea. Zhang Shanfeng's gift was a few cans of tea. He had bought them at a ferry called Anji. Beside the ferry was a Jingguang temple. The tea trees in the temple were as white as jade, and the veins were green. The price was not expensive. When Su Yuanxia accepted the tea, she could not help but laugh. What a coincidence! Nowadays, she really liked drinking tea. The tea was produced in Anxi, which was close to her hometown in Xianyu County. It was not a fairy's tea. Anyone with a little money could buy and drink it. Later, she would let Qin Pingan pick the tea to drink. Whether it was Anji or Anxi, they were all good tea with good names. Thinking back to the past, appearance, drinking capacity, fist techniques, knowledge, Qin Pingan did not compete with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng in anything. Only in the matter of names, Qin Pingan wanted to compete. He insisted that his name was the best. "Brother Su, why are you still single? That's outrageous." Zhang Shanfeng took a sip of wine and joked, "In the past, the three of us agreed that when you return to your hometown, find a beautiful girl, marry a wife, and have children, you have to recognize me and Qin Pingan as your godfathers. Of course, you have to have a daughter. Then, you have to have two sons. One will learn the Tao techniques of the outer sect of Longhu Mountain from me, and the other will learn fist techniques and sword techniques from Qin Pingan." Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes and continued drinking. She did not persuade Zhang Shanfeng to drink more. Persuading others to be heroic at the drinking table was not a heroic act. I also wanted to, but it was delayed again and again. "Shanfeng, your drinking method is so scholarly. Do you think it's drinking tea? You're not even as good as Qin Pingan." To hell with being a heroic person at the drinking table. What was the point of drinking without persuading others? Su Yuanxia was drunk, and Zhang Shanfeng was also drunk. After Su Yuanxia heard some rumors about Zhang Shanfeng, she sighed and said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a place where kindness and hatred were distinguished. It was the home of revenge, and was definitely not a place to hide evil. Zhang Shanfeng raised his wine bowl and said that he could accompany Brother Su to drink. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly asked Su Yuanxia how old Qin Pingan was now. The drunk Su Yuanxia shook her head and said that she could not remember clearly. They could also drink first. Su Yuanxia, who was no longer a heroic person with a big beard, was completely drunk in front of the table. She looked out the door and muttered, "I want to buy osmanthus flowers to drink with me, but I'm no longer a youth. I'm old. Where's the youth?" Zhang Shanfeng lay on the table and burped with drunken eyes. "Don't be careless. The next time we meet, Qin Pingan will be taller than us. Flowers will bloom again, year after year. People are no longer young. Everyone is like this. Only a cup of wine with the spring breeze could never be enough." A round-faced girl in cotton clothes passed by the Tiefu River and walked to the Longxi River. She found many leaves in the water. She finally saw a man squatting by the river, scattering leaves to make a boat. He seemed to be in his early 20s, but because he was a cultivator, his true age definitely exceeded that. Lu Xianyang turned around. When he saw the unfamiliar girl, he immediately smiled resplendently. He stood up quickly and began introducing himself. "My surname is Lu Xianyang, a native of Dali. I've been studying diligently since I was young. Although I still don't have scholarly achievements, I've read tens of thousands of books and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. My ambitions are great, and I have a small family fortune. I have an ancestral home in a small town, and the location is excellent." This unfamiliar, round-faced girl looked a little confused. Did she not understand what he was saying, or did she not understand him at all? She was not a native of Dali? Was that why she did not understand official language? Sure enough, the girl asked, "Where is this?" The great words of the world. Lu Xianyang mistook her for the fairy from another continent who had traveled through the Aquarius continent. In the current Aquarius continent, there were many young Qi practitioners from other continents who were looking for opportunities to travel the world. As the ruins of the old Li Pearl paradise, the Dragon Province was obviously a place they had to choose. When Lu Xianyang left home to study when he was young, he had already seen the pavilions of immortals along the way. Beautiful women stood alone, and ribbons drifted into the distance. He had seen quite a lot of similar immortal sights. After seeing a lot of them, they did not seem like much. The scenery was extremely beautiful, but it was all someone else's. However, when the round-faced girl in plain clothes before him spoke softly, or when she blinked her large, watery eyes, it was still rather pleasant to hear. Lu Xianyang answered with a smile. The Aquarius continent, the Dragon province. The girl was stunned. Why had she come to the Aquarius continent? It just happened to be the place she did not want to come to the least. She was Kuyu. Earlier, on the Peach Leaf Ferry of the Tongya continent, she had been imprisoned in that person's sleeve for no reason. In the sleeve of mountains and rivers, Kuyu had just cooked a pot of immortal rice, but before she could even eat it, she discovered she had seen the light of day again. Then, she had been thrown onto an unfamiliar mountain for no reason. All she could do was ask if the pot of rice could be returned to her. There was no reply at all, so Kuyu could only follow the path under her feet and wander around casually. She passed by a bustling town where the three rivers converged, all the way until she arrived here. That was because there was a mountain here, where the moonlight seemed to be naturally denser. It was not an ability or technique that immortals used to gather the spiritual chi of the world. So Kuyu was rather curious. Kuyu said, "I'm Yiqianyue. I come from the Central Plains." The round-faced girl in cotton clothes was rather satisfied with her sudden inspiration. This was the astuteness and experience that one should have when roaming the Jianghu. Lu Xianyang praised. "Lady, that's a great name." Kuyu hesitated and asked, "Are you a scholar?" Lu Xianyang also hesitated. With a sincere expression, he said in a low voice, "You can't be—" Originally, he had thought of quite a few sayings, such as something about living a life wrapped in coarse cloth and having a scholarly aura. It seemed there was no need for that. She could be, right? She was worthy of being a scholar. Then she definitely was. Kuyu turned around and left. She planned to find a secluded mountain and cook. It would be best if no one could see her. Lu Xianyang eagerly followed. He was 4 or 5 steps away from the round-faced girl, not daring to be rude. He walked sideways. "Lady Qianyue, it's only a few steps away. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at our Huaihuang County? There's a good place in Dragon Rider Alley called the New Year Shop. The pastries are so delicious that you can eat them as rice, and the price is also cheap." Kuyu shook her head. Lu Xianyang could only stop. Kuyu suddenly frowned and asked 3 questions in one breath. "Lu, young master, have you heard of Luopa Mountain? Is this place far from Luopa Mountain? It's not close, right?" Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "It's not close." Chunpingan's Luopa Mountain really wasn't close to the blacksmith shop by the river. Kuyu let out a sigh of relief. In the end, she didn't let Lu Xianyang follow her. She planned to go to the small town. She had some immortal money in gold and silver on her. She didn't speak the official language here. In any case, she just needed to pay more to buy things. As for the New Year shop in Dragon Rider Alley, she definitely wouldn't go there. However, she still wanted to take a look at that mountain from afar. Lu Xianyang did not bother this Lady Qianyue who had come from afar too much either. He only reminded her not to travel with the wind here, as there were rules, and they were set down by an old-fashioned blacksmith. Kuyu thanked the young man with the surname of Lu sincerely. Obviously, she would not travel with the wind so easily. This place called the Dragon Province was far too mystical. The spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers was far too abundant. Coupled with the fact that it was not a large territory, there were actually so many flourishing temples of gods gathered together. If she were in the Tongya province, Kuyu would not have been so afraid. She would mind her own business. If anyone really wanted to provoke her, she would not mind returning the favor. As long as it was not someone with a screw loose in the head like Jiang Shangzhen, she was not afraid of anyone. However, in this tiny and strange Aquarius province, Kuyu felt like she would never be safe anywhere. If it were not for the fact that Kuyu was a pure demon, she definitely would have been tossed aside somewhere, standing there without moving at all. Lu Xianyang returned to the shop and continued to doze off on the bamboo chair under the eaves. His mind wandered. Kuyu strolled around the town casually before going to the mountain with the most moonlight. At the entrance to the mountain, she came across a little water monster that she took a liking to as soon as she laid eyes on it. The little girl in black carried a small bamboo chair and sat under the archway of the mountain entrance. On the other side of the archway was a small golden carrying pole and a green bamboo walking stick. It was as if the little girl wanted to be a gatekeeper together with this fellow. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain by herself twice a day in the morning and night. After rushing along the way, she would hurry over to the entrance to the mountain to keep watch. Yumi swam to the North Continent, while Pei Qian returned home and descended the mountain. As a result, the big water monster of Mute Lake no longer seemed to be a gatekeeper for anyone early in the morning. She patrolled the mountain by herself every day. However, she got Jingqing to go to the vassal mountains like Gray Mist Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain. She picked a flower and tree from each of them and planted them on Luapa Mountain. Why could White Cloud fly without cultivating? Would it be tiring for the stream to run so far? When the wind blew through the treetops, would the leaves wake up? Fish eat lotus flowers. The mountains and rivers are fine. Alas, the world is peaceful. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. However, the current Zhou Mili had a little worry that she was too embarrassed to tell Sister Wanshu about, because the incense stick little one who did the roll call on time was furious. She said that she didn't know what was going on. Someone actually said that the guardian of Luapa Mountain was actually just a little water monster in the cave abode realm. Zhou Mili didn't get angry. At that time, she just scratched her face and said that her realm wasn't high to begin with. However, after that, when she met Sister Wanshu and Jingqing, she would still chatter nonstop. However, when she was alone, the little girl in black no longer liked to talk to herself. She became a little mute who liked to scratch her face and scratch her head. In the past, the little girl would go to the old chef and say that she had learned a peerless fist technique from Pei Qian. Since he was taller, he would let her have 3 moves first. After that, she would call it a day and run away. The current little Mealy would often look at the few piggy banks. She, Pei Qian, and Sister Wanshu each had their own little white porcelain banks. The current Longzhou kiln was no longer the imperial tribute of the Song clan. It was famous at the foot of the mountain. In the past, Zhou Mili counted the days with her fingers. Now, she counted the years with her fingers. Therefore, Zhou Mili began to practice calligraphy. She cut out the red paper of the Spring Festival couplets and wrote some small notes like spring, summer, autumn, and winter for season's peace. She stuck them on the piggy banks one by one. Therefore, at this moment, little Mealy was secretly worrying about it alone. Then she saw the round-faced sister who came to visit. Jia, you changed your mind, and asked the little girl from afar, do you know how to speak the language of the Central Divine Continent? Zhou Mealy had actually been secretly glancing at the cute sister with the round face. She quickly got up and cupped her fists in greeting. Then she quickly ran to Jia Yu and stood still. I know. I just don't know how to speak it. Jia Yu laughed. An immortal sect that let a cave abode realm cultivator be the gatekeeper, and a mountain monster at that shouldn't have a strong foundation. However, it was pretty good. The little girl in front of her was so cute. Jia Yu had a good impression of this mountain at first sight. If they were willing to let a little water monster be the gatekeeper, the atmosphere must be very good. Therefore, Jia Yu asked, where is this? Ah, the little girl scratched her face. She didn't expect that this elder sister of hers wouldn't know of the famous name of her mountain. Since it was her duty to tell this elder sister of hers, she could even earn a small merit. Later, she could ask Pei Qian for credit. Therefore, little Mealy puffed out her chest and stood on her tiptoes. She crossed her arms and said seriously, "My home is Luopa Mountain. My good mountain lord's surname is Chun. Sister can't know him. Do you understand? Aquarius continent, Luopa Mountain. Mountain lord's surname is Chun. The moonlight shone on the world. This place seemed to occupy the most." Jia Yu's face stiffened. She silently raised her hands. She didn't dare to slap her face. She just lightly covered her cheeks. No one bullied her like this. In the overseas battlefield of the South Hassa continent, there were many demons stationed in the desolate world. However, they weren't in a hurry to invade the land. It was said that the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had been completely destroyed. It was embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, who used a mountain word seal that wasn't inferior to the inverted hanging mountain to smash the entire southernmost land. On the battlefield of the southern mountain, Dali's iron cavalry and the vassal army worked together with the immortal masters on the mountain. They successfully stopped the demon army from coming ashore. In the history of the world, there had never been a battlefield, never a war, that was able to shatter the mountains and rivers of a continent, forming a true mountain-river continent sinking. The Aquarius continent did it. As a result, the criticism of the scholar Qin Chunan in the central divine continent became more and more intense. The armies of the mountains, rivers, and land and the demon clan from overseas were in a standoff. Even though there was a suffocating atmosphere, as if a storm was coming, in the eyes of many scholars of the Central Plains, the South Saw continent, which had gathered many forces on the mountain, had the power to fight against the enemy outside the country. However, in the end, under the leadership of Qin Chunan, the South Saw continent was so lifeless and had no achievements on the battlefield. They could only wait for the barbarian world to make a big move. If it were these high-spirited scholars of the Central Plains, they would have died to report to their king in the South Saw continent. The great sword deity Lu Ji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi threw a mountain and river bulletin with foul text and frowned. Xiao Yunyan, the sword deity of Spring Banner House, smiled and explained, "Mr. Lu, actually, not all scholars of the Central Divine Continent are so impulsive. It's just that most of the time, the things that we see are usually filthy people who do bad things." Xiao Yunyan was used to calling Lu Ji Mr. In fact, Qin Chunan also addressed the female sword deity this way. The former owner of the Upside-Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden, Madame Mo Yen, wore a hedgerow to hide her beauty. All these years, she had been acting as Lu Ji's personal servant. Her gentle laughter came through the veil. In this world, if it's not smart people, it's normal. However, there are too many idiots. They have no other abilities. They only know how to disgust people. Madame Mo Yen did not have a good impression of her hometown, the vast world. Xiao Yunyan smiled. "I remember Master Hidden Official said that the people who are most willing to be blinded by a single leaf are those who have read a lot of books. I remember that Madame Mo Yan's Plum Blossom Garden has a lot of books." Madame Mo Yan was immediately speechless. The Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden were moved to the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the young hidden official. The Saratobi residence was also dismantled into an empty frame by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only the upside-down Mountain Essence Palace, which had no connection with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was flipped over by the little Taoist boy, Jiang Yunsheng, and fell into the sea. In the end, it fell into the hands of a great demon. Xiao Yunyan and Madame Mo Yen, who had a grudge against the vast world, had been at odds for a long time. In the past, Xiao Yunyan did not think that the Summer Palace had arranged for him to stay by Lu Ji's side because he had nothing to do. Now, Xiao Yunyan was more and more certain of one thing. If Madame Mo Yen was allowed to talk nonsense with Lu Shi every day, what she said seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was all extreme words. As time passed, something bad would happen. She did not mean to fan the flames on Lu Ji's side. Sometimes she just could not help it. After being reminded by Xiao Yunyan in a roundabout way, Madame Mo Yen was actually a little anxious. She was really afraid of the ruthless young hidden official. Madame Mo Yen quickly changed the topic and said, "Mr. Lu, Elder Sword Deity Qi has come to the South Saw continent." Lu Ji nodded and said, "Most likely he has given up and is no longer thinking about the fifth world. Therefore, he is preparing to accumulate more merits and establish a sect in the vast world. This is a good thing." Xiao Yunyan said, "It seems that there are two other juniors from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Sanqiu and Dian Zhang are also traveling here. As there is no war at the moment, and they did not meet Mr. Lu before, they went to visit the Great Lus River first." Lu Ji said, "When the time comes when the two of you are on the battlefield, try to protect Chen Sanqiu and Dian Zhang as much as possible. I may not be able to take care of them." Xiao Yunyan nodded gently and Madame Mo Yen curtsied. The sword cultivators who entered the vast world, except for Li Kai and Pu He, who were the direct disciples of the traveling sword deities, were almost all young. On the one hand, the children had not yet grown up. On the other hand, their teachers did not hesitate to use their swords even after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Kai of the North Continent, Song Pin of the Jinjia Continent, Pu He of the Liuxia Continent, Xie Songhua of the Snowy Peak Continent, and so on. Other than that, the sword deities and sword cultivators who were able to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi all returned to the battlefield without exception. However, the battlefield changed from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the various continents of the vast world. Almost no one chose to stand by and watch, allowing the situation to collapse. In the South Saw continent, there was Qi Tingji, who had transferred to the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent, and Lu Ji, who had been guarding the South Saw continent. Mi Yu of the sword deity Elder Dragon City. Other than that, among the Earth immortal sword cultivators, there was Chen Sanqiu and Dian Zhang, who had rushed to the South Saw continent from the Central Plains. There was also Cui Wei, who had left the Luapa Mountain to go to the East Peak battlefront. This was actually a matter that was worth pondering over after much contemplation. In the South Saw continent, there was a foreign sword deity, Yuan Qing who had fallen in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, there was Lu Ji, Xiao Yunyan, Xie Songhua, Chen Sanqiu, and Dian Zhang. Almost the first thing they did, when they arrived in the South Saw continent, was to visit Yuan Qingshu's sect, the Great Way River. The founder of the sect was named Long Cheng, who was from Fengjie County. He had once found a stone box in the Great Way River, which was guarded by a deity. Long Cheng finally obtained the 5 ancient jade seals from the stone box. The characters were not the common seal script used by later generations. Long Cheng only left one seal in his own mountain. After that, with his sea viewing realm cultivation, he traveled across the continents and rushed to the Central Plains. He gave the other 4 seals to the Confucian Temple and was then personally sent to the Jinhai Tower in the South Saw continent by a deputy hierarch. Lu Ji suddenly asked, "Do you know what Yuan Qingshu wrote on the nameplate in the wine shop?" Xiao Yunyan shook his head and smiled. "I really didn't pay attention to that." Madame Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan and smiled sweetly at Lu Ji. "I know. It's everyone in the world knows that Yuan Qingshu, am a sword deity." Lu Ji stared at Madame Xianyan. "You really know?" The meaning of this female sword deity's words was hundreds and thousands of annoying mountain and river gazettes. Could it compare to Yuan Qingshu's disregard for his life and death in a foreign land? Madame Xianyan's expression changed slightly. She said timidly, "I remember now. I really know." A handsome young man in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ji. He said, Huang Tong died in the southern mountain battlefield in the Aquarius continent. Lu Ji, who had practiced the sword all her life, rarely had any worries, could not help but sigh. She turned to look at the Aquarius continent. Qi Tingji stretched out his hand and grabbed the mountain and river gazettes that drifted away with the wind. He flipped through it and said, "The last time Dong sang and drank wine to send off a sword deity. It seemed to be for the sword deity of the Tai Hui sword sect, Huang Tong." Qi Tingji also threw away the gazettes, his hands behind his back. His eyes squinted as he smiled. "Just wait. If that Zhou Mi succeeds, it's fine if Hao Ran Heaven loses. Everything will come to an end, and no one will have anything to say. But if they win, this group of half-educated people will continue to scold, and they will scold even more. All of them will say, 'I knew it,' scold Chen Chunan for not doing anything, and even scold the Aquarius continent for having too many deaths, and show whose methods are not benevolent at all." Lu Ji remained silent. "They have the guts to say that. Lu Ji, have no ears. As long as they are happy." Qing Ming Tian. Lu Qi and Chao Gang had not left, but the Xiandu temple had two guests. One was a person that even a dog could not enter, and the other was a rare guest. Sun Daozhong suddenly raged. "This dog, Lu Chen, is really a piece of sticky candy." Nun Chunwei had a headache. The old temple master said to her, "Zhan Ran, go and tell him that I am not in the temple, and that I am in the Beko Keikyung building with his master. It's up to him to believe it or not. If he doesn't believe it, let him enter the temple with his own ability and compete with Bai Xian and Su Zi in poetry. If he can win, I am willing to accept my loss and kowtow to him 3 times outside the Beko Keikyung building. I guarantee it will be louder than the heavenly drum. I value my reputation the most, and I will do what I say. The world knows that my words are like nails. Even if Lu Chen lies on the ground, he will not be able to dig it out." Dong Huafu said, "Old temple master, please pay attention to your words. Someone in my hometown once said that words are like swords. If you use too much force, you will easily twist your waist, and your crotch will be torn open by the sword, aura." Sun Daozhong asked, "Alliance said that?" "That dog's words are indeed a bit chewy." Dong Huafu nodded. The old temple master suddenly stroked his beard and pondered. If it was only Lu Chen, it would be fine. If he has a debt collector who likes to wrongly accuse people, it will be a bit tricky. In the Qingming world, other than the Beko Keikyung building, there were only a few top sects like the Dashuan Capital Temple and the Sui Chu Palace. The Sui Chu Palace's master, Wu Shuangjiang, was in his last seclusion. After many years of silence, he finally came out. Because he had not been involved in worldly affairs for hundreds of years, Wu Shuangjiang fell out of the latest Qingming World Top 10. This time, Wu Shuangjiang restrained his aura and took the initiative to visit the Dashuan Capital Temple. Of course, Sun Daozhong had a headache. This Wu Shuangjiang was too stubborn. When he was good, he was very good, but when he was not, he was very stubborn. There were not many people who could give Sun Huaizhong a headache. For example, the other party had to at least be very good at fighting. Otherwise, with the old temple master's famous good temper, he would have taught the other party how to behave. Sun Daozhong could not help but ask, "Zhan Ran, how is your master's 100 copies of the Yellow Court scripture going?" Nun Chunwei said helplessly, "Temple master, I haven't said anything yet." Sun Daozhong said angrily, "As an immortal who likes to fiddle with copper coins and herbs, he is also good at reading dreams. Since Court Master Wu is here, he should have prepared a big gift. If he can't even calculate this, how can he not know? That master of yours, didn't people say that he has already understood everything through his intuition and is accurate with the heavens and earth? He still dares to say that there are only 2 people in the world who can truly understand the head of that scripture. He is one of them, and only Zhou and Lu Chen are the other. His abilities aren't great, but his tone isn't small. Where did this evil spirit come from? For so many years, Every time I see this martial nephew of his, it's as if I'm seeing my senior brother. I can't wait to take the initiative to bow to him." Chunhui was speechless. For the sake of the revered one, the master, and the temple master, she did not have much to say. She just had to accept it. What else could she do? This was the style of her own Taoist temple. One must know that these praises came from the temple master when he was drunk and bragged to his friends in the mountains. Chunhui's master had always been a cautious person. How would he dare to boast like this? When Chunhui's master heard about this kind boasting of her own junior, Chunhui's master was sweating profusely. Indeed, on the path of cultivation after that, her master would stumble every time he went on a long journey. There were rumors saying that the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Chen, wanted to seek guidance from Chunhui's master. Therefore, he specially hired people to guard the boundary of the Taoist temple. As long as Chunhui's disciple went out, he would definitely cause some trouble on his journey. Chunhui's master was especially good at reading dreams. In the place of cultivation, there was a picture scroll. The content written on it was about the nightmares of the emperors, princes, officials, and commoners. She heard from her master that it came from a scholar named Jia Sheng. Chunhui had seen it when she was very young. She did not think that it was very knowledgeable, but she did not know why her master thought highly of it. Chunhui only felt that the emperor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism, and the doctor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism. In fact, it was quite compatible with the local customs of the Qingming world. A voice actually broke the restrictions of several mountains and rivers in the Taoist temple, causing ripples in everyone's heart. It doesn't matter whether Temple Master Sun is here or not. I'm here to look for Lu Qi and Chao Group. Sun Daozhong sneered. You really don't take the fifth person seriously. However, Lu Qi declined Sun Daozhong and Susie's invitation to go out together. She only bid farewell to her good friend Chao Group and left to meet the temple master. Wu Shuangjiang had the face of a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, the temple master's aura was obvious. Behind him, there was a Dharma form that was as tall as a person. Its figure was ethereal and roughly overlapped with his real body. There was a slight deviation, which made it even more unusual. The Dharma form's true appearance could not be seen. Wu Shuangjiang was obviously one step into the legendary 14th realm, but it was a unique phenomenon that was unique to him. According to common sense, Wu Shuangjiang should not have left the Sui Chu Palace at this time. However, since Wu Shuangjiang still came, it was definitely not a small matter. Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation journey in this life was full of legends. Therefore, among the 10 young candidates, the lucky one, who also had the surname Wu, was able to bask in the limelight and gain the reputation of Big and Little Wu. Wu Shuangjiang went straight to the point and said, I want to borrow that half of the Book of Marriage. He already knew where his Taoist partner was hiding. Half of it was based on his own deduction, and the other half was based on the news brought to him by the Skylark on the inverted mountain. She was a deliberate birth of his Taoist partner, Wu Shuangjiang. She was also an otherworldly demon that was personally imprisoned by Wu Shuangjiang in the Heart Lake. Wu Shuangjiang used the unfilial and unparalleled abhijna to forcefully live his Taoist partner in his heart. However, at the critical moment when Wu Shuangjiang was in a life and death retreat, attempting to break through the realm, she finally found an opportunity to escape after many years of planning. In the end, she hid in the sleeve of a Taoist from the Xiandu temple and went to the vast world together. Therefore, one could imagine Wu Shuangjiang's impression of the Xiandu temple. The reason why the old temple master was restrained by Wu Shuangjiang was not without a guilty conscience. As for forgetting to borrow the ink slab that he had never borrowed before, was that still a problem? Court master Wu was rich, and had a huge grotto heaven in the Sui Chu Palace and 2 prosperous lands in his hands. Did he lack this item? Lu Chun raised his hands. Today's matter has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. He was good friends with Wu Shuangjiang and was familiar with Lu Qilang. Lu Chun learned some of his skills of matchmaking from Chao Yuanchong. Lu Qi shook his head. Court Master Wu should know the truth. Why do you have to force him? This was because once he agreed, Chao Jiu would become a prisoner in the Sui Chu Palace. Lu Qi was a genuine ascendant realm cultivator. However, his close friend Chao Jiu was different. He was a fake ascendant whose great Tao had already decayed. Before Chao Jiu traveled far away, his real realm had always been at the unpolished Jade Realm. He was not even in the immortal realm. Lu Qi, who obtained half of the Book of Marriage, gave it to his close friend, who was compatible with his great Tao. As Chao Jiu successfully refined the Book of Marriage and became an immortal, his real body could be kept in Lu Qi's sleeve and ascended in a fake state. Lu Qi broke through the sky, and Chao Jiu followed behind. Together, they ascended to the heavens. Not only that, the Ci Pi blessed land was a place of cultivation that Lu Qi tailor-made for his close friend. It was to let Chao Jiu use his literary luck to become an ascendant realm cultivator. However, Lu Qi's fighting skills were not inferior among the ascendant realm cultivators in the heavens. It could even be said that he was quite good. After all, he was the first cultivator in history who truly understood all the mysteries of the realm of retention. However, the world valued Lu Qilong's talent and poetry more. If Lu Qi could refine the other half of the Book of Marriage, there might be another 14th realm cultivator in the heavens. It was not easy to merge with the 14th realm because of Bai Xian. Su Zi's great Tao was cut off, and he finally stopped at the ascendant realm. However, Su Zi was open-minded and could accept it. Wu Shuangjiang said, "I said borrow. I'm not someone who likes to borrow but not return. If he was careless today, he would not admit it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he would be blamed and scolded." In the early years, Wu Shuangjiang and Master Sun had a frank conversation. The old Taoist was very angry and said, "Am I that kind of person? After all, I'm the master of a monastery. I have some Tao skills and a little reputation. Don't accuse me wrongly. I can take beatings, but I can't take any grievances," Wu Shuangjiang said. "Of course you are." Therefore, the two sides went to the heavens beyond heaven and had a fierce fight. It caused the outside world to have different opinions. The busybodies involved the fight of the great Tao. In fact, the reason was not that complicated. Lu Qi still shook his head. "I came here with Yuan Chong. Of course, we have to return home together." Wu Shuangjiang's expression was indifferent. "You came without asking me. You have to ask me when you leave. I'll take this opportunity to make up for my lack of etiquette. If you break the bottles of the great mystery monastery, I'll pay for it." Lu Qi smiled and said, "Since the palace master is so infatuated, I don't think you need the other half of the Book of Marriage." Wu Shuangjiang said, "You don't have the final say." Chao Jiu suddenly said, "I'll stay." Lu Chun sighed softly and said, "Isn't it sad to be a gentleman in the secular world?" At the door, Sun Daozhong had just appeared. Beside him was Dong Huafu, who was supposed to be practicing swordplay in the Baek Okekyung building. The old monastery master could not stand Wu Shuangjiang. He wanted to show off and go somewhere else. "Don't make a fuss in front of my door. I have to fight." Lu Chen happened to be here. He was supposed to be guarding the heavens beyond heaven. He and Wu Shuangjiang did not have to break the sky canopy. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen raised his arm and threw a scroll into the tall walls of the Taoist temple at lightning speed. After throwing it, he ran away. He did not forget to turn his head and shout, "Dong Haiten, remember to go home early. When I'm free, I'll teach you how to draw talismans." Dong Huafu said, "No." Lu Chen had disappeared without a trace. Sun Daozong waved his hand, and signaled Chun away, not to be nervous. Lu Qin did not play any tricks. The old Taoist retrieved the scroll from the wall. He untied the knot, and the scroll unfolded itself. The old monastery master scolded jokingly. It was a scroll of conch shell spellcasting that Lu Qin had picked up from somewhere. Dong, Huafu stretched his neck to take a look. There were quite a lot of words. He read, "There's a kind of person in the world who, in a small area, created a Taoist temple on land and water in a conch shell. There's also a big kitchen that brings out a sumptuous banquet. The host and guests are in a mess and the bystanders are satisfied. A child wearing a tiger head hat stood at the threshold and looked at Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang looked at him and suddenly smiled. If Bai is willing to accompany me to the vast world in the future, I can wait for the other half of the Book of Marriage." Bai nodded and said, "As you wish." Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, "I don't know why she likes Bai's poems. Is it really that good? I don't think so." A bearded scholar with straw shoes and a bamboo cane laughed. "What we like may not be good. What we don't like may not be bad. What do you think, Court Master Wu?" Wu Shuangjiang's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Unlike her, I like Suzy's poems from the bottom of my heart for many years." Suzy laughed and nodded. "That's really good." Sun Daozhong said in a low voice, "Bai, Chao Yuan admired you previously. Now, Court Master Wu admires Suzy. Why do I feel like you've lost? After all, Court Master Wu's state is higher." Bai turned around and walked back to the place of cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang accompanied Suzy and the other two on a leisurely tour of the sky screen. Suzy kept the maid Dian Su, and the boy attendants Wu Yu. Lu Qi asked his good friend Chao Jiu to put the world in the sleeve. It was obvious that he still did not trust Court Master Wu. Beside the pond outside the cottage, Bai and the old monastery master walked slowly. Bai said, "Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble." The pond surrounded by the peach blossom forest and the small hill in the distance that looked like a garden rockery were actually miniature mountains and rivers created by Sun Daoist supernatural power. The water was very deep, and the mountain was very high. Moreover, a white deer that was born from an excellent long sword was always guarding the cliff. The white deer was wearing a green robe. The pond was called the Peach Blossom Pond. The long sword was inscribed with the word white deer, and the robe was called Green Cliff. It was as if everything was just for that poem. Let the white deer roam the green cliff and ride it to visit the famous mountains. The old monastery master said, "The world is so big, and I have cultivated for so long. There are not many people who can earn my respect. How many people like Wu Shuangjiang and Chao Yuanchong who admired a certain someone as much? You don't have to think too much. Take what you like and leave what you don't like. Anyway, I'm just being selfish and want to make the world more beautiful." To everyone's surprise, Wan Xiu left the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect with Donggu, Su Xiaoqiao, and Xieling. They went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After meeting Lu Xianying, Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao immediately went to the ferry of the Ox Horn Mountain and took the ferry from the Changchun Palace to return to the old mountain area of the capital of Dali. Xieling, on the other hand, needed to find her family's patriarch, the Taoist Heavenly Lord Xie Shi of the North Continent. Master Wan Jiao mentioned at the dinner table that Dali was already preparing to help the Dragon Spring Sword sect set up a subsect. Compared to Xinjiang Mountain and Clearwind City, which were still potential sects and had yet to take root, the Dragon Spring Sword sect was indeed the great Li Song clan's favorite. Donggu, Su Xiaoqiao, and Xie Ling landed on the ground, but Wan Xiu didn't show up. Donggu said that she was taking a walk at the cliff and would come over later. In the strict sect records, Donggu was the first disciple of Wan Jiao. For some reason, Wan Xiu's name was never recorded. However, the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Dragon Spring sword sect were used to seeing Wan Xiu as their first senior sister. Of course, Xieling liked to call her sister Xiu. Therefore, Donggu and the other two thought that their master wanted their senior sister to be the leader of the subsect. Lu Xianying sat on a bamboo chair and was reading a mountain and river newspaper. Lu Xianying was worried. Therefore, when Donggu and the others arrived at the shop, Lu Xianying didn't even raise his head. He just waved his hand and gestured for them to sit anywhere. Donggu and the other two didn't think much of it. Lu Xianying dared to joke around with their master. If he was polite to them, it must be because he was holding back. Su Xiaoqiao glanced at the newspaper in Lu Xianying's hand and tried to hold back his laughter. Donggu reminded his junior brother, Xieling, telepathically, "Take it easy. Lu Xianying will definitely punish you later." Lu Xianyang raised his head and looked at junior brother Xie, who had a pretty face, and asked eagerly, "How much money did you give?" Xieling was stunned. Su Xiaoqiao explained. He asked how much money you gave to the newspaper to get on the list. Junior brother Lu can go and give money. Xieling smiled and didn't say anything. He sat on the bamboo chair and put his hands on his knees. He looked like an immortal. In Liju Grotto Heaven, most of the young people who were born and raised in the town were good-looking. A place nurtured a person. Other than Xieling from the Peach Leaf Alley, Zhu Lin Shi from the Great Blasphemy Temple, Ma Kuxuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, who was one of the 10 young candidates. They were all famous for their good looks. There was also Gu Ken from the Mud Bottle Alley, who returned to his hometown but left to travel far away. Of course, there was also Vassal King Song Mu, Song Jisen, and Fortune Street scholar Xiao Yao. They were all extremely handsome when they were young. Recently, the Aquarius continent had followed the trend. The mountain had selected their own 10 young candidates. They had to be below the age of 40. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple, Xieling, was one of them. Lu Xianying lowered his head again. His eyes were in a daze, but he did not give up. He flipped through the mountain and river newspaper, but in the end, he could not find his name. He cursed because he was 41 years old this year. Lu Xianying was 2 years older than Qin Pingan. When he was young, he liked to tell others about his age. But when he got older, he stopped talking about his age and liked to talk about his age. Lu Xianying did not care about his name, but he cared about it a lot. "I have worked hard to reach my cultivation realm. All of you blind people, what right do you have to care about such a small matter?" Previously, the 10 young candidates and the 10 young candidates both had the 11th person. Adding Uncle Lu, it was just a matter of a few strokes. "Will you guys drop money or something?" But with Master Ruan's temper, even if Lu Xianying was of the same age, he would probably use his status as the chief consecrator of the Dali dynasty to help suppress the news. If that was really the case, Lu Xianyang wouldn't mind at all. Master Ruan's character was flawless, not to mention other things. After all, Lu Xianying's sword techniques were too strange. According to Wan Teng, before entering the upper 5 realms, Lu Xianying should not be in a hurry to become famous. Anyway, sooner or later, it would be better to have good fortune later. It was strange to say that although Wan Teng had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple and the identity of the military saint, he was the head of the Song clan's consecrator. But in fact, Wan Teng had always been in the Jade unpolished realm. Before the Dali cavalry went south, there was nothing. But now, the experts, hermits, and big shots of the Baopian continent were exposed. But almost no one questioned Wan Teng's title as the chief consecrator. Dali's 2 emperors, imperial tutor Cui Dong, Shang Zhugua, and the hunting envoy all had an extremely tacit understanding and did not have any objections. Mountain Lord Wei Bian, the mountain head, and vice mountain head of Lin Lu Academy, especially Chun Pingan's mountain, Luopa Mountain, Everyone from old chef to Pei Qian was courteous to Wan Ju when they saw him, especially Chun Lingjun. Every time he saw Wan Tung, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Xianying put away the bulletin, turned to look at Xieling, and said seriously, "Xieling, you are a sword cultivator. It's easy to practice fast sword, but hard to practice slow sword. You must persevere in the future." Xieling nodded, deeply agreeing. Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao first looked at Lu Xianying, who was smiling playfully, and then looked at each other without saying anything. Lu Xianying looked at Su Xiaoqiao and asked with a smile, "Senior Sister Su, what are you thinking?" The woman without a thumb on her right hand smiled and said, "It's the opposite of Junior Brother Lu's thoughts." Lu Xianying sighed and leaned back on the chair. Languid. The Su family of Qingfeng City bought a dragon kiln from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane in the early years, and Lu Zhengchun, who had become the immortal Tao companion of a fairy from Cheongji Peak, deliberately returned to his hometown some time ago. Even Song Manchai had become a vassal of Dali. Who could he find to reason with? Wan Xiu left the stone cliff, walked across the stone arch bridge, and slowly walked over from the riverside. Xieling immediately stood up and chatted with Wan Xiu for a while, and then walked away with the wind. On the way here, Sister Xiu secretly taught him a swordsmanship that seemed to have no background at all, which made Xieling very happy. Even though Sister Xiu was indifferent to everything, she seemed to treat him differently after all. In fact, Wan Xiu had already taught Dong Gu an ancient demon's body refinement technique, and also taught Su Xiaoqiao a divine edict technique and a swordsmanship technique. As for Xieling, Wan Xiu just happened to think of this on the way. She felt that she should not be too biased, so she casually gave this arrogant junior brother a swordsmanship. The grade was not high, but it was relatively suitable for Xieling's cultivation. Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao also left at the same time. Wan Xiu did not sit on the bamboo chairs, but took a stool from inside the house and sat down. She said softly, "Congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage." Lu Xianying scratched his head. "It doesn't make sense to break through." In fact, Wan Xiu knew the truth. It was because of Mr. Qi, but she did not tell Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying handed a handful of melon seeds, but Wan Xiu shook her head. Lu Xianying ate the melon seeds and said casually for no reason, "If the river of time could flow backward, Miss Xiu, would you be happier if you walked through Liju Cave heaven again?" Wan Xiu thought for a moment and answered, "I can't think of that." The woman in green still tied her hair in a ponytail. Over the years, she would occasionally tie her hair in a ponytail, but in general, it did not change much. Lu Xianying nodded. Wan Xiu said, "Actually, catching fish is not that difficult." Lu Xianying said with a smile, "It was difficult for us when we were young, but it was not so bad when we grew up. Chun Pingon and I, as well as the little slug, are actually not bad at swimming." Lu Xianyang suddenly said, "Back then, Song Ma Chai, who was mistaken for the illegitimate son of the manufacturing supervisor, was named Song Jisun by Song Yuzhang?" Wan Xiu shook her head. "I don't know. She was never interested." Lu Xianying wrote the word emperor on the ground with the tip of his foot, and then wrote the word prosperity. Then he said to himself, "During the years when I was studying in the South Saw continent, I liked to ask Teacher Su, who was also a foreigner, about all kinds of things. Teacher Su was good at interpreting words. As long as I brought wine to him, he would tell me everything he knew. So I learned a little from him. At that time, I didn't know anything, so I dared to ask him anything. For fun, I asked the mysterious Teacher Su to interpret words for me, Chin Pingon and Song Jisun. I didn't expect Teacher Su to follow the clues and tell me a lot. At that time, I only understood half of it, so I didn't take it seriously and didn't think too much about it. For example, If the emperor only used hieroglyphs to interpret it, it would make the later generations feel confused. So teacher Su found another way. He first dipped his finger in the wine and wrote the word broom on the table. He interpreted it as a bundle of firewood. Finally, he drew closer to the sacrificial ceremony. He also told Lu Xianying about the casting of yang sui. Teacher Su was very knowledgeable and had dabbled in many things. He also talked about the treatise on balance. He said that the gathering of firewood and the yang sui ancient mirror could be used to draw fire from the sky. This was one of the highest standards of sacrificial ceremony when the human race worshipped the gods in the sky in ancient times. In the middle of the 5th lunar month, when the sun was at its peak and the yang qi was at its peak, it was a sacrificial ceremony. The main sun was the moon. Teacher Su joked with Lu Xianying that he had 2 good friends. One was surnamed Wang, and the other was surnamed Zheng. They both had their own opinions and argued fiercely in the early years. However, it was later listed as a forbidden book, and not many people knew about it. In the end, Teacher Su said that it was an old story. It was just the idle knowledge of scholars. Lu Xianying sighed in his heart. The 5th of the 5th lunar month. Lu Xianying Song Jisun. Lu Xianying turned around and said, "I'm good friends with Miss Xiuxiu, so I won't say too much. Otherwise, I'll be so sarcastic. Even I hate it." Wan Xiu shook her head. "It's okay. Since we're friends, I can't say too much." Lu Xianying became silent. "I miss the old days." Wan Xiu sat for a while and then left. She walked back to the stone arch bridge where the old sword was hung. She sat on the stone bridge. Under her feet was the gurgling Dragon Whisker River. In the ancient world, humans were ants. Actually, everyone was in the river of time. There were many small fish in the clear water. For Wan Xiu, it was not difficult to catch fish. She could easily boil the sea and the lake and kill everything. In the battle of fire and water, Li Lu was defeated. Therefore, when Li Lu went to meet Wan Xiu at the spiritual Grace Mountain, it was the only time they chatted in their lives. Wan Xiu also said that Li Lu did not know how to behave. Wan Xiu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. "Long time no see, sword-bearer." She was different from Li Lu, who was born with knowledge. She would be even more different in the future. Wan Xiu shook her wrist gently. There was a sleeping fire dragon on it. On the 5th of the 5th lunar month, she chose the heart of the river to refine yang sui. She obtained the heavenly fire and refined the 5 elements, illuminating the world. The night watch was to warn the world to be careful of fire when the weather was dry. Was it useful? (744). A foreign scholar named Chen Zhuolio sent a flying sword letter to Luapa Mountain from Changchun Palace. Then he strolled through the capital city of Dali and walked all the way south. He leisurely wandered to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley of the small town and met the shopkeeper Shiro and a young waiter named Ah Man. Just as he weighed his money bag and went to choose some pastries, the shopkeeper of the grass shop next door, Jia Sheng, came to visit again. Now, the old immortal's Taoist robe was much plainer than before. After all, now that his realm was high, Taoist robes were mere worldly possessions. Chen Zhuolio glanced at the old Taoist and smiled. Jia Sheng sensed his gaze and nodded. After leaving the shop, Chen Zhuolio went to Old Yang's shop. It was a pity that he didn't see Old Yang. If he had known this would happen, he would have come here to chat about old times. Chen Lingjun hurried over with the wind. He had received a flying sword message saying that his good friend would arrive at the town on time today. They would meet at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Chen Lingjun left the mountain 2 hours early, 3 sword tokens hanging from his waist. He had borrowed one from Xiaomi and Silly Warm Tree before he left the mountain so that he could give his own to Chen Zhuolio. Borrow? What borrow? That was not generous at all. When they arrived at the shop, they waited for about 2 seconds. Eating melon seeds was not a good idea. Feeling bored to death, Chen Lingjun decided to tease the reclusive little man, saying, "Whatever fist you want to learn, whatever stance you want, it is too strenuous. I'll teach you a brilliant fist technique of our family style, which is not easily taught to outsiders. It is called centipede jump." However, the shopkeeper only stood on the bench behind the counter, flipping through a book and ignoring the boy. Chen Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door to chat with his old friend, Jia Sheng. He patted his chest and said that he wanted to introduce Jia Sheng to a new friend. However, when the appointed time came and another incense stick of time passed, Chen Lingjun squatted at the entrance of the shop. Still, he did not see Chen Juelio, so he ran back to the shop and asked Shiro if there was a scholar with a backpack. Shiro said that there was, and that he had bought some pastries 2 hours ago before leaving. Chen Lingjun stomped his foot and used camouflage to fly into the air. He looked down at the town from above, but he still didn't see the familiar figure of his friend. How strange. Could it be that he was too focused on riding the wind and did not pay attention to the mountain, causing both parties to miss each other? Could it be that one left the mountain and the other entered the mountain? Chen Lingjun hurried back to Luopa Mountain, but even after asking Millet, he didn't see Chen Juelio. Chen Lingjun squatted on the ground and hugged his head, sighing. What was going on? Actually, Chen Juelio was currently on Yellow Lake Mountain, sitting outside the thatched hut and basking in the sun. As a person of dragon slaying, not slaying a dragon when he reached water was like a fisherman not casting a net when he reached water, or a woodcutter not chopping wood when he entered the forest. It was fine. All he had to do was wait patiently. Something even stranger would happen next. Chen Juelio definitely could not miss it this time. That was a magnificent feat that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Since old man Yang was no longer in the small town and had emerged from his 10,000-year imprisonment, then only Chen Juelio in the Dragon Province could sense this. Even the mountain lord of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Bian, was unable to do so. It was not just because the mountain lord of the Northern Mountains cultivation was not high enough. Even he, Chen Juelio, had to rely on his many years of seclusion to follow a few clues, coupled with the karma of slaying a dragon, and his mental calculation to deduce the subtle signs of this change. However, he was rather curious. Did the embroidered tiger know about this? In the world of wilderness, outside a thatched hut on the top of a mountain in the Myriad Mountains, the old blind man stood with his back hunched. He faced the mountains and rivers that he occupied all to himself. In the past, he had personally cut out 2 eyeballs, tossing one into the boundless world and the other into the green underworld. The mountains and rivers in front of him were completely empty. It was too clean. It was far too clean. An old dog crouched at the entrance. He raised his head slightly and looked at the old man standing on the edge of the cliff. He didn't even fall off. He might as well just fall to his death. He experienced this tiny disappointment every single day. The old blind man asked, "Do you know why Alliance didn't return home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi after carving the words?" The mighty Ascendant Realm old dog shook his head. "I don't know." The old blind man cursed. What a dog's brain. The old dog was not upset at all. He just really wanted to say, what else could it be? What else could it be? You sure like to lie, old blind. If we were to exchange realms, hee. After Alliance left the inverted mountain, he went straight to the Pearl Grotto heaven. Then he ascended to the Baek Okekyung building in the green underworld. In the sky beyond heaven, he killed otherworldly demons while arm wrestling with Taoist number 2. After ascending to the 14th realm, he still did not return to his hometown, the Central Plains Divine Continent. Instead, he returned directly to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and was then suppressed under the moon-bearing mountain. One of the two ancient ascension platforms had once been used by 3 sword cultivators to challenge the moon-bearing mountain. They had severed the path that had the potential to reopen the link between heaven and man, the so-called link between heaven and earth. In the end, was to allow future cultivators to go to the broken celestial court that used to be filled with deities. No one could refine that ruin. Even the ancestors of the 3 sects could only cast restrictions on it. The old blind man reached out and scratched his wrinkled cheek. With Alliance's character, if he didn't break through, why wouldn't he go to his old friend's place in his hometown and pretend to brag? That guy would say, a 14th realm sword cultivator is nothing special. He would definitely say that. Just stick out his butt and you'll know what he ate. The guard dog nodded and said, I know. Alliance has a home, but can't go home. He's a stray dog. Scholars are all like that. Actually, our worlds when high isn't much different. It's fine in other worlds, but in the vast world, if anyone reaches the 14th realm as a sword cultivator, it will cause the remnants of the ancient deities in the entire outer world, no matter which factions they are divided into in history, to swarm into the vast world. No wonder the old scholar did not want his disciple to ascend to this realm. Not only is it too dangerous, it will also cause great trouble. This makes sense. That ponytailed girl ascended to the 14th realm in the beginning because she had carefully framed the world. The old blind man sneered. She's not a pig's brain. The old dog was helpless. Curse all you want. Old blind man, you only know how to bully your loyal dog. Old blind man, you're just wasting your time guarding the 14th realm. Go have a good fight with the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. If you win, the entire wilderness will be your territory. Otherwise, go make a scene at the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth. I'll definitely help you look after the 100,000 mountains. Moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. And when Hai were meticulous, why were they willing to let Xiao Chua, a reclusive official who couldn't even control Qin-Qing, stay in the Martyr's Palace and become a 14th tier Dao integration cultivator? So other than giving the wilderness another top-notch fighting force, they had other plans. The old dog had a terrible headache when he thought about all these twists and turns. Then he immediately felt that the old blind man was actually quite kind. If he really slipped and fell off a cliff, it would be fine as long as he was half dead. The old blind man turned to look at the great wall of sword chi, and then at moon-bearing mountain. He thought about the path the wilderness was taking and felt that something was wrong. Whether or not a great cultivator at the 14th realm had a pair of eyes wasn't really a big deal. It was just that the mortal realm had existed for 10,000 years. However, the old blind man still admired some young people, no matter how much he insulted them. It was just that there were too few of them, and none of them seemed to have a good ending. The old blind man sighed for the first time. It's time to take in a pleasing, direct disciple. The old dog said with trepidation, it'll be fine as long as it's not that hidden official. That guy looks at me like I'm a dish. What's he looking at? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old dog raised his head and stretched out a paw, scratching the ground lightly. He didn't dare to cause too much of a ruckus, but his tone was extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do at home, I would have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago to hack him half to death. I don't have a flying sword, but it's not like I don't know sword techniques. The old blind man sneered. Even the dragon monarch couldn't hack him to death. What makes you think you can? Slice his meat and eat it to fill up that hidden official? The old dog crawled on the ground again and sighed. That sneaky old deaf man, he didn't even know to come here to pay his respects and took a detour to the south. Outrageous. Master, are you going to let it go just like that? The old blind man appeared beside the old dog without any warning. He raised his leg and stepped on the old dog's back, causing a series of cracking sounds that sounded like firecrackers. He rubbed his chin and said, Sneak to the vast world's Aquarius continent and help me find a young man called Li Huai. Then bring him back. If you succeed, you will regain your freedom, and you can jump around in the savage world." The old dog started to play dead. Compared to freedom, it was more important to stay alive. If he went to the vast world, especially the Aquarius continent, would he not be able to eat dog meat? He would definitely be cooked by the embroidered tiger. The old blind man kicked the old dog and muttered to himself, "Do I really have to personally go to the Aquarius continent? Is there anyone who takes in disciples like that?" Fearon was left behind by Zhou and Peachleaf Fairy. When they parted, Zhou seemed to be seriously injured. It was even able to make a peak level 14 realm cultivator's face turn pale. At that time, there were extremely sharp sword chi and thunder Dao remnants on Zhou body, and there was also a strange fist aura that could not be removed. After Fearon threw away the book seal, she went back to the military tent first. For some reason, Zhou last disciple, Zhou Qinggao, was already waiting there. He said that he would travel to Tongya continent with Fearon next, and then go to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Fearon actually liked this young man very much, but she didn't like the feeling of being a puppet. However, since Zhou Qinggao came, it must be Zhou order. As for what Fearon thought, it was no longer important. Fearon only asked one question: what would happen to the mirage city of the great Quan Empire? Zhou Qinggao answered with a smile. Same. Fearon brought Zhou Qinggao back to Xiaoping Peak, and then they went south together. Fearon landed in a deserted city in the human world and walked on a stone arch bridge with lush vegetation. Fearon, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on her back, stopped at the top of the stone arch bridge and asked, "Since we have chosen to put all our eggs in one basket, why do we still need to divide our forces into two continents? It is not difficult to take one of them. According to the way we are fighting now, it is no longer a war. It is a broken jar. Why don't Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent go to Baoping continent and Hassa continent to make up for the reinforcements? No one in the military tents has any objections. As long as we occupy one of the continents, we can take down Baoping continent, then Beiju continent, and South Hassa continent, then use Jinjia continent as a crossing point to continue north to attack Liuxia continent. In this way, this war can continue for a few decades, or even 100 years. We have a good chance of winning, especially Baoping continent. With Dali as the border between the north and the south, the entire southern coastal area was filled with demons appearing from the ocean. Zhou Qinggao said, "I had the same question before, but teacher did not answer." Fearon extended her hand to wipe the white bridge railing. Her palm was covered in dust. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "What is the grand ancestor of you mountain thinking?" Zhou Qinggao thought for a while, then shook his head. "I did not dare to ask teacher about this." Fearon finally asked, "Why don't you follow your teacher?" Zhou Qinggao shook his head again. "I will follow teacher's orders. What I should not ask, I will not ask. What I should not think, I will try to think less." Fearon turned around, leaned against the railing, leaned back, and looked at the sky. The empty heart. After Fearon's initial success in cultivation, she was used to thinking of herself as someone from the mountain, but she still separated her hometown from the vast world. So it was good to give advice to the military tents. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Qi, Fearon did not hesitate to use her sword to kill people. But outside of the battlefield, for example, in Tong Yi continent, Fearon did not talk about, you see. Even with Zhou Qinggao, who was also fascinated by the vast knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, the two sides were still different. Zhou Qinggao laughed. "I don't drink, so I don't carry wine with me. If not, I can make an exception and drink with Brother Fearon." Fearon shook her head. "Forget it, I can't drink wine. If one were to say that life was like an arch bridge paved with bricks and stones from time to time, then it would be like this. Then The mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain, at the age of 30, at most 40, would have reached the highest point of the bridge. Walking on the bridge, one could look back, but there was no turning back. So, when they were young, they were anxious to grow up. When they grew up, they were afraid of old age. And the chi cultivators who climbed the mountain to cultivate did not seem to be in such a situation. But in fact, once the cultivators' soul decayed day by day, and there was no hope of breaking through, they would only suffer more than the mortals on the mountain. Firen suddenly laughed. Our hidden official is called Chinpingon, but he seems to be the most unsettled. Thinking of this, I'm in a much better mood. Firen took out 2 pots of wine, and threw one to Zhou Qingao, asking coldly, "There's nothing to visit in Tongyi continent. Why don't we skip the creation cave and go directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to visit the hidden official?" Zhou Qingao was hesitant. Firen patted him on the shoulder. "Previously, when we passed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chinpingon ignored you. Now that the coffin is closed, the 2 of you will definitely have a lot to talk about. As long as you are familiar with him, you will know that he is more talkative than anyone else." Zhou Qingao nodded, took a sip of wine, and smiled. "Then let's try. The premise is that you have to promise that I won't be beaten to death by him." Firen smiled. "Sure." On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a Dragon Gate cultivator of the demonic race was panting, the hand holding the blade trembling slightly. Before ascending to the top of the wall, he had already made an agreement with the famous hidden official. The 2 of them were only going to spar with blade and fist techniques. There was no need to fight to the death. If he lost, he would have wasted his trip to the northernmost part of the wilderness. After descending from the top of the wall, he would immediately return home. The hidden official gave him a thumbs up and praised him with even more elegant words of the wilderness, saying that he was meticulous in doing things and had a long-lost heroic spirit, so there was no problem at all. As a result, this fight was very satisfying. Actually, it was just this military cultivator alone on the top of the wall, hacking with his blade, while the young hidden official in a bright red robe just let him hack it himself. Occasionally, he would use the narrow blade hidden in the scabbard to hack at him, and casually raise the scabbard to block 1 or 2 attacks. Otherwise, it would seem that he was not treating his guest with sincerity, and it would be easy for his opponent to become disheartened prematurely. In order to take care of this hero's mood, Chinpingon deliberately used the thunderpalm technique, so that every time the scabbard and the blade collided, there would be bursts of snow-white lightning that looked like white snakes slithering around. At this moment, with the narrow blade propped on the ground, Chinpingon looked at the demonic cultivator, who had sheathed his blade and stopped, and asked with a smile, "You must be tired from hacking. Why don't I do it?" The demonic cultivator immediately raised his chest and said heroically, I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all. Let me take a break. What are you in a hurry for?" Chinpingon smiled and said, "Guest, you came uninvited. Shouldn't you respectfully call me Master Hidden Official? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Without hesitation, he shouted, "Master Hidden Official." He even added, "You live up to your reputation. Good fist technique." Chinpingon suddenly looked around blankly, but he quickly collected himself and waved at him, "Go back." He was not really stupid. "You're not going to kill me?" Chinpingon smiled and said, "This is the first time in your life that you've climbed to the top of the city wall, and you've never been to the battlefield. Maybe you won't have a chance to come here in your life, so why should I kill you?" After he sheathed his blade, he clasped his hands and said, "I'm a little inferior, but Master Hidden Official is really good at fist techniques." Chinpingon pressed the hilt of his blade with one hand and rubbed his eyebrows with the other. He looked at the humble and sincere guest and said, "When you go back to your hometown, say that you defeated Master Hidden Official. If outsiders ask me, I'll help you smooth things over and admit it." He was a little embarrassed and whispered, "That's not very good." Chinpingon grabbed the sword in his hand and the demonic cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately flew away. After the great demon, who was not very clear-headed, left, Chinpingan looked up and found that there was a heavy snow for no reason, without any warning. The wind and snow and floating clouds covered his eyes. Before today, he would still have doubts. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat a bowl of eel noodles that he didn't get to eat in the past. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat the delicious stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Would the wine bowl on the table be replaced with a wine cup? Would he be dragged to eat hot pot in the summer? Would there be an old man lying to him? Everything had its vanquisher. Drinking wine could relieve the spiciness, and it was so spicy that he almost cried. All these years after he obtained that travel book of mountains and rivers, he had been bitterly waiting for this day to come, but he also seemed to be worried that this day would come. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos, so much so that the entire Great Wall of Swords shook. Chinpingan tried his best to stabilize his mind. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. A blue-clothed scholar stood on the city wall. He turned to look at the young man. "You can go back." Chinpingan took out a white jade hairpin and placed it in his hair. He stepped onto the city wall and squatted down. "Can you let me eat a meal and drink a pot of wine first, and then make a decision after I've eaten my fill?" Chui Dong nodded. "The important matter has already been settled. These are all minor matters." Chinpingan's butt landed on the city wall, and he fell backwards. He said that he would eat his fill, but he didn't eat or drink. He only lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the snowy night. "You made me wait for so long. I almost couldn't make it." "7:45. Chui Dong suddenly laughed and said, "The 3 gold coins in the immortal's tomb, I have already helped you to keep them." This was a response to the saying, "A lamp in a dark room for 1,000 years will light up." It was also the hand of the immortals that created the saying, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains." On the road of life, good deeds may be divided into big and small, and there may even be doubts about whether they are real or fake. However, there is no difference between good and bad deeds. Chui Dong suddenly thought of a saying, "A gentleman's heart is not good at sincerity. If you are sincere, there is nothing else. Only benevolence is defense. Only righteousness is change instead of prosperity. This is called the virtue of heaven." In just 2 sentences, he was able to point out the 3 important things: sincerity, benevolence, and virtue of heaven. It was just that the old scholar spoke too much, and there were too many good words hidden in them, which made these words not so eye-catching. When the old scholar was still unknown in the marketplace, he had talked to his first student about these words many times. In the end, it was not easy for him to put these words together with other principles into a book with a light smell of ink. They were printed and sold to make money. In fact, at that time, the old scholar thought that the bookseller must have water in his head to be willing to print his untimely words. In fact, the bookseller really thought that he would not be able to sell and would lose money. It was someone who persuaded him in every way possible, and with the help of the future scholar's disciple, that he was only willing to print a pitiful 300 copies. In private, just a few students of the school secretly bought 30 copies out of their own pockets. They also successfully persuaded the rich and overbearing Alliance to buy 50 copies in one go. At that time, the first disciple of the school was the most capable. He tempted Alliance with benefits, saying that this was the first edition of the rare book and that there would only be 300 copies. This book could be considered the only copy, and when Lao Xiu became famous in the future, the price would be at least several times higher. At that time, the youngest disciple in the school used tea as a substitute for wine, saying that he and Aoliang would go one by one. He even asked Aoliang to wait, saying that when he was older and had saved up 1 or 2 gold leaves and a few large silver ingots, he would go to Jianghu. At that time, he would come back to drink wine. To hell with the tea. It was tasteless. The heroes in the Jianghu romance did not drink tea. They only knew how to drink big bowls, not even wine cups. That was the period when the students of the literary saints' lineage were the most strained in terms of money. The few of them drinking with the unruly alliance was a happy thing. But before that, Cui Dong had been drinking alone with a chubby bookseller whose face was flushed red. Cui Dong felt that he had never been so humble in his life, especially when it came to drinking. It was as if Xiu, whose entire life's worth of flattering expressions and words had been used in advance for this drinking session. The young man was standing, and the chubby bookseller, who had a few stinking coins in his pocket, was sitting. The young scholar held the cup with both hands, drinking cup after cup. Only then did the chubby bookseller laugh heartily and raise the cup. He only took a sip of wine, and then let go of the cup to eat. Perhaps the old elementary scholar still did not know about this matter. Perhaps he already knew about these trivial matters, but it was inevitable that he would put on the airs of a teacher and pay particular attention to the refinement of a scholar. He was too embarrassed to say anything. In any case, he owed the first disciple a word of thanks, and so he continued to owe him. Or perhaps it was the teacher who taught and dispelled the student's doubts, and the student who solved the teacher's problems. This was a matter of course, and there was no need for both sides to say anything. When Chun Pingon heard this, he slowly closed his eyes. His taut heartstrings had finally loosened completely. The exhaustion on his face was evident. He really wanted to have a good sleep. He wanted to sleep soundly for a few days and nights. He didn't even care about his thunderous snoring. Snow swirled about, but it did not fall on the two of them. It was like immortals cultivating in the mountains. Heat did not come, and cold did not come. Therefore, there was no cold or heat in the mountains. Previously, Chun Pingon had been worried about the possibility that Cui Dong's methods were as meticulous as before. Then wouldn't 10 years of not eating or sleeping have all been for naught? Chun Pingon had no idea what Zhou Mi, who was outside half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was scheming against him. However, the reason was simple: to be able to make an uncivilized person like Zhou Mi scheme against him. It must be a great scheme. Thinking of complicated things in simple terms, it was dismantling and cutting, just like how a sword could break 10,000 laws. Thinking of simple things in complex terms, it was sewing, building, and creating a small world. The matter of Chun Pingon hiding the 3 copper coins in his hometown when he was young was extremely secretive. No matter how resourceful that Sun Go was, he would not be able to find out. Xiu, who was indeed good at understanding human nature. With one sentence, he was able to make Chun Pingon let down his guard. Cui Dong turned his head and glanced at Chun Pingon, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It's not a good thing to become famous when you're young. It's easy to be self-righteous without knowing it." Chun Pingon nodded his head in agreement. This was a principle that could be right or wrong. However, for Cui Dong it was more reasonable. There were many principles that others seemed to only say 1 or 2 sentences to you, but in fact, they were using your entire life to reason with you, whether it was useful or not, and listening to it would not make you lose money. If you did, it would be like drinking a bowl of wine for free. Chun Pingon knew that Xiu, who was talking about that travel book of mountains and rivers. However, he could not help but feel a little resentful. Going to the other extreme and causing my reputation to be ruined. Is that good? Chun Pingon was not worried about his reputation being damaged, or anything. After all, it was an external matter. However, there were still some simple-minded children on the mountain. If they saw that foul travel book, wouldn't they be heartbroken? He reckoned that when he returned to his hometown in the future, there would be a girl who would have even more reason to avoid him. Cui Dong smiled and said, Your reputation is still better than Shanjunwei pies. Chun Pingon opened his eyes and was a little worried. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Chui Dong said, "You'll know once you see it. No need to ask me." Chun Pingon used his saber to support himself and tried to sit up. His hands were no longer hidden in his sleeves. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks hard to dispel the heavy sleepiness. He asked, "How did the trip to Calligraphy Lake feel?" A narrow saber stood on top of the city wall by itself. Chui Dong turned his head again and looked at the cautious young man. He smiled and did not answer the question. The silver lining in the misfortune is that we still have time. Chun Pingon's question was a small question that Chui Dong had asked the young mountain chieftain when he went to Luo Pa Mountain to rub salt into the wound. Chui Dong's answer was a sentimental remark made by the Dali imperial tutor. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and stood up. In the snowy night, the sky was dim and the earth was dark. It was as if there were only two people in this vast wasteland. Finally, they were no longer trapped in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Even if the Dali imperial tutor beside him had set up the questioning heart game at Calligraphy Lake, this scholar still came from the vast world, from the lineage of the sage of literature, from his hometown. There was no paper or pen when they met on horseback. They could only rely on their master to pass on a message saying that they were safe. It was a pity that Chui Dong did not seem to be willing to talk about the vast world. Chun Pingon also did not think that forcing it would be of any use. Chui Dong said casually, "If your heart is as calm as a Buddha, it will make people unable to write the words of immortals in books. Therefore, your lineage of the sage of literature can't rely on you when it comes to writing words." Chun Pingon said softly, "It's not you, it's we." Chui Dong did not seem to hear this. He did not dwell on the words we and we. He only said to himself, "In the study room, Li Baoping and Chao Qinglang will be more promising. There is hope that they can become the pure and mellow scholars in your hearts. However, in this way, before they really grow up, others will have to work harder to protect them. You cannot slack off for even a moment." Chun Pingon stretched out a finger and gently pressed against the white jade hairpin that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know what mysteries were hidden in it. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Pingon was still not in a hurry to open the small cave restriction of the white jade hairpin to see the inside story. He loosened his hair again and put the white jade hairpin back into his sleeves. 2 daggers slid out from his sleeves. Chun Pingon subconsciously held them in his hands. There was no need to suspect Chui Dong's identity. However, Chun Pingon was used to using a certain thing, a certain thought, or a certain action to calm his mind. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would not be able to control his mind. His state of mind would be like the scene of wild grass and heavy rain. This would cause his mind to be muddy and waste a lot of his mind and spirit for nothing. Suddenly, he realized that Chui Dong was staring at him. Chun Pingon said, "Baoping has to wear red clothes since she was young. I have been paying attention to this for a long time. In the 2 letters that I asked someone to pass on to her in the early years, there was a reminder. The 2 letters mentioned this matter. One was for Nyeshin to pass to Ning Yao. The other was for Chun Pingon to pass to the future mountain master of Luapa Mountain, his student Chao Qinglang. Then Chao Qinglang and Li Shishin would take the initiative to talk about this matter." Chui Dong said, "That's all?" Clearly, in Chui Dong's opinion, Chun Pingon had only done half of it. It was far from enough. Chun Pingon was puzzled. Chui Dong was slightly displeased. He made an exception and reminded Chao Qinglong's name. Chun Pingon frowned. What was he trying to do? Observing the body but not the body, mirroring the water and the moon. Observing the heart without shape, bright and clear. Chui Dong shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 bright moons in the sky. He said slowly, in an emergency, with a strong reflection, the clouds disperse and the sun shines brightly in the clear sky. I thought that after traveling away from home for so many years with a student named Qing Leng by your side, the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the Buddhist saint guarding the sky screen, you would have read up to this point. I really don't know what you have read after reading so many books. Chun Pingan seemed to have understood something. He did not care about Cui Dong's strange words. Cui Dong retracted his gaze and shook his sleeves. He sneered, sweeping away all traces. The moment is cool and refreshing. The true nature is deep and profound, like still water, tranquil and pleasant to the spirit, invincible. As long as you have read about this in the books, even if you know a little about the true meaning, there is no need to say that you can't get through it. So, what if your state of mind is like porcelain and broken? Isn't it a good thing? The predecessors used words to pave the way. You just have to walk in big strides, looking from the water, lowering your head to see the broken and round moon in the water, raising your head to see the original moon. It is even brighter. The hidden official, on the other hand, is in a daze. What a good way to say that it is dark under the light. Amazing. Otherwise, as long as you have such thoughts, you would have reached the realm of jade by now. Inner demons? Even if you beg it to come, it might not come. Chun Pingan muttered in his heart, I'm not King crazy. I can read all kinds of books, remember everything, and know everything. If I know, I can even understand the true meaning. If you were my age, it would be hard to say who would be scolding who here. Cui Dong had a playful expression as he glanced at the bright red robe with disheveled hair. It was as if he was saying, why, after being the hidden official for a few years, are you used to floating on the city wall? Chun Pingan immediately said, it's not too late to understand these Buddhist verses now. Good things are not afraid of being late. Chun Pingan learned a lot from Cui Dongshan when it came to understanding other people's thoughts. Chun Pingan suddenly remembered that Xiu, who was much smarter than Chun Pingan at his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been regarded as the vice hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple. He was already Xiu whose, Cui Dong said, so as we wanted to bring you back to the vast world. However, he was pestered by Xiao Chua and couldn't leave. Chun Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't come. Otherwise, senior brother, Swiss trip would be fraught with danger. Cui Dong looked at the 100,000 mountains in the south. The world has always been like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have the heart, but you don't have the strength. It doesn't make much difference whether you are a mountain dweller or not. Ordinary teachers have things that ordinary teachers can't do. Cultivators have things that they can't do. That's why you missed a lot. Chun Pingan asked, for example? Cui Dong said, a lot. Cui Dong said again, a lot. Previously, Lu Cha asked the sun and moon sword in South Pasua continent. The previous hidden official Xiao Chua killed the ascendant realm Sun Yuan in Tongyi continent. Bai also went to Fuyao continent. One person with 4 immortal swords, he challenged several sovereigns. After the contract was broken, Wang Zhu successfully went to Aquarius continent and became the first true dragon in the human world. Old Yang opened the ascension stage again. The sword cultivators of northern Reed continent went south to reinforce Aquarius continent. Old Master sat on the peak of Sway Mountain and suppressed moon supporting Mountain Grand Ancestor. The Sage of Rights guarded vast world from the sky. After that, there were many other major events that were too much for the eyes to take in. Among them, the small Aquarius continent had the most strange people and events. It was the most shocking. Now, there was still the secondary sage holding up the moon supporting mountain. Cui Shi's mountains and rivers were inverted as he stood on the great wall of Sword Chi, resonating with it from afar. In the past, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's 2 lineages fought against each other. However, when the battle ended, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage, and the Confucian sage's lineage worked together. It could be considered as a gentleman's fight. Chun Pingon squatted on top of the city wall, holding onto his saber with both hands. So what if I miss it? What can I do? Chui Dong laughed. You can drown your sorrows in alcohol. Since Bookworm is not here, the joy of drinking was the tranquil state of drunkenness. Alcohol could intoxicate people. After a few cups, the alcohol would be as strong as a martial artist of the 11th realm, causing people to shed layers of armor. Those who were good at drinking were wine immortals. Drunkards who indulged in drinking could allow people to ascend to the immortal and ghost realms. That was Wai Xiao, who once said that alcohol was the most invincible in the human world. Chun Pingon said, when I was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, regardless of whether I drank in the city or on top of the city wall, senior brothers would never said anything. Chui Dong sneered. Don't say such tough words in front of me. If you have the ability, say it as well. So, Chun Pingon pursed his lips. I dare to say it. Don't talk about drinking. It was not hard for senior brothers to lower his head and admit his mistake, as long as Mr. was by his side. Chui Dong asked, You haven't made your decision yet? Chun Pingon said, I'll think about it again. Anyway, good things are never too late. Chui Dong did not say any more sarcastic words because he could understand the young man's state of mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown but did not dare to. Chui Dong once had such complicated thoughts, which was why the invitation to return to hometown was kept on the desk by the late Emperor of Dali. It was better not to return to one's hometown. Chui Dong seemed to express his feelings looking at this strange and vast world. There is a limit to what a person can do. No matter who it is, there will always be a boundary. Words, actions, and thoughts, there is no exception. You can break the rules around you, big and small. It seems free and pure, but in fact, it is not. Since order cannot be rebuilt, disorder itself is a kind of great imprisonment, far from being truly free. You can't really do whatever you want. You can't make the world disappear with a flip of your hand, but you can raise the world with a raise of your hand. That is great freedom. Even if all things in the world become one, you can't use one to create all things. That is still not true freedom. Chui Dong stomped his foot lightly. You can destroy an ant's nest with one step. Children can still do it. What's so great about that? It's the opposite. Chui Dong raised a finger on his right hand and tapped the back of his left hand lightly. Do you know how many small worlds you can't even imagine have disappeared in an instant? Chui Dong smiled playfully. Who told you that only spirits and sentient beings are the head of all things in the world? If it wasn't for a certain great Tao under my feet, I wouldn't dare to, and I wouldn't be able to go far. Otherwise, there would be another 15th state in the world that could change the world. You might say that the patriarchs of the three sects won't let me have my way. What if I become the vice hierarch of the Confucian Temple first, and then go beyond the heavens? Or I might as well cooperate with Jia Sheng from the inside. Chun Pingon knew what Chui Dong was talking about. Porcelain people. They knew poems and songs, knew how to play chess, knew how to cultivate, knew how to ponder over the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They knew how to feel joy and sorrow. They could freely change their state of mind and cut off their emotions. They seemed to be no different from humans, but they were even more inhuman than real cultivators. Because they were born with Tao hearts, they disregarded life and death. They seemed to be puppets that were easily broken, and their fates were in the hands of others. But in the past, how did the high and mighty God spirits view the human race on the ground? An inestimable what if would change the world. Furthermore, they would rise faster than the human race, and the human race would be destroyed even faster. Chun Pingon asked carefully, Has the Aquarius continent been defended? Chui Dong laughed it off. He was asking the obvious. Chun Pingon did not ask any more questions. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. Chui Dong felt that he had said most of what he wanted to say. At that moment, Chui Dong suddenly did not know what to say. After all, the person beside him was not his junior brother Jun Qian, but his half-junior brother Chen Pingan. Jun Qian was not distracted. She liked to listen, but Chen Pingan thought too much. He liked to listen and would remember and chew on it. But Chui Dong was unhappy. Lin Shi dared to question him. "Aren't you good at talking? You just tricked the old scholar into siding with you, and now you want to be a taciturn person?" Chen Pingan seemed to have a tacit understanding and said, "All these years, I have scolded you a lot." He spoke halfway. "I have hit you a lot." In any case, his student Chui Dong Shan could be considered half a Chui Dong. Chui Dong nodded his head, as though he was satisfied with the answer. It was rare for him to acknowledge Chen Pingan. It was the first time he called the young man by his name. "Chen Pingan, don't think that we are the only ones working for the world. That is not the case, far from it. Just like you have indeed done some things, there is nothing to deny. But in my eyes, Chen Pingan, as the last disciple of the sage of literature, as a scholar of the world, it is only right and proper for him to do things that are beyond the book. And I know that this is for the sake of a clear conscience. In the future, when you suffer losses, don't ask for more from the world. There is no need. Other than the heroic deeds, in addition to the merits and demerits that are destined to be recorded in the annals of history, you also have to think about the lives and deaths of those who do not even have a name, just like the Great Wall of Sword Chi that has stood here for 10,000 years. It should not only remember those sword immortals with outstanding killing power." Chui Dong looked into the distance. The wind and snow made way for him. Chui Dong used all his strength to look at the distant moon supporting mountain. It was as if he saw many years ago. There was a scholar in a foreign land, laughing and talking about the world with a gray-robed elder. The latter said to the scholar, "Please go to the highest place. Go to a place that is more knowledgeable than the ancestors of the three sects, and help me see what the true great freedom is." Zhou Mi bowed and answered with 4 words, "I dare not disobey." Chui Dong looked up at the sky. "Is the world at peace?" "It is probably at peace." "Then can I sit back and relax?" "I don't think so." Chui Dong gathered his thoughts. Chen Pingan raised his hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, casting a mountain and river spell to casually tie up his hair, as if there was a ring around his hair. Chen Pingan raised his eyebrows, high-spirited, and no longer looked down. "I have thought it through. I want to move the mountain." In the prison of the past, Chen Pingan once said to an ascendant realm otherworldly demon, "We want to become strong. We want to do something for the world. We want to do something for no one else but ourselves." Chui Dong smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if I become a sword servant or a scabbard after a sword strike. I will not stop falling. It is up to me. I want to ask the sword to hold the moon mountain. I beg senior brother to protect me." Chui Dong nodded and said, "Very good." In an instant, Chen Pingan seemed to have been immobilized. The next moment, Chen Pingan had no power to fight back. He was hit by Chui Dong's strange spell and fainted on the spot. Chui Dong sat aside, and a tall woman appeared beside him out of thin air. After seeing Chen Pingan safe and sound, she seemed a little surprised. She squatted down and reached out to stroke Chen Pingan's eyebrows. She looked up and asked the embroidered tiger, "Why?" Chui Dong patted his knees with his hands and said leisurely, "This is the last conscience game. Whether the student can surpass the master or not depends on this." "746. In the snowy night, a man in a bright red robe casually opened the mountain water restriction and walked out of a cave. He stood at the door and turned his head to look. The words Zhaohua Cave were engraved on the cliff. Luhua Island? The Zhaohua Cave that once had an Ascendant Realm monster? Looking into the distance, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. The snowflakes were as big as a mat. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. It was already 1,000 miles, white in the snow, and the moon was very round. Chun Pingon had 3 dreams before, and then he woke up. Did he wake up, or did he just enter the dream? When Chun Pingon opened the door, ripples surged. The immortal mansion on the sea, which was always in a state of panic, immediately sensed something strange. Sword light and treasure light lit up one after another, breaking the night sky. In a few blinks of an eye, they rushed to the Zhaohua cave from different directions, and more than a dozen cultivators surrounded them. Chun Pingon immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the robe. The bright red robe instantly became the same color as the white snow, and then covered his face with the skin of a young man. Chun Pingon reached out to catch the snowflake, as if he needed to use it to confirm whether he was still in the dream. The cultivators formed a formation, as if facing a great enemy. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator was floating in the air on his sword. He was the leader in the middle, and his expression was dignified. He was afraid that the hidden monster who roamed the sea and committed crimes was going to stake everything here. In these years, the number of immortal mansions and sects on the sea was even more than during the war. It was those monster cultivators who hid in the sea from the land of the 5 continents. There were 2 young men and women beside the old laurel. They were also sword cultivators. It was a pity that they weren't an immortal couple. The 3 sword cultivators had a jade seal tied with a long golden tassel on their waists. It was an ancient seal script with water patterns, and a pocket flying sword was carved on it. It had been many years since he saw so many people at once. It actually made Chun Pingon a little uncomfortable. He held the snowflake, and his palm was cool. Chun Pingon had already recognized the origin of the 3 sword cultivators. They were foreigners from Luhua Island. According to the jade seal shape, they should be the direct disciples of the sect pedigree of the South Hassa continent. Chun Pingon was able to deduce a lot of things based on the appearance of the 3 people tonight. Luhua Island and the Rain Dragon sect were key points that connected the old site of the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent. However, there was only one nascent soul realm cultivator guarding the island, and he had crossed the sea from the South Saw continent. Could it be said that the world was really peaceful? Therefore, not only did the South Saw continent successfully defend its mountains and rivers, but after the war ended, it still had the strength to transfer cultivators across the sea to guard it. In that case, how long had he dreamt for? Where were the demons of the upper 5 realms? Could it be that they had all been annihilated by the boundless heaven? Otherwise, important places like the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island would definitely be guarded by at least 2 or 3 cultivators with outstanding killing power. If it was in the final stage, it wouldn't be too much for the Ascendant Realm cultivators to take the lead, and 20 to 30 Upper Realms cultivators to block the path of the monster race. Just as Cui Dong had said, he had missed out on a lot, but the world was finally stable. The 3 sword cultivators all noticed that the young man's gaze had become gentle, especially when he looked at the 3 of them. It was especially intimate. This caused the young female sword cultivator to subconsciously lean closer to the old man. The sneaky young man was born with good looks, but he was unexpectedly a playboy. He was tall and slender with a jade hairpin on his head. He wore a white robe, but his body was slightly hunched. He looked like a golden core realm cultivator. The old nascent soul realm sword cultivator still didn't dare to let his guard down. He asked, in a slightly unfamiliar language of the Central Plains, "Who are you?" The young man replied in Tong Yezhou's language with a smile. Tong Yezhou, second-class guest of the Jade Gui sect, Chao Mo. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I've been fascinated by the Fortune Cave for a long time. I wanted to sneak in and out, but I couldn't resist and accidentally triggered the restriction. An old man from Luhua Island immediately asked in Tong Yezhou's language, "Since you're a guest of the Jade Gui sect, have you ever been to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Chun Pingon was waiting for this. He nodded and said, "Of course, I have visited all 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave. When he was in the Summer Palace, he would occasionally read all kinds of secret files that had been sealed for a long time. So he was not unfamiliar with Tong Yejo and Jade Gui sect." The old man from Luhua Island smiled and said, "Since immortal Master Chow has visited the Cloud Cave blessed land, then you should know that there is a stall at the Rotten Rope Pavilion at the Cloud Gate Ferry all year round. What do you sell outside the pavilion?" "What do you want me to sell?" Chun Pingon raised his hand, and a jade bamboo folding fan appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the palm of his hand and sneered. "As an honored guest, you would also visit the Rotten Rope Pavilion that cheats outsiders for a few pieces of snow? I can't afford to lose face like this. When I visited the Cloud Cave blessed land, I only went to Huangheji to drink 3 bowls of moonlight wine, and then went to Yunding Peak to sleep. At dawn, I used a white reed broom to sweep the clouds, and I collected the clouds into my sleeves. Without the restriction of 1 caddy, I only collected 3 caddies each time, and the price was 40% off. Are you jealous?" The old man from Luhua Island was so scared that he almost believed him, especially this young cultivator from Tong Yejo. The old man felt that he was not unfamiliar with the arrogance of this young man. In the early years, all the immortal masters from Tong Yejo were like this. They were so arrogant that it made people want to punch them in the face. The younger they were, the more their eyes were above their eyebrows. But now, among the cultivators from Tong Yejo, most of them had gone to the 5th world. The old Yuanying of Dameng Shui said in his mind, "Huqin, make sure that he is not a monster first." The disciple named Huqin on the side obeyed his master's order, and immediately took out an ancient mirror. The young man silently chanted the incantation, holding the mirror with one hand and making a gesture with the other, and gently stroked the surface of the mirror. There were 2 circles of inscriptions engraved on the ancient mirror. 2 strings of golden words began to rotate, shining with colorful light. "Ancient mirror reflects the true spirit. The body element is pure. The moon reflects the truth, and a bright moon contains the true spirit. All things in the world cannot be hidden." Chun Pingon was still tapping his palm with the folding fan. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was the plain moon mirror, one of the 6 Howren demon-revealing mirrors. Judging from the ripples of the young cultivator's mind and aura, as well as the signs of the thunder art, he should be using one of the unorthodox thunder arts, which was specially used to suppress and defeat the demon clan and the spirits of the mountains and lakes, as well as to kill the strange ghosts and evil spirits in the temples. The young sword cultivator raised his arm high, and the ancient mirror in his hand shot out a bright light, which shrouded the young man in white clothes at the entrance of the Cave of Fortune. Chun Pingon looked calm, but he just gently clenched the jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. In the eyes of those cultivators, the young man did not move at all, and just let the white mirror light shine on his body. White clothes like snow, young man, beautiful and elegant. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, your Suyu ancient mirror has actually been used by your master as a smokescreen. Your real body is the higher grade macaque ancient moon mirror, right? This is a magic treasure that can be used as a half-immortal weapon. If I were a jade unpolished realm monster, I would not be able to hide my real body. No wonder fellow Taoist is only a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. But you can train here. It turns out that you have a great treasure in your hand, and you have a card up your sleeve. Fellow Taoist is young, but you are already a direct sword cultivator of the Great Yao River, and you also have such a magic treasure that can both attack and defend. I, Chow, will treat you as a Jindan realm cultivator. Only when you become a Jindan realm cultivator can you be considered as a Jindan realm cultivator." Chun Pingon smiled and cupped his fist. At the same time, he said sarcastically, "Fishing the moon in the water in my dream, and visiting the ancient macaque ancient moon mirror in person, The young Dragon Gate realm cultivator put away the ancient mirror. The old Jindan realm cultivator of Luhua Island said, helplessly, "There is really no chance left in our cave of fortune." The young man seemed to have a straightforward temperament. He said frankly, "If I don't see it with my own eyes, I will not give up." The old Jindan realm cultivator said, "Immortal Master Chao sneaked into Luhua Island without permission and triggered the restriction of the Cave of Fortune. You have broken the rules of our sect, so you need to go to the ancestral hall." The young man smiled and said, "I have asked the questions, and the demon-revealing mirror has also shown, so there is no need to go to the ancestral hall for tea." The old Yuanying realm cultivator from the great Yao River of the South Hassa continent said, "You have broken the rules once, and I advise Immortal Master Chao to follow the rules again. When we send a message to the Divine Seal Peak and get a reply, we will let you go. Before that, Immortal Master Chao might as well stay in Luhua Island for a few days." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "I am just a guest of the Yugui sect, and the name Chao Mo is not on the Divine Seal Peak's landscape register. When the chaos broke out, I couldn't go to the fifth world, so I had to hide. Now that the world is peaceful, I dare to travel down the mountain." None of the cultivators were in a good mood. From the previous vigilant look, they now looked at Chao Mo with undisguised disdain. How could the stubborn Yugui sect accept such a guest? "Is he a guest of the Tong Yi sect?" the female sword cultivator said. "Where is the guest's token?" The young man blinked his eyes and said, "Sect leader Jiang of the Yugui sect invited me, and Lu Feng, to go to the Divine Seal Peak to help. I was afraid of death, so I didn't dare to go. So I sent a message to the Yugui sect and returned the precious jade." The old Jindan realm cultivator from Luhua Island was slightly surprised. Sword Immortal Lu didn't die. The young man seemed to regret his words and stopped talking, but the two groups of cultivators stared at him. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Lu Feng once traveled with me to the lotus flower blessed land. We both cultivated at the Bird's Eye Peak, but I left the blessed land earlier." The old Jindan realm cultivator was obviously very familiar with the Yugui sect and the Tong Yi continent. At this moment, he began to communicate with the three sword cultivators from the great Yao water through telepathy. The old golden cork cultivator finally said, "One last question. Immortal Master Chao, may I trouble you to tell me about Sword Immortal Lu? Please tell me everything you know. Also, you must be careful with your words. Sect Master Jiang, Sword Immortal Lu, and I have drunk at the same table." The young man was a little annoyed. He turned his head and stretched his neck. "Aren't you guys annoying? Why don't you just beat me to death? Come, come, come. Use your flying swords to chop me. What a great Yao water sword cultivator. You are so arrogant." Sect leader Jiang discussed heroes with Sword Immortal Lu in private. He said that among the sword immortals in the South Saw continent, Chao Shi and the others were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Only the great Yao water elemental sword immortal was worthy of his toast. The expressions of the three great vile water sword cultivators instantly became much friendlier. How could they not be happy that their own sect and their own master could be admired by the sect leader of the Yugui sect? It was just that deep in their eyes there was a bit of sadness. The great Yao water had a total of 5 branches. Not all of them were sword cultivators. Only one branch was passed down from Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu. The old nascent soul stage sword cultivator waved his sleeve. He seemed to feel that this cowardly person was too annoying and should get lost early. Chun Pingon put the jade bamboo folding fan on his waist and once again cupped his fists at the 3 sword cultivators. He left Luhua Island and went to Tongya continent to take a look at the Yugui sect. Jiang Shangzhen was still alive and became the sect leader of the Yugui sect. He was indeed the honorary master of the Luapa Mountain. On Luhua Island, Chun Pingon didn't ask much. He would know what he needed to know. He couldn't stop what he didn't want to hear or know. The great Yao Water nascent soul stage sword cultivator hid his aura and followed him from a distance with a water escape technique. Chun Pingon pretended not to know. But after half an hour, he activated the water word seal, the natal item of the 5 elements, and performed a water-repelling technique. In a flash, he escaped from the nascent soul stage cultivator's sight. The old sword cultivator returned to Luhua Island and said, "It shouldn't be a monster, but we still need to send a message to the Rain Dragon sect and the Yugue sect. Chao Mo hid his strength very well. He is most likely a nascent soul stage cultivator, and he is very good at water techniques. No wonder he can be the guest of the Yugue sect." The female sword cultivator said angrily, "People like him are the most common in Tongye continent. His ability to escape is the best in the world." The old nascent soul stage cultivator of Luhua Island sighed. "To be honest, cowardly people hiding in the mountains are better than those bastards who rely on monsters and do evil." The old sword cultivator sneered. "Tongye continent is so big, but most of them ran away. They deserve to be infiltrated by the cultivators of the Baoping continent. And they still have the face to quarrel with the Confucian temple in Zhongtu. If I were the sage of the Confucian temple, I would have slapped them." Chun Pingon walked on the sea, and the wind and snow came again. In the vast wind and snow, he stood alone. He looked around and suspected that he was in the Jade capital. Chun Pingon immediately took out an item that was close to him. There was nothing to worry about. It was a gift from Chui Dong, and there was no restriction on it. After looking around and confirming that there were no cultivators spying on them, Chun Pingon took off the white jade hairpin. Chun Pingon racked his brains, but he did not expect this to happen. When he was immersed in it, he found a group of children living in the broken cave. They were all potential sword immortals. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old, and the younger ones were 4 or 5 years old. These children were very familiar with each other. After all, in the small cave inside the white jade hairpin, they depended on each other. The small cave did not have a large area. Although it was small, it had everything. In addition to houses, there were mountains and rivers, plants, pots and pans, firewood, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and everything else. There was even a dragon-slaying cliff that was used to sharpen flying swords. It was the size of a pillar outside the mountain temple and was priceless. Chun Pingon just happened to take out one of the talisman boats and ferries from within the talisman boat, because there was a total of 3 ferries and a sunstream boat within it. Chun Pingon chose a relatively simple talisman ferry. It could accommodate 30 to 40 people. Chun Pingon brought the children out of the small cave and fixed the white jade hairpin. A boy with his hands behind his back raised his head and frowned slightly. "Who are you? Where is the hidden official?" "I am Chun Pingon." Chun Pingon squatted on the ground and rubbed his glabella. "Tell me your name." "5 boys, Higu, Ching Chaolu, Bai Xian, Yu Jianhui, Yu Qingzong. For girls, He Xiangding, Yao Xiaoyan, Nailan Yuji, Sun Chunwang. 7 sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, 2 cave realm sword cultivators by Xian Yu Jianhui." Chun Pingon said, "Firstly, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your hometown. I will teach you the 2 elegant sayings of Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent every day." Higu crossed his arms and said angrily, "Why can't I tell you about my hometown? Are you embarrassing yourself? Master Hidden Official, if I knew earlier, I would have placed you at the bottom." "What elegant sayings, I don't care to learn." Luckily, he had thrown Old Deaf from the 10-peak sword deities to the side and replaced him with the young Master Hidden Official whose cultivation was not high. Yu Jianhui nodded his head gently and spoke like an old man. "Us sword cultivators, our words are all about the sword." Chun Pingon did not care about the children's complaints and continued. "Secondly, train your sword well in the future. That's all. Just 2 requests. You. Higu was unhappy and stared. What? That's all? How can you be master hidden official? The elders in my family all say that you are scheming and have a clever mind, especially when you don't study well, and are the best at cheating people. You can even participate in the discussions of the 10 peak sword deities, and you are the only one who is not a sword deity. My mother asked what you rely on, and my father said, what else can you rely on? You rely on your mouth that can cheat people to death. Why are you so quiet today? Don't tell me you're a fake hidden official? Don't study well, and are the best at cheating people? My wine shop is famous for its fair prices, and I do not cheat the old or the young. My house is famous for everyone earning money, and everyone can get a share of the spoils. Chun Pingon stood up and smacked him with a chestnut. The little troublemaker hugged his head, but he was not angry, and instead nodded his head. His young face was filled with gratification. No wonder my father said that the second shopkeeper is a damn scholar and changes his face faster than flipping a book. Seems like you are really master hidden official. Chun Pingon laughed involuntarily. He must have lost the bet and not the fake one, so don't blame me. Chun Pingon thought for a while. Also call me Chow and Mo in the future. It is an alias or Master Chow. I will be your sword protector for the time being. In the future, when you follow me to my hometown, whether you enter my sect or not, it will be up to fate. These children who had traveled far away from home, and many of them were heartbroken from parting with their loved ones, and were slowly enjoying themselves in the white jade hairpin. They were leaving their hometown, but they were returning to their hometown. Then let's give each other a high five, and let's go. Let's get to know each other. Chun Pingon's eyes were gentle, and he bent down, extended his hand, and gave each of the children a high five. Some of the children kept a straight face, standing where they were, and did not raise their hands or high fives, but Chun Pingon did not mind. Chun Pingon stood at the end of the ferry, and while driving the talisman boat, which was not too high above the sea, he had a headache. Originally, he thought that he would be traveling alone in the Tongya continent, but he did not expect that it would be such a noisy scene. Some of the children were leaning on the railing, whispering to each other. Some of them had already sat cross-legged and began to nourish their flying swords. What a big water! I can't see the end of it. How deep do you think it is? If the great wall of our hometown was thrown here, would we be standing on the surface of the water or under the water? Ask the hidden official. Ask Chow Mo. He is very knowledgeable. The talisman boat sailed across the sea, during which Chun Pingon saw a group of pearl divers from Luwa Island. So he cast a camouflage spell on the talisman boat and took a detour. But this talisman boat was too expensive. Chun Pingon raised his head and looked over, hoping to pass by a cross-continent ferry that went from west to east. Compared to riding a talisman boat to travel across the sea, the latter was obviously more cost-effective. Moreover, since this group of children came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with people outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The ferry was relatively safe, so it was actually a very good choice. Unfortunately, Chun Pingon did not expect to see a ferry passing by. After all, the Tongya continent was too isolated in history, and there was no such thing. Chun Pingon took out the blade's strengthening gourd, tied it to his waist, and patted the wine pot gently. Old man, we finally meet again. Then he put the jade bamboo folding fan that his student Chui Dongshan gave him on his waist. Sitting at the bow of the boat, he asked the children about the situation inside the white jade hairpin. The little girl named Nailan Yuji had a clear voice. She poured out the beans from a bamboo tube and spoke tirelessly about herb cultivation over the years. The flow of time was slow inside, but fast outside. It was really a different world. So in fact, these 9 children did not practice swordsmanship for a long time in this small broken world. Chun Pingon was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, "Tonight, do we want to eat stewed fish?" The taste of sea fish is still different from the taste of river fish. Higu was not shy with strangers, so he said casually, "I don't really want to, but we can make do." Yuxia added, "Being a hidden official is not domineering at all. Why don't you just give orders directly?" The child added, "There are no outsiders here, so I don't need to call you Chow, Mo." Chen Pingon smiled. Yuxia immediately raised his hands. "You are too polite." "Okay, okay, okay, Chow, Mo, Master Chow, Grandpa Chow, okay?" "Oh." Chun Pingon sighed. Why does it feel like Li Huai was with him in the past? Chun Pingon activated his water arts and conjured a fishing rod that seemed to be made of jade. He then used a wisp of martial arts shinchi to congeal a fishing line and a fishing hook. Without any bait, he threw the fishing rod far away into the sea. Then he closed his eyes and focused, using the slight vibration of the thin fishing line to search for fish in the water. Little Yen praised, "Chow Mo is really immortal." Yuji raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course, otherwise how could my sister be so devoted to Een?" "Master Chow, my sister used all the money she saved to buy the seal, the fan, and the Song of Immortal Sword at the Yen family's shop. She went to the wine shop to drink many times, but she never saw Master Chow. But every time she went home, she was very happy. Grandpa said she was obsessed, but my sister didn't listen to him. She slacked off on her swordsmanship and often secretly practiced calligraphy, copying the inscriptions on the fan." Little Yen said softly, "When can we see Sister Wanwan?" Yuji sighed. "It's hard to say. I only know that my sister went to Inverted Hanging Mountain with Fatty Yen and the others." Chun Pingon opened his eyes, holding the fishing rod with his right hand and the blade-strengthening gourd with his left. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It was the taste of wine that he hadn't tasted in a long time. It was the wine from his shop. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk it in a long time, or maybe it was because he didn't have any pickles to go with the wine, or maybe it was because he didn't have a bowl of green onion noodles waiting for him to eat. So he only took a small sip, but it was so spicy that it almost made him cry. On the road of life, one would meet many passers-by who would never meet again after parting. But in people's hearts, passers-by could be people who stayed for a long time. They would smile, talk loudly, and drink drunkenly at the same table. They would also remind people of someone, and it would be as if that person was looking at them without saying anything. Chun Pingon slowly turned his head and looked at the children who were either chatting or practicing swordsmanship in silence. The dream seemed to be real. It really seemed like a dream. This was probably what the books called, as if a lifetime had passed. Chun Pingon didn't dare to drink too much. He turned his head and shouted at the little sparrows who seemed to have come from the city, "Hey!" The children who were chatting turned their heads in unison. Even the few who were practicing swordsmanship pricked up their ears. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "In the vast world, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will beat them to death." Bai Xian asked, "If you meet an immortal or even an ascendant realm cultivator in the Tongyi continent, you definitely can't beat them." This child liked to put his hands behind his back and pretend to be an adult. Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. Among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, there were most likely no ascendant realm cultivators. As for immortals, whether or not he could beat them, he could let them try. However, since the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who stayed in the Tongyi continent didn't leave back then and survived, they were all well-deserved heroes or formidable people. Don't fight if you can. Harmony breeds wealth. When Chun Pingon didn't need to merge with half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he lost his reliance and broke free from the cage at the same time. As for how Chui Dong did it, only God knew, because Chui Xion's sewing technique carried the true name of the great demon. Chun Pingon had been practicing martial arts. He was everywhere. At all times, he would be suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth, the small world of the human body, the tendons, the bones, the blood, the flesh, the meridians, the chi residents, and then the soul. It was as if the entire small world of mountains and rivers was under a mysterious, heavy pressure without exception. Everything was shaking. Several great grandmasters were mercilessly punching Chun Pingon fiercely to temper his body. This familiar feeling was also a long-lost peace of mind. Therefore, when he opened the mountain and river restriction in the Cave of Fortune, Chun Pingon was careless and couldn't adapt to the chi of heaven and earth. He dropped to the Aurus Core stage. Otherwise, with Chun Pingon's cautiousness, those cultivators wouldn't have been able to detect his whereabouts. From meeting Chui Dong to inexplicably being in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island, everything was strange. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and get used to it. At this moment, Chun Pingon needed to cast a camouflage spell and deliberately pretend to be an Earth Immortal of the Golden Core stage. The white-robed young man raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He raised the blade, strengthening gourd high, and murmured with a smile, "Wine has other uses, there's no need to grow up." Little Yen asked timidly, "Where's the fish?" Chun Pingon suddenly raised the rod and pulled a palm-sized fish out of the water and threw it on the ferry. The children looked at each other. Just this? Not a big fish the size of a hill? Chung Chaolu immediately ran to catch the small fish, but she was called a little dog by her companions. Inside the cave, Chung Chaolu was the one cooking and cooking. Her cooking skills were not bad. Yuxia whispered, "Higu, I still think he's a fake hidden official. Let's take it easy, don't help him count the money after being sold." Many of the children chimed in as they pecked at the rice. Chun Pingon thought of something. He took out a green robe made of fine bamboo threads and put it on. He took off the previous skin and covered it with the skin of a middle-aged man. At the same time, he restrained the chi of a chi cultivator and displayed the chi of a martial artist of the Golden Body stage. He hung the saber at his waist and reached out his hand to condense the water energy into a bamboo hat. He put it on his head. He was the real Chow Mo. Moreover, Chun Pingon's camouflage spell involved the operation of the human body's small world. If one wasn't an immortal, they might not be able to see the truth. Bai Xian sat at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "Fake my ass. Isn't this the hidden official?" How many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword aura change their appearance every day, and even disguise as women to pick up scraps on the battlefield? Siti Yuji nodded and said, "My sister said that the hidden official at that time was gorgeously dressed. He was even more beautiful and feminine than her." Chun Pingon continued fishing. He held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank small sips. He smiled and said softly, "In ancient times, snow filled the courtyard. A guest rode on a horse. His hat was covered in snow. The hero dismounted and entered the hall. Under the reflection of the snow, his face was darker. He drank until he was speechless. He threw down the golden leaf and rode the horse. He fought in the snow and did not stop. He did not know his name." Yuxia waited for a long time, but he did not continue. He began to expose him out of habit and asked, "What about the second fish?" Chun Pingon replied impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." The fish called for its friends and its ancestors. It doesn't take time to travel. Chun Pingon suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance with all his might. Why was his luck so good tonight? Was there really a cross-continent ferry to the Tongya continent? However, before that, it seemed like he had to deal with a cultivator in the immortal realm. She swam from afar and used a secret technique to involve water fate. She helped him to investigate the movements in the water within 100 miles. She probably still could not find Chow Mo, who escaped through the water and did not give up. Then she found the ferry talisman boat. She arrived in the form of a rainbow, but did not land on the ferry. She was more than 100 steps away from the ferry and moved side by side. She reminded Chun Pingan, "You have so many children with you. Be careful on the sea at night." Chun Pingan was stunned. He put down the fishing rod and stood up to cup his fists. He smiled and asked, "Senior, don't you suspect our identity?" The female cultivator in the immortal realm smiled and said, "I have killed all the demons around here. I suspect what you are doing." Chun Pingan did not say anything more. She asked, "Do you really know Jiang Shangjin?" 747. Ching Chaolu and Yao Xiaoyan cleaned up the pot and utensils. One of them really liked this kind of chores, while the other was determined to be a good wife and mother at such a young age. As for practicing the sword, it was no different from eating, drinking, and defecating to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. No one would slack off. It was no different from the scholars at the foot of the mountain who wanted to pass the imperial examinations. It was a matter of course. Chun Pingan stood up and passed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to Ching Chaolu. Then he looked up. It really was a cross-continent ferry that was heading towards the Tongye continent. The shape of the ship was faintly discernible. Spiritual chi lingered around the ferry, as if there were women in colorful clothes on the murals. Their clothes fluttered in the sea of clouds. Chun Pingan focused his eyes and looked closer. Indeed, there were flying dragon ladies, water immortals, and lightning immortals painted on the walls of the ferry using the method of immortals' alchemy books. They were all women's depictions and were vivid and lifelike. Chun Pingan learned from his mistakes at the Cave of Fortune and immediately retracted his gaze. As expected, one of the dragon ladies in the murals seemed to have sensed someone spying on her from afar. In an instant, her gaze wandered, but she couldn't find the talisman boat that was extremely far away. After a while, she retracted the divine light in her eyes and returned to normal, returning to silence. Only the ribbons were still fluttering in the wind, dragging hundreds of feet away. Chun Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat and rubbed his chin. The ferry was an extremely brilliant mountain and river formation. It could help the ferry travel through places with thin spiritual chi or through lightning and rain without being too bumpy. It was beautiful and looked very ethereal. It was also very practical and could naturally suppress the clouds, rain, and lightning. Did the ferry belong to a sect with a majority of female cultivators? Otherwise, gods like the Rain Master, Thunder Lord, and Uncle Yun wouldn't be lacking in those few strokes. They would be painted on the wall, and the effect would only be better. Logically speaking, the Rain Dragon sect should have been reduced to ruins long ago, and all the cultivators were dead. Could it be that the owner of the Water Spirit Palace on the inverted mountain, Yun Qian, didn't take root in the 3 continents and established her own sect and spread her branches? Instead, he brought those cultivators back to the sect and began to rebuild the Rain Dragon sect. Did Yun Qing obtain this ferry by chance, or did he buy it from someone else? Or could it be that this ferry came from the south swirling continent or the even more distant Fuyao continent? So it passed by this place midway? Chun Pingan quickly thought about the sects and immortals of the whirling and Fuyao continents. Chun Pingan was actually no stranger to the cross-continent ferries of the 2 continents. In his early years at Spring Banner House, he had interacted with many ferry managers face-to-face. Chun Pingan was a little hesitant about whether he should drive the talisman boat to approach the cross-continent ferry that was not too fast. He was mainly worried that the inexperienced kids from the Great Wall of Sword Chi would have an accident on the ferry and get into a dispute with the immortal masters. Chun Pingan was not afraid of getting into trouble, but he was afraid that he would be careless and lose control of himself. A pure martial artist who was at the peak of the 9th realm and was at the bottleneck of the mountain peak would lose control of himself. At the end of the day, it was naturally because he could not control himself. Chun Pingon could let a demon cultivator, who came to the city to provoke him, safely return to his hometown in the south, only because the other party did not have any enmity with the vast world. Whether it came to the city to have fun or to seek death, Chun Pingon could use it to relieve his boredom. However, now he might not be able to listen to a few worrisome words from his hometown. He might not be able to withstand one or two worrisome things done by his hometown. He saw that Master Chow was in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman and are distracted?" Yuxia added, "If I were older, I would probably be tempted too. It's human nature." No wonder Master Chow took a few more glances. Anyway, it's a waste not to look. His hands did not touch that big sister's body. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "There are millions of good-looking women. Everything is for the White Bone Temple." The little girl Na Lan actually took out a pen and paper on the spot. She took a breath and wrote down this sentence on the paper. Then, with a shake of her wrist, everything disappeared. Chun Pingon was a little surprised. She was actually a little girl with a good family background. She even had a mind item with her. Nalan Yuxia, surname Nalan. After confirming a little guess in his heart, Chun Pingon could not help but let his thoughts wander 1,000 miles away. The only thing that could cause the river of time to be unable to restrain was probably one's thoughts. The female immortal cultivator, who came in the form of a rainbow, was most likely responsible for patrolling the Rain Dragon Sex Sea region. Chun Pingon actually only saw the scented pouch ornament on her waist that was overflowing with multicolored light, and her red and yellow aura that was like the rising clouds of the morning sun. He had already guessed her identity. She came from the drifting cloud continent and was also the master of the pine, mist-blessed land. She was good at refining all kinds of clouds in the world. She was said to be good friends with the Taixia progenitor Li Yu of the crouching earth peak in the North Continent. Was the world at peace? It seemed so. This was what Cui Dong had said earlier. It was also what Chun Pingon was currently thinking. Chun Pingon had long noticed that there was a problem with his mental state. He was used to thinking too much. On the city wall, he was alone, surrounded by enemies from all directions. Chun Pingon, who was still carrying the burden of being a hidden official, could not help but think too much. Once he thought too much, he would fall into the trap. One careless move would cause him to lose everything. Other than his own death, he would also implicate the direction of the entire world and cause it to deviate slightly towards the wilderness world. Moreover, as long as he did not have to die, how could Chun Pingon bear to die? There were still so many people he wanted to meet. They were scattered all over the world, waiting for him to meet them one by one. Chun Pingon asked, "Do you want to take the cross-continent ferry?" Of the 9 children, other than the 3 who did not like to talk from beginning to end, He Xiangting Yu Qingzong and Sun Chanwang, the rest were all excited. They wanted to experience it and did not even consider the hidden official's money bag. Chun Pingon reminded them, "Other than the 2 points I mentioned earlier, when you get on the ferry, remember to hide your identity as a swordsman. Anyway, as long as you do not cause trouble, there is nothing to worry about. If you want to practice your swordsmanship, you can practice it in the house. If you want to enjoy the scenery, you can go out and enjoy it. There are no taboos." Chun Pingon steered the talisman boat and shot towards the cross-continent ferry. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than 100 miles and caught up with the ferry that was fluttering with colorful ribbons. The 2 ferries were more than 1,000 feet apart. Chun Pingon asked loudly in the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Can we board the ferry?" The cross-continent ferry did respond. The few cultivators on the mountain who went out to enjoy the scenery quickly returned to their residences without the ferry saying anything. Then, around the railings of the ferry, mist rose to a height of more than 10 feet. When the mist dissipated, long talisman swords appeared. They were made of green bamboo and looked very green. Moreover, The swords were engraved with Dan script. They were written in the Tao of Talisman and were used to slay demons. The key was that the thousands of talisman swords were made of green bamboo produced by the Bamboo Sea Cave. It was filled with Tao and was naturally superior to the spirits of mountains, rivers, lakes, and lakes. Although it was not close to the 10 ancestral bamboos of the Green Immortal Mountain, such a large number of green bamboo talisman swords must be very expensive. It was definitely not something that any cross-continent fairy could buy and refine into such precious talisman swords. Moreover, the Bamboo Sea Cave rarely sold their green bamboo to the outside world. Even if they allowed their green bamboo to rot and turn into green mud, they would never make money from it. Then there was only one possibility left. The lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, who had never left the cave and never appeared in the world, had sold the vast amount of green bamboo from the Bamboo Sea Cave at a low price. She might even have given it to the Confucian temple in the central region. Therefore, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely travel to the Bamboo Sea Cave. The cross-continent ferry was filled with sword chi, and the world was austere. In the past, the cross-continent ferry to the inverted hanging mountain was mostly staffed by earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were good at killing. There were even cultivators of the upper 5 realms who helped to escort the goods, just in case. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry showed up one by one. They had graceful figures and were about 3 to 4 feet tall. Each of them held a talisman sword made of green bamboo and of a higher grade. The tip of the talisman sword was pointed at the talisman boat. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a warrior. He wore a bamboo hat and a green robe. A narrow saber hung from his waist, and a wine pot was tied to his waist. On the cross-continent ferry, the cultivators and most of the passengers were looking at the talisman boat that appeared out of nowhere. The group of children had nothing to look at. Most of their attention was on the man. Chun Pingon raised his hand and smiled. I can let the green bamboo talisman sword cut my palm and use it to verify my identity before boarding the boat. He sighed and said, not domineering at all. Yuxia nodded and said, very cowardly. A ferryman in a black robe stood at the front of the boat. He held a pair of iron maces in his hands. He had a big beard but a small face. He looked scholarly, but his words were simple and concise. He only said 3 words, get lost. Chun Pingon raised his hand high. He held a grain rain coin between his fingers and said, I don't lack money. The ferryman said, 1 sword in your palm and 1 in between your eyebrows. Are you willing? Chun Pingon nodded and said, it's okay. It's okay. But please be careful with your strength. Don't break it. Chun Pingon chuckled and added, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. It's too harmful to the virtue of the underworld. We are all real immortal masters. Don't learn from the wild cultivators. The painted dragon girl seemed to have received the ferryman's order. She really did send out 2 swords. The sword light suddenly cut through the night sky and then suddenly disappeared. After she kept the sword, she looked down. On the tip of the sword, there were 2 beads condensed by blood. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. The 2 drops of blood from the man in the bamboo hat's palm and between his eyebrows shattered. A woman in a colorful dress with the appearance of a water immortal and the aura of an earth deity condensed the blood again with a secret technique. Obviously, she did not notice anything strange. She held the bamboo, sword upside down with the dragon girl. Perhaps this was a sign of goodwill to the man in the bamboo hat. After all, the other party's action was very sincere. Handing over the blood to an alchemist for verification was not as simple as handing over a customs document. Chun Pingon waved his hand and took the 2 drops of blood into his palm. The ferryman's expression became more amiable. He asked, where did you guys come from? Chun Pingon chose to answer telepathically. After I learned that the Liuxia continent's senior Song Yi's Dao was boundless and had already wiped out the demon race that caused chaos, the Rain Dragon Sect's territory could be said to be peaceful and peaceful. There were no more hidden dangers. I took the juniors of my sect out to sea and visited Luhua Island to see if I could find any opportunities along the way. As for my sect, let's not talk about it. Those who left have gone to the fifth world. There are not many old people left. The ferryman's heart tightened. Good Lord, it's actually a nascent soul cultivator pretending to be a pure martial artist. Damn it, it's most likely that cultivator from the Tong Yi continent. He's either a military cultivator or a sword cultivator. Otherwise, his physique would not be so tough as a martial artist. The other party's telepathic thoughts were extremely clear. It was obvious that the 2 layers of mountain and water restrictions on the ferry did not affect his cultivation much. If it was a Jindan Earth Immortal, it would not be difficult for him to hear clearly. It's just that the voice would not be so clear. Chun Pingan's palm lightly patted his green robe. The robe rippled and released waves of green mist. It took the initiative to break through some of the camouflage, revealing the bamboo silk robe on his body. It came from the Azure Immortal Mountain. Lu Yuzhou, who took the Osmanthus Island to the Yuanwan Mansion, wore a bamboo silk robe back then. This type of robe also had the reputation of cool land and summer resort, especially Qi cultivators who cultivated the wood and water Dao. Their preference for the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe was no less than the pursuit of the world's cultivators for things that were close at hand. No demon cultivator would wear the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe, unless it was a great demon of the immortal realm with profound Dao. However, with the current mirror hanging in the sky, demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms, especially those of the immortal realm, would not be able to hide their presence once they left the bottom of the sea. The huge mirror hanging high was a legendary mirror for opening makeup. If it was an ascendant realm great demon who was better at hiding its presence, this Tsai fairy could only admit that it was unlucky. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. However, once the great demon's presence was exposed, it would definitely die. There were cultivators stationed at the old site of the Rain Dragon sect to help take revenge. Other than Xiuxia Continent's immortal Tsong, Li, Golden Armor Continent's female sword immortal Song Pin, there was also an ascendant realm cultivator from the Central Divine Continent who personally guarded the Jiaolong Ravine. The steward cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the offense. Please board the ferry." Chun Pingan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "The wind on the mountain is strong. It's better to be safe than sorry." If Chun Pingan showed up with his green robe and bamboo robe first, he probably wouldn't be able to board the ferry tonight. This was the human heart. The steward smiled. He knew how to talk. Chun Pingan asked for 3 rooms from the ferry. Chun Pingan had 1 room for himself, and the girl and boy each had 1 room. Chun Pingan only had 1 request. The rooms had to be adjacent to each other. Immortal money was easy to negotiate. He could name any price. As for whether the Tsai fairy needed to discuss with the guests and vacate 1 or 2 rooms, Chun Pingan could just add more money to compensate the immortal masters. He wouldn't let the immortal masters move for nothing and make things difficult for the fairy. There were the most people with the surname Qian in the world. The matter was handled quite smoothly. Firstly, the immortal money on the mountain was becoming more and more valuable. Secondly, the Tsai fairy also had some intention of giving in. It was true that caution was the parent of business on the mountain. However, the saying, "the wind on the mountain is strong," was even more true. Chun Pingan formed a sword seal with 2 fingers. At the same time, he activated his metal natal item and helped to draw a golden sword pool in the 2 rooms. This was to prevent the idle conversation of the children from being unknowingly spied on by the busybodies on the ferry. Chun Pingan originally wanted to take out a few more talisman and paste them on the windows and doors. However, after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He didn't want the children to be too reserved. The ferry stopped at an immortal ferry at the southernmost end of the Tong Yi continent. It wasn't too far from the Jade Gui sect. Chun Pingon returned to his room and asked for a pot of immortal wine that was unique to the Tsai ferry. After drinking half a pot of wine, he dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a line of words on the table. The river is clear and the sea is clear. The last time he went to the Tong Yi continent, the cross-continent ferry was a treasure-swallowing whale that had several mystic realms. Now, the inverted mountain was gone. It was unknown where Lu Tai was now. If Lu Tai appeared as Lu Kai at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would make Chun Pingon's mental state worse. However, since he had returned to his hometown, Chun Pingon wouldn't shrink back. Chun Pingon habitually pasted a filth-dispelling talisman on the window and began to walk. He had to familiarize himself with the pressure of the great Tao in this world as soon as possible. This was the aftereffect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the wilderness, one would be suppressed. In the vastness, it was the same. For pure martial artists, this was a great thing, not to mention walking or sparring with others. Even every breath was training. However, for cultivators, the situation was more awkward. If Chun Pingon didn't have the foundation of a martial artist, he would probably be lying on the ground with just his identity as a sword cultivator. However, as long as one was familiar with the operation of the great Tao in the vastness, the influence would become smaller and smaller. However, once one fought with one's life, there would still be many accidents. In short, Chun Pingon was now equivalent to half a demon cultivator. He was in the small world of the saints in the vastness. Chun Pingon closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep as he walked slowly. During these years of guarding the door at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had practiced more than 3 million punches. He planned to practice another 500,000 punches before returning to Luapa Mountain. Therefore, the 10 million punches that he didn't even dare to think about before was still very promising. The two groups of children in the 2 rooms didn't go out for the time being, so Chun Pingon continued to walk with peace of mind. At dawn, the Tsai ferry slowly stopped. It said that it would pass by the largest pearl diving field on Luhua Island, and it would stop for 2 hours to buy all kinds of pearls from the cultivators of Luhua Island. As long as the passengers of the ferry held a green bamboo talisman sword, they could go to the temporary immortal ferry in the pearl diving field. However, there would be someone leading the ferry, and no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to board the ferry again. Since he liked to wander around, he might as well go to Tong Yi continent alone. Chun Pingon walked out of the room and went to the bow of the ferry. However, he didn't want to go to the pearl diving field. He just stood at the bow of the ferry and wanted to listen to some cultivators chatting. Earlier, he wanted to buy a few copies of the Shanshui Daily, but the reply from the ferry was very straightforward. If he thought that it was too expensive, the ferry manager could write a copy of the hairpin-style small regular script for him. It was not expensive, just 1 divine coin and Gyu coin. Obviously, they were bullying a cultivator from Tong Yi continent. In the Hara 9 continents, the cultivators of Tong Yi continent were already very famous. Even if he didn't need to go to the pearl diving field to spend the divine coin, there was still something that he could do on the Tsai ferry. The location of the ferry was very particular. Deep below the ferry, there was a water vein in the sea, and there were many fishes in the Li River. If he was lucky, he might even encounter some rare aquatic creatures. However, if he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, he needed to pay extra money. He needed to rent a green bamboo fishing rod that was secretly made by immortals from the ferry, and it cost 1 divine coin for half an hour. Chun Pingon saw that there were already a few fishermen near the railing of the ferry, so he spent 1 divine coin and sat on the railing and cast the fishing rod into the sea. The fishing line was very long, and he didn't need to spend any money to buy a small porcelain bottle of bait. Otherwise, the fairy would be too greedy. Chun Pingon sighed. In the past, Chui Dongshan would often talk nonsense beside him, saying that the words in black and white had a deep meaning, and that each word was a shadow. After so many years, Chun Pingon still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that this saying did have a deep meaning. Chun Pingon raised his head and looked at the night sky. The wind and snow were getting heavier. The sky was tens of millions of miles away from the earth. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and the earth was tens of millions of miles away. Chun Pingon suddenly wanted to go to the sky, to take a look. He could ride the wind, swords, or even the talisman fairy. However, when he thought of the children still on the ferry, Chun Pingon temporarily dismissed the idea. Apart from fishing, Chun Pingon was more concerned about the conversations of the cultivators. However, there wasn't much to talk about. They were all trivial matters and didn't involve the situation of the world. Chun Pingon's biggest worry now was that he was in the fourth dream. It couldn't be the trick of the white paper-blessed land. The most mysterious thing about the white paper-blessed land carefully built by the family was that the sentient beings in the blessed land, although they were all white paper puppets, they were really sentient. They could follow the complicated network and have their own thoughts and actions. They were no different from real people. The only difference was that the paper figurines in the blessed land, even if they were cultivators, had no sense of the passage of time. Therefore, Chun Pingon was of course worried. From the first step he took out of the fortune cave on Luwa Island, the people he saw after that were all white paper. They might even be transformed by a person, and the scenery he saw was the legendary one-leaf vision. The world was vast and boundless. Immersed in it, one would feel like an alcoholic who was half drunk. He wasn't dead drunk, but he wasn't truly sober either. Then there would seem to be someone beside him, smiling and asking if he was drunk, and if he could continue drinking. How could he not feel disappointed? This kind of thing his senior brother Chui Dong could do, not to mention the Dali imperial tutor of the Haren Three Brocade sect, could also do it. Chui Dong and Chui Dongshan, what they were best at was to concentrate on one thing. Once they dispersed their thoughts, they would talk about a few things. Chun Pingon was afraid that all the people around him would suddenly condense into one person and become a white-haired Confucian scholar in a green robe. They had already acknowledged him as their senior brother, but they couldn't beat him, and they didn't dare to scold him. Even if they criticized him in their hearts, they would still be seen through. Wasn't that surprising? A cultivator laughed loudly, suddenly raised his rod, and successfully caught a fish from the Li River. Although it was called a fish, it was actually a big red turtle, the size of a basin, with 4 eyes and 6 legs, and pearls adorned its feet. The man peeled off 6 pearls and then threw the fish back into the sea. Very quickly, a female cultivator on the ferry, dressed in a xiangshui skirt, went to buy the pearls. The cultivator received a small sum of money and was all smiles, high-fiving his good friend beside him. His good friend said that this trip to the Tongyi continent would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Chun Pingon didn't get anything, so he didn't care at all. If his luck was too good, he would feel a little guilty. Another person caught an even older fish. This time, the female cultivator on the colorful clothes ferry bought the whole fish from that person, spending 3 small sums of money. Chun Pingon turned his head and saw that the manager of the ferry was standing not far behind him. He was dressed in a laurel black robe and had an ancient style. The manager introduced himself, Huang Lin, Wusun Lan's second consecrator. Chun Pingon was puzzled. Wusun Lan of the Golden Armor Continent? Since when was there a male consecrator? Wusun Lan produced more than 10 kinds of immortal-colored letter paper. It was famous among the immortal residences and aristocratic families of the Central Plains, and it made a lot of money. This was especially so for the spring tree stationery and Tuan flower stationery. In the early years, they were even sold in the inverted hanging mountain. It was similar to the dragon fairy dress, xiangshui skirt, pearls in the palm, bright moon. As long as an item could become the favorite of female immortal masters and aristocratic ladies, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. As for men, no matter how much they valued money, they would probably spend a lot of money for the woman they liked. On his Luopa mountain, there seemed to be a lack of such exquisite and cute items. Huang Lin said, "Too many people have died." Chun Pingan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists. Huang Lin suddenly laughed. A Qi refinement warrior who dares to bring 9 children out to sea, no matter how afraid of death he is, has a limit. Previously, I stopped you from boarding the ferry and offended you. It is my duty. Please forgive me. Later, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and have someone send you a few pots of wine as an apology. Chun Pingan nodded. Fellow Taoist, Huang is very gracious. Huang Lin dismissed it with a smile and took his leave. When it was time, Chun Pingan returned the fishing rod, returned to the house, and continued to move the poles. Half a month later, there was a commotion everywhere on the ferry. Chun Pingan opened the window and found that he had encountered a mirage. There seemed to be a huge hole at the bottom of the sea, and its breadth formed a large chain of immortal palaces. They stood in the sea of clouds of different heights, sparkling with golden light. It was like an ancient immortal realm, with immortal residences everywhere. On the cloud roads that connected the immortal palaces and attics, there was an endless flow of carriages and horses. Men and women were of ancient appearance, and the people driving the carriages were mostly burly golden men in armor. There was even one of the most majestic palaces, with dozens of yellow cranes circling above it. Chun Pingan sighed with emotion. It was said that the older the divine object, the more effective it was. Ordinary mirages were mostly unobstructed illusions, but this sea market was obviously not like that. The spiritual qi flowed, and the illusion was close to the truth. The colorful clothes fairy seemed to have encountered this mirage before and chose to take a detour without hesitation. However, they did not expect that after taking a detour for more than 100 miles, the mirage kept blocking their path. Some Earth immortal cultivators who did not know the severity of the situation wanted to investigate, but they were stopped by manager Huang Lin, who said that the dying hoe hid very well. Even the immortal cultivators could not find a trace of it after searching for several months. Moreover, the demon was now in the state of Tao scattering, which was similar to the soul of a pure jade realm cultivator. It could no longer suppress the leakage of its Tao Qi and was trapped in the sea market. Ordinary barrier-breaking talismans were useless. Moreover, the big demon's actions today were very likely to show its ferocious nature. It wanted to fight to the death with the ferry before its Tao disappeared. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry appeared one by one, and the green bamboo sword formation was even activated. Flying swords were like rain, breaking through the fog and miasma formed by the hoe. It was like a pocket-sized sword boat. In front of the ferry, a palace covered in clouds appeared out of thin air, and there was even a white rainbow hanging in the air. This caused Huang Lin's expression to change drastically. The white rainbow of the secular world might not be that strange, but the white rainbow here was the aura of a soldier. The hoe really did not want to hide its tracks anymore, and finally went on a killing spree. It was just that he did not know whether his ferry could hold on until the immortal arrived to help. Chun Pingan frowned slightly. According to the sage's word interpretation method, the word rainbow was interpreted as 2 flood dragons, which was why it was placed next to the word insect. Chun Pingan looked over with rapt attention. The white rainbow was indeed split into 2, the male and female of the rainbow. The ancients saw the rainbow as the obscenity of heaven and earth, just like the toad in the ancient moon palace, which belonged to the essence of the moon. Huang Lin stood at the bow of the ferry, and a 1,000-foot-tall Confucian Dharma appeared. Huang Lin's real body used his finger as a knife, and cut open his palm, using his own blood as the material for the talisman's elixir script. When Huang Lin wrote on his palm, the Dharma took control of his hand, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Huang Lin calmed his mind and condensed his qi to write the characters and said loudly, "Celestial official Lu Ding, Minister Jiao Ho." On the 1,000-foot Dharma's palm, 10 large talisman characters appeared. Golden light flowed and shone in all directions. The fog and miasma seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and the area within a radius of a few miles instantly melted like snow. Huang Lin cut open his palm again and said in a deep voice, "With the Son of Heaven's decree, water creatures should imprison themselves." On the Dharma's palm, there were layers of halos. Golden light suddenly bloomed, and a torrential rain fell. It was like a huge pot of boiling water was sprinkled in the wind and snow. In the mirage, a market collapsed with a loud bang, and a huge figure hiding under it flashed and disappeared. A cross-continent traveler was actually a hidden sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm. He laughed and said, "I'm here to help Taoist Huang slay demons." However, this sword cultivator's way of practicing the sword was rather strange. He actually stepped on a viewing platform, and his hands formed a sword seal. Only then did he exhale softly and spat out a lustrous sword ball. It was extremely fast, and after 1,000 feet away from the ferry, the sword ball that was originally less than 3 inches long suddenly turned into a huge pitch-black sword engraved with the ink of an immortal. As for the Aurus core sword cultivator, he did not stop his steps. In the end, a Big Dipper talisman formation appeared under his feet, and a black fish floated out of the water. The sword cultivator stepped on the back of the black fish, and when he finished his sword seal, he muttered, "The mountain man rides a fish to the sky, the wise take care of it, and the fool guess." The electric heavenly sword in his hand slashes straight at the sea of the long whale, the natal flying sword that was heading towards the palace, and the white rainbow was flowing with sword radiance. It dragged out a divine general in golden armor and held a huge black sword, lightning intertwined, and a divine spirit and a flying sword slashed straight, trying to split the white rainbow and the mirage apart. After the strike, the sound was like thunder, and the wind and clouds surged. The chi dynamic was turbulent, and even the ferry shook and swayed. The Aurus core sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and reached out to hold on to the railing. He hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the flying sword, but he did not expect a miasma that covered the sky to surge out crazily and wrapped around the natal flying sword. It was as if it was isolated from the world and cut off the connection between the sword cultivator and his natal item. The sword cultivator's face was pale, and his mind was trembling. Huang Lin immediately used his supernatural powers to help the sword cultivator find the missing flying sword. Chun Pingon had already lightly increased the strength of his feet, so that the 2 neighboring houses were as stable as usual and were not affected by the chi dynamic. However, unlike the other cultivators on the ferry, Chun Pingon's gaze did not look for the huge figure that was used as a smokescreen. Instead, he stared directly at the sky canopy in the southeast corner of the sea. Chun Pingon raised his left hand and used the water seal, and 5 thunderbolts gathered. In the fortune palm, Chun Pingon did not directly use the complete thunder art, but chose one of the water art heavenly thunder, which was used to control thunder and rain, and suppress all the troublesome flood dragons, poisonous snakes, evil venomous snakes, and other aquatic creatures. It could move clouds and rain, and raise winds and waves, and was in charge of the water mansion. With a sudden twist of Chun Pingon's wrist, the water thunderbolt, which was condensed into the size of a pearl, moved extremely fast. It was even faster than the natal flying sword of the earth immortal with the bottleneck of the gold core realm. As a result, None of the cultivators on the colorful clothes fairy noticed it. Therefore, when the water thunderbolt went from invisible to straight lines to rumbling noises, like the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, everyone on the ferry mistook it for the divine ability of Steward Huang Lin. At the same time, Chun Pingan's left hand gathered another thunder array, and his right hand condensed chi into a sword and formed a rainbow slashing talisman. Previously, when the water thunder struck the hiding place of the giant venomous snake, it did not seriously injure it. It was just an act of knocking on the door, as a guest. However, the rainbow slashing talisman, which used peaceful means before resorting to force, had an astonishing momentum. Previously, when the Orus Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator attacked with all his strength, it only made the white rainbow hanging above the palace shake. When the rainbow slashing talisman, which was supported by the thunder array, appeared, a slender sword light that broke through the small world appeared in the mirage. It slashed down, and the white rainbow and the immortal palace were severed. Then the thunder array bloomed, and the two objects collapsed on the spot. He did not leave. The thunder array and the sword talisman had been activated successfully. The world was clear, and the atmosphere was renewed. There was no longer a mirage blocking the way. The giant venomous snake dived into the depths of the sea, and the surface of the sea surged with raging waves, affected by the chaotic chi. The colorful clothes fairy still swayed endlessly even with the formation of mountains and rivers. The Orus Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator was pleasantly surprised. In a thin cloud, he sensed a sword light. He hurriedly used his mind to control the intrinsic flying sword to return to his acupuncture point to be nourished. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment and gently clenched his fist. He withdrew a new sword technique and gave up on the idea of chasing after the giant venomous snake. This was because the immortal green onion was definitely on the way. The Orus Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator cupped his fists and said loudly, "Sword Immortal Gao Yunshu of the Gold Armor Continent, thanks, Sword Immortal Senior, for saving me." There was silence. There was no response. Gao Yunshu only thought that the Sword Immortal expert did not like to be courteous and was tired of these complicated formalities. This made him even more impressed. He thought that since the Sword Immortal expert, who was elusive, would ride on the Wussen ferry, he must be a senior from the Gold Armor Continent. Chun Pingan closed the window and continued practicing his stances in the house. On the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young female immortal cultivator who brought over a few bottles of premium immortal wine. When she knocked on the door, she had a strange expression. She clearly did not understand why the consecrated Wang Lin would treat this cowardly Tongyi continent cultivator so courteously. Chun Pingan thanked her and did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the wine and then asked curiously, "Miss, may I ask, what is the market price of a bottle of wine?" Steward Huang Lin should have sent something, but he did not say it out loud. The female immortal cultivator seemed to be quite angry. She squeezed out a smile and asked in return, "Customer, do you think the colorful clothes fairy will buy their own wine?" Chun Pingan placed the few pots of immortal wine on the table. They were different from the wine he had bought previously. These pots were pasted with Wussen Bar's secret colored paper. If he tore them off and sold them to others, he reckoned that they would be more valuable than the wine itself. Chun Pingan finished practicing his stances. His footsteps were extremely light, and his punches were extremely slow. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. After Chun Pingan opened his eyes, he spoke to the two groups of children telepathically, and then went to open the door. Soon, the 9 children rushed into the house one after another. Yu Qingzong held a book in his hand. He Xiangting and Yu Qingzong stood side by side. Sun Chunwang seemed to be a little unsociable. He stood at a subtle distance from everyone. These 3 children had not said a single word to Chun Pingan yet, and they were also very quiet in private. Chun Pingon could roughly guess the reason, but he was unwilling to get to the bottom of it. A great wall of sword chi. Not everyone had a good impression of the hidden officials, and they all had their own reasons. Chun Pingon said, "You all have your own inheritances in the way of the sword. I am only a protector in name, and there is no master-disciple relationship. However, in the Summer Palace, I have read many secret sword manuals. I can help you find and fill in your gaps. So, in the future, if you have any questions about the way of the sword, you can ask me." Chun Pingon noticed from the corner of his eye that two of the children, when they heard these words, especially when they heard the words Summer Palace, their faces became rather gloomy. Chun Pingon also pretended that he did not know and pretended that he did not notice. Higu asked, in a small voice, "Master Chow, when we passed by the mirage, that sharp sword light, was it? Higu. He was the tallest, and had an extremely well-trained short sword at his waist, scholar-made. It should not have been forged by the sword workshop, but passed down in his family or his master. Also, the person who had passed down this sword to Higu definitely had a great amount of resentment towards the world. Yuxia, we said something nice for once, soul-stirring. Chun Pingon said straightforwardly, no. He was both Mo Fu and a Shen general. He did not dare to pretend. Yao Xiaoyan felt that it was a pity. Chun Pingon said, when we reach the Tongyi continent and land, if there are any accidents that I feel are troublesome, you all must immediately enter the grotto heaven without any hesitation. Chung Chaolu suddenly asked timidly, "Can I learn from Master Chow? I guarantee it will not affect my sword practice." Ooh. Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes and muttered in a small voice, "You really are a lackey. Whatever Master Chow knows, you follow him and learn." When this child was in the grotto heaven of the white jade hairpin, he liked to call himself a little hidden official. Hidden official Chun Pingon. Little hidden official Chun Li. Then he could only be a little hidden official. But when they came out and saw the real hidden official, Bai Xian did not mention this. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded at the little fatty. Chung Chaolu. Of course you can. Fist theory and sword theory are interconnected. Of course, there is a boundary between fist and sword practice, but it is not the kind where mountains and distant mountains never meet. It is the relationship between high mountains and distant rivers. As long as the two theories are connected, it is a great arrangement where mountains and rivers depend on each other. They can benefit from each other and strengthen the body and soul. Speaking to this point, Chun Pingon stopped talking and said to the others, "Go back and practice the sword. Those who want to hear about fist techniques can stay." In the end, only Chung Chaolu stayed. Chun Pingon asked the little fatty to sit down and lit a lamp on the table. Chung Chaolu whispered, "Master Chow, in fact, Xiangning wants to practice fist more than I do, but he can't bring himself to do it." Chun Pingon waved his hand and did not let Chung Chaolu say more about this matter. He continued his previous words. Punching out to the heaven and earth is to go out. Warming the fist intent is to go in. Both are indispensable. A little girl walked hurriedly and came back. She knocked on the door gently. Chung Chaolu quickly ran to open the door. It was the Nail and Jade archive. She elbowed the little fatty and let her close the door. Then she sat down and took out a pen and paper again. She sat upright and still and signaled the hidden official to continue talking with her eyes. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The Fengsuan item is very precious. It is best to carry it with you." The little girl immediately copied it down on the paper. Chun Pingon felt a little helpless, but he didn't care about her. He said, "If you only train your muscles, bones, blood, and flesh, and don't refine your spirit to nourish your body, you will only cut off a person's spirit. The higher your realm, the heavier your punches will be. Every time, it will hurt a martial artist's soul and spirit, and it will be very easy for you to fall ill. If you accumulate too many hidden dangers, How can you last long when you hurt the enemy by 1,000, but hurt yourself by 800? Especially the fierce fist path that can easily kill the enemy. Once the martial artist does not know the method, it will be like being possessed by evil. Even the gods can't save him. Learning fist to kill people. In the end, he will inexplicably beat himself to death. So, in my hometown, there are 2 sayings. If you want to teach a disciple, you have to teach medicine first. If you don't have a method, you are not a disciple. There are also 2 sayings. The poor learn martial arts. The rich practice martial arts. A person who practices martial arts consumes 3 generations of wealth. These are all old sayings that are widely spread in Jianghu. Of course, they are reasonable. Chung Chaolu, if you really want to learn fist, there is no problem. But you have to start from walking and standing, which are boring. If one day you feel that fist practice is boring, don't worry about being reprimanded by me. Just concentrate on practicing the sword. Chung Chaolu's eyes lit up and her face flushed. She was very excited and said, "Master Chow, I will definitely practice hard. As long as I have half of Master Chow's fist skill, I will be satisfied." Nailin Yuji shook her head and said to herself, "It's difficult." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "As you wish." The little girl was very smart and immediately followed with a word, "Deng." The little fatty sighed. God. Chun Pingon could not help but laugh. Nothing happened on the way. The colorful clothes ferry swept across thousands of mountains on the land from the sea. However, even if one looked down from the ferry for a long time, there was still little smoke in the world. Only the green mountains were not old, the green water was flowing, and the birds and the white clouds were staying together. Finally, in the night, the ferry landed at the southernmost point of the Tongya continent. The immortal ferry that was rebuilt from the ruins was located at the old Yuzhou territory of a broken dynasty. The old country had mountains and rivers, and the city was full of spring vegetation. There was an old saying, "If you miss your master, you will go to Yuzhou." Chun Pingon sat back at the table from the window and stared at the lamp on the table in a daze. The common people did not live forever. For 36,000 days, every night was like a candle. There was a knock on the door. The little girl outside was a little excited and said, "Master Chow, we are here. We can get off the ferry." Chun Pingon nodded, stood up, and let the lamp continue to be lit. He raised his hand, performed a spell, and put a bamboo hat on his head. He opened the door and walked down the ferry with the children. He looked back. Huang Lin seemed to be waiting for him to look back. He immediately smiled and cupped his hands to send him off. Chun Pingon turned and cupped his hands to return the greeting. After walking for a while, Chun Pingon suddenly squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Then he gently grabbed a handful of soil and put it in his sleeve to bring back to his hometown. "7:48. While Chun Pingon was squatting in a daze, Nailin Yuji, the only one who had a special object, took out an immortal book named Mending Records of Mountains and Seas. Her family had asked someone to buy it from the inverted hanging mountain in the early years. The little girl moved very quickly and flipped to the Tongya chapter. In the immortal book, a page could record more than 10 scrolls of mountains and rivers and thousands of fine words. Ordinary teachers who had never cultivated could not see the content of the words clearly. Chun Pingon was shy in the past and only bought the Annals of Mountains and Seas. He was not willing to buy a bigger book that recorded the mountains and rivers in more detail than the Mending Records. The little girl began to explain the origin of Yuzhou's immortal fairy to others. The little girl had just started talking when she suddenly remembered the reminder that she had copied herself. She quickly threw the book back into the core item, clapped her hands, and squatted beside Chun Pingon. She imitated Master Chow and pressed her hands against the soil, pretending that nothing had happened. Chun Pingon came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay this time. I'll be more careful next time. Small mistakes were made early, and the child remembered them early. Chun Pingon stood up and said, Jade Archive, I'll help you cover it up. Continue reading the book and help us explain. Actually, I don't know the history of this fairy either. If you can use Tong Yizhou's language. How can Master Chow not know? You're testing my ability to speak fluently, aren't you? That must be it. Na Lan took out the mending records again and used Tong Yizhou's language to read the words on the book. Yuzhou was the southernmost part of the Great Qing Dynasty. In the old Great Qing Dynasty, there were more than 30 states and more than 200 prefectures. Among them, the Yuzhou prefectural records were the strangest. There were 6 immortals' traces, 9 dragon caves, and more than 60 ancient temples. Before the imperial tutor died, he sealed the Jin Duo and sunk it into the water. The last emperor of the Great Qing Dynasty, after suffering consecutive defeats at the northern border, had a whimsical idea. He ordered hundreds of alchemists to search for rivers and canyons. In the end, they broke through a well-guarded and hidden underwater palace and found the Jin Duo. He successfully drove the mountain into the sea and filled the sea into the land. He became the first person in the history of the Great Qing Dynasty who was second only to the founding emperor. When the children heard these stories, they didn't feel anything. They just treated it as an interesting story. However, Chun Pingon was filled with emotions. Chun Pingon actually wanted to know if the person in charge of rebuilding the mountain-driving ferry was a descendant of the Liu family of Deing or a sect on the mountain that had survived the disaster, such as the Jade Medallion sect. The reason why Chun Pingon did not head straight to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, was because of a coincidence he bumped into the Rainbow Clothes ferry. Chun Pingon originally wanted to buy the Landscape Gazette on the ferry and from there learn about the current situation. Furthermore, if he allowed the children to return to the white jade hairpin's small grotto heaven, although it wouldn't affect their soul lifespan or their sword cultivation, there were differences in the flow of time in the world. Chun Pingon couldn't bear to let them miss out on a lot of scenery. Even if the journey was mostly a boundless sea and the scenery was dull and boring, Chun Pingon still hoped that these children could see more of the mountains and rivers of the world. Lastly, Chun Pingon had a selfish motive. He was really tormented by the 3 strange dreams, so he wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent as soon as possible. He wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent with his feet on the ground, especially with the help of the Tong Yi continent's demon subduing pagoda to check if it was real or fake and help unravel the dreams. In fact, reality proved that Chun Pingon didn't waste his efforts. When he suddenly squatted down, Chun Pingon almost staggered. This made him feel more at ease. After Chun Pingon got up, he deliberately straightened his back and no longer hunched over. Just this slight movement made Chun Pingon feel even more uncomfortable, but the benefits to his body were even greater. Walking was the best stake walking. It was to practice martial arts nonstop. Every time Chun Pingon breathed in and out, it was like the remnant and damaged fate of the Tong Yi continent was condensing into a martial artist who had achieved great success in martial arts, feeding Chun Pingon a punch. He felt that after a fierce fight, the bottleneck of the 9 realms mountain's martial artist would be loosened. Intuition told Chun Pingon that it was extremely difficult to break through the realm and become a martial artist. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to break through the realm. Instead, he cherished the formless training of the natural martial arts arena of the Tong Yi continent. The reason was very simple. Someone once said that the Battle of the 10 Realms was the key to determining the outcome of his and Chao Ci's martial arts in the future. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he would continue to lose in this lifetime. Or after many years, Chun Pingon turned the tables in the 4th round. The first step was to see if he could reach the peak of martial arts as the strongest 9 realms. A young female cultivator left the colorful clothes ferry and found Chun Pingan's group. She stood tall and didn't move forward. Chun Pingan pretended not to recognize her. You are? The wussum female cultivator was holding a simple but elegant painting box with the character yellow flower pear. The four corners of the small painting box were inlaid with white copper ornaments with ruby patterns. There was also a cloud head racket carved from fine jade. At first glance, one could tell it was an old object that came from the palace. She looked at the middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and said with a smile, "My master, who is the manager of the Kai boat, asked me to bring this item for you. I hope you won't refuse it. There are a total of 108 pieces of colorful paper from our wussum boat." Chun Pingan patted his bamboo hat lightly and quickly took the wooden box. He thanked the manager, Huang Lin, and sighed. "If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken off the colorful paper on the wine pot. I would have stuck it back on later, in case you don't know what's good for you." The female cultivator said telepathically, "My master asked me to pass a message to you. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains banned the landscape bulletin for 5 years. It's only lifted half a year later. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to sell the ferry, but we don't have the ability to do so." Chun Pingan felt a little helpless. It was no wonder that not long after he boarded the ferry, he sensed a mirror light and an immortal's aura quietly wandering outside the ferry. It turned out that he, a cultivator from the Tongyi continent, had accidentally exposed himself. Later, when the ferry encountered a mirage, if he didn't act decisively, he might have to pay for the tea he owed at the ancestral hall of Luhua Island on the colorful clothes ferry. In addition to the nascent soul sword cultivator from the Great Yao Island and the female immortal from the Liuxia continent, there were very likely to be other powerful cultivators who would serve the customers together. On the colorful clothes ferry, the wussum ferry's second minister, Huang Lin, was actually an orthodox disciple of the Confucian Academy. Previously, when he used words to suppress the people of the sea, Huang Lin used his great spirit to break through many barriers in the sea market, and there was also the sentence Emperor's Decree in the Sage's Book. As for why Huang Lin gave up his identity as a gentleman and became the minister of the wussum ferry, it was probably because of a love song in a chaotic world. Chun Pingan couldn't help but think of the young cultivator who teased him on the ferry. "Good boy, you are quite good at pretending. You even know hairpin-style small regular script." The young man seemed to be joking, but in fact, he was very calm. Between his words and expressions, there was not the slightest flaw. So even he was fooled by him. "So," Chun Pingan said, "there is a young man on your ferry. Although his cultivation aptitude is not very good, his temperament is not bad. He is a good seedling. Maybe he will become a great talent later." The young female cultivator smiled sweetly and actually bowed to Chun Pingan. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. Thank you on behalf of my brother." Then they parted on good terms. Chun Pingan brought the children and found the ferry building at the entrance of the Mountain Drive Ferry Market. As the southernmost ferry in the Tongyi continent, the Mountain Drive Ferry, other than stopping at the cross-continent ferry like the Tsai Ferry, there were also 3 mountain routes in 3 directions. They went to the Yellow Flower Ferry, the Ferry Boat Ferry, and the Parrot Continent. The ferry did not reach the center of the Tongyi continent. They were all small ferries. Regardless of whether it was the annals of mountains and seas or the Bougie, it was not recorded that the Yellow Flower Ferry was the only way to go to the Jade Gui sect. Chun Pingan was a bit puzzled. Why did the Jade Gui sect not occupy the Mountain Drive Ferry? According to the Bougie, the Grading dynasty's leading immortal sect was a vassal sect of the Jade Gui sect. Whether it was out of sentiment, reason, or interest, the Jade Gui sect should legitimately help the Mountain Drive dynasty to tidy up the vast old mountains and rivers in the south of the Tongyi continent. And the Grading dynasty was definitely of the utmost importance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu prefecture was a place that the militarists would fight for. What was even more strange was that the immortal master in charge of the mountain drive ferry spoke in the Tongyi continent's language, but he actually had the unique accent of the Snow Mountain Drive ferry. Chun Pingon brought a large group of children, so it was especially eye-catching, and the 9 children looked like they had decent aptitude for cultivation. Naturally, it made people envious, but at the same time, it made people wary. But no one would believe that the 9 children were not only sword cultivators who had already nurtured their natal flying swords, but they were also sword immortal embryos among sword cultivators. Not to mention the sword immortal embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In such a situation, no matter where it was, even if it was in some sects that were founded on the way of the sword, having a sword immortal personally lead a team to travel down the mountain was enough to frighten people. Therefore, even if Qin Pingon shouted at the top of his lungs, as long as the 9 children did not draw out their flying swords one after another, no one would believe him. In such a large Tongyi continent, there were only a handful of sects that could gather so many sword cultivator children on the mountain. Even if there were sword immortals of the upper 5 realms to protect them, they would not dare to act rashly. Chun Pingon deliberately took out a piece of Guyu money and got back a few pieces of Xiaoxiu money to buy 10 jade tokens for boarding the ferry. Now that he was on the ferry, the cost of the immortal money had more than doubled. The reason was simple. The immortal money now was much more expensive than before. The immortal master who could travel on the mountain now must be really rich. But this travel fee, as long as the Qi cultivator's luck was not too bad, there was a chance to make up for it. It was just more of a test of one's eyesight. The amount of money one could earn depended on the size of the opportunity. In prosperous times, antiques and treasures were collected. In troubled times, gold was the most valuable. In troubled times, antiques that were once worth thousands of gold were often cheap. But the more it was so, the less people cared about it. But when the world began to be governed from chaos during this period of time, it was the best time for many cultivators to pick up scraps. This was also one of the reasons why cultivators valued things so much. As for things that were close at hand, it was wishful thinking and more like a dream. Now, there were actually 2 kinds of Qi cultivators who went down the mountain to travel. Those who went down the mountain to seek opportunities, and those who looked for opportunities to earn money in the human world. Compared to the ferry tourists in the early years, the 2 kinds of Qi cultivators either had higher cultivation or stronger backing. At the same time, they were more cautious. For example, today, when Chun Pingon brought the children to visit the shops in the market, there were many people on the road. But between people, almost intentionally or unintentionally, there was a distance between them. Even if they entered a crowded shop, they would be very cautious with each other. For people like Chun Pingon, who brought a group of children down the mountain to travel, no one dared to provoke them easily. If they could, they would avoid them. Chun Pingon turned over the few small summer coins. One of them was a seal script that he had never seen before. It was a pleasant surprise. The seal script on the front and back were "Water connects the 5 lakes" and "Sword suppresses the 4 seas." Chun Pingon had been interested in collecting the small summer coins since a long time ago. This was because the small summer coins were the only immortal money with different seal scripts. It was said that in history, there were a total of more than 300 types of seal scripts made by different famous craftsmen. Chun Pingon had worked hard for more than 20 years, and now he had collected less than 80 types. There was still a long way to go. He had to earn more money. He had to quickly set up a small bag shop. There were still 4 hours before the yellow flower ferry landed. Chun Pingon brought the children to the market to wander. There were all kinds of shops, paintings, porcelain, miscellaneous items, large and small items. There were even imperial edicts and official robes. There were also bundles of books. They looked like firewood that had just been chopped from the mountains. They were casually piled on the ground and tied with straw ropes. Therefore, there was a lot of wear and tear. There was a wooden sign at the side of the shop. Anyway, it was sold by weight. Therefore, the shop assistant was too lazy to shout. The customers had to look at the sign by themselves. The wind and snow had just stopped. The rare books that once belonged to a scholarly family had to weigh their money bags to buy one, or two were soaked in water. They were like weak scholars drowning. Chun Pingon glanced at the goods in the shops along the way. Most of them were dynasty and vassal states, antiques, and treasures. Since they did not have spiritual energy, they could not be considered spiritual weapons. The key to whether they could be called spiritual weapons on the mountain was whether they contained spiritual energy and did not dissipate after a long time. Spiritual weapons were divided into inanimate objects. For example, an ancient inkstone or a ball brush was stained with some of the wisdom of the past and had abundant spiritual energy. If it was not preserved well, or if the refiner used too much of it, it would become an ordinary object. A horsetail whisk or praying mat that was used by a Taoist master all the time might not be stained with spiritual energy. Similarly, a dragon robe or official robe might not be able to leave behind any dragon aura. The living objects in the spiritual weapons were of higher quality. They were called spiritual objects on the mountain because they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourish the materials themselves. As for magic weapons, not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the cultivators of the mountains and swamps might not be able to see them more than a few times in their lives. In fact, the cultivators below the level of earth immortals were not very willing to deal with magic weapons. After all, the appearance of this item often meant that they were fighting to the death with the immortal master. If they were lucky enough to win, they would beat the younger one and provoke the older one. In the end, it was very rare for them to gain an advantage, let alone lose. It was very likely that no one would help to collect the corpse. Chun Pingon only bought an inconspicuous small sword and a black scabbard waist knife with a gold-plated kuei long ornament. It could barely be considered as a spiritual weapon. It was most likely because it was enshrined in the local martial temple or city god pavilion, so it had some residual incense smell. In the Jianghu world at the foot of the secular mountain, it could be considered as two divine weapons. It was not difficult to sell each of them for 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver. Chun Pingon spent 10 snowflakes. The shop said that it was buy one get one free. In fact, if Chun Pingon was a bag shop, there was not much profit. The only thing that could be counted as a bargain was a genuine spiritual weapon. There was a stone sundial made of white jade in the jade building vermilion railing in the book. Looking at the inscription on the back, it was an old Kintiangian item. The shop sold it at 8 snowflakes. In Chun Pingon's eyes, the real price was at least 2 times. He could sell it casually, but it was a little too big. If Chun Pingon was alone today, he could carry it. After all, he had carried a bigger case on. If Chun Pingon was the shop owner, he would not have set the price at 8 snowflakes. It was too useless. Chi refinement warriors who did not know how to spend money would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. Would they have to carry such a huge item and travel all the way in front of everyone? He might as well price it at 1 snowflake. It would be more fun for the buyer to carry it. Would it be the same to spend money with 8 snowflakes in one's pocket and 1 snowflake in one's pocket? Of course not. In the end, Chun Pingon squatted on the side of the small book mountain and carefully flipped through the books. Most of the time, he only flipped open a corner of the pages. He didn't expect that the shop assistant at the door would say, "Don't flip if you're not buying." Chun Pingon looked up and smiled, saying that he wanted to buy. The young shop assistant then turned to take care of the other distinguished guests. Chun Pingon selected a few caddies of books from the secret collection of official seals. They were made of official documents paper. Every piece of paper was stamped with the official seal, and the year number was recorded. There was a bundle of scripture books. Whoever wrote, who was printed, who was engraved, and who was printed. The paper was extremely thick and heavy. There was also a bundle of flowery paper books from a private library. They were passed down in an orderly manner, but they looked brand new. It was enough to show that they had been hidden in the boudoir for hundreds of years. They could be called rare books in the book forest. However, the truly valuable books, which were so valuable that even the cultivators in the shop had heard of some of the secret collections of the royal palace, would definitely be treated differently. Chun Pingan bought a big sack of books and carried it on his back. It was sturdy and it weighed more than 100 caddies. He only paid 5 snowflakes. With 1 snowflake, he could buy 20 caddies of books. If Chun Pingan was willing to bargain, he reckoned that he would not be short of money and could carry away 20 caddies more. It was just that Chun Pingan did not bargain with the shop. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and buy everything. By then, he would not even be able to fit something close to him, let alone a small item. It was better to talk about fate at first sight. Among the children, only Nalan Yuji chose books. The little girl took a fancy to a few books. She did not look at the material of the paper, the engravings of the palace, the seal of the book, and so on. The little girl only chose books with beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The little girl wanted to pay, but Chun Pingan said that the books were included. The few books added together did not even weigh 1 caddy, so there was no need. The little girl did not seem to be saving money, but earning money. She was very happy. Chun Pingan followed with a smile. A tourist from afar who also took the Tsai ferry stood on the road, as if he was waiting for Chun Pingan. In fact, Chun Pingan had already noticed this person. Previously in the mountain dispersing ferry building, Chun Pingan and the others left, and this person entered after them. It seemed that he would also follow them to the Yellow Flower Crossing. This Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator from the Jinjia continent had helped Huang Lin on the ferry. At that time, he had taken out a black ink flying sword, and his momentum was shocking. It was full of the spirit of a sword immortal, but the ending was not too perfect. When he saw Chun Pingan walking towards him, he immediately clasped his fists and said telepathically, "Junior Gao Yunshu pays his respects to Senior." Chun Pingan carried a big bag and held a straw rope with both hands. He did not return the greeting. He nodded and asked with the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Sword Immortal Gao is looking for me?" This was called returning the favor. You call me Senior, and I return you the title of Sword Immortal. Just now, Gao Yunshu had played a little trick and spoke with the elegant language of the Jinjia continent. Now that he was respectfully addressed as a Sword Immortal, the thick-skinned Gao Yunshu blushed with shame. He was sure that this hidden bladesman was the Sword Immortal Senior, who had broken the sea market and forced the great Liao to retreat, although the other party had not brushed past him, and the senior had a good temper and did not ignore him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile and was very patient. But Gao Yunshu actually felt very pressured. He felt that just by standing in front of the senior, it was as if he was in a confrontation with the other party. One wrong word, and life and death would be decided. Gao Yunshu hurriedly took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Can I treat Senior to a drink?" Chun Pingan shook his head. Gao Yunshu wanted to say something but stopped. Chun Pingan smiled and asked, "Brother Gao, are you thanking a Sword Immortal or a stranger for saving you?" It was the same gratitude but 2 different intentions. Sword Immortal Gao was an honest person. Not only did he not feel that the senior was humiliating him by asking such a question, he even heaved a sigh of relief. He answered, "Of course. Senior Sword Immortal, you did not leave your name, but you helped me retrieve my flying sword. That is equivalent to saving half my life. Of course, I'm extremely grateful. If I can get to know a generous Sword Immortal Senior, that would be the best. To be honest, this junior was born an unorthodox cultivator. There are very few sword immortals in the Jinjia continent. To get to know one is harder than ascending to the heavens. This junior is truly unwilling to be a consecrator that binds my hands and feet. Therefore, if I can get to know a sword immortal without any benefits, this junior would not have made a wasted trip even if I were to return home now. Chun Pingon nodded and said, Sword immortal Gao treats others with sincerity. I'm impressed. Gao Yunshu asked, Senior, are you really not Sword Immortal Su from my hometown? Chun Pingon said in puzzlement, Sword Immortal Su, forgive me for being ignorant. Can I trouble Sword Immortal Gao to explain? Let's talk as we walk. Gao Yunshu strolled with Chun Pingon and was extremely frank with him. Not only did he mention the Sword Immortal, he even spoke of his own thoughts. The sword immortal Su Jun from his hometown that Gao Yunshu mentioned had already taken the lead in touring the Tongya continent. Gao Yunshu's cross-continent trip, apart from following fate in a foreign land, was actually because he had the intention of seeking advice from Su Jun on sword arts. Su Jun was a sword immortal that appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent. The world did not know his real name for the time being. They only knew that his surname was Su, and that he was a native sword immortal of the Jinjia continent. However, he had ascended to the 5 realms, but before that huge battle, he remained unknown. It was said that this Su Jun and the word-engraved old sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi Tingji, hit it off very well. Gao Yunshu wanted to come here to try his luck. If Senior Su Jun had the wish to establish a sect in the Jinjia continent, Gao Yunshu wanted to follow Senior Su Jun, and at the very least become one of the founders in name. Chun Pingon seemed to be casually asking about the situation on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, but Gao Yunshu still spilled the beans. He did not mind telling the senior more about his deeds. Among them, he mentioned Chao Ci of the Central Plains Divine Continent and 2 female martial grandmasters from his hometown. However, Gao Yunshu was a mountain cultivator, and the Temple of Confucius had banned him. Therefore, he only heard about the 2 women. One was surnamed Shi, and the other was surnamed Pei. Gao Yunshu guessed that since the latter's surname was Pei, she was most likely a martial artist from the Great Duan Dynasty. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Great Duan Dynasty's martial fate was so prosperous that it shocked the world. Putting aside the pair of master and disciple Pei Bei and Chao Ci, there was also a prodigy who appeared to be younger than Chao Ci. As for whether she was in the far travel realm or the peak realm, it was hard to say. However, the far travel realm was already very exaggerated. Could it be that half of the martial fate of the world was really in the Great Duan Dynasty? Chun Pingon made a rough calculation in his heart. Back then, when Wanyan Laojing was engraved on the city wall, Shi was that Yu Zhuanfu. As for the female martial artist who was younger than Chao Ci, could she be another direct disciple of the martial god Pei Bei? After hearing this, Chun Pingon smiled and said, I'm really not some sword immortal Su Jun. He reached out and patted the hilt of his narrow saber, indicating that he was purely a martial artist. Gao Yunshu gathered his courage and asked tentatively, Then why did Steward Huang look so highly at you and specially send someone to give you a wooden box? Gao Yunshu hurriedly swore, Senior, please don't think too much about it. I saw it by accident. It's just that ever since you boarded the ship, you've been rather independent and left a deep impression on me. Good fellow, what sharp eyes. Could it be that he had followed the clues and found me to blackmail me? Chun Pingon could not be bothered to explain and stopped using telepathy. He cupped his fists and said, Since it's a chance meeting, let's stop here. Gao Yunshu nodded and did not dare to pester him further. If it really was that sword immortal senior, whose sword arts were divine, regardless of whether he was from the same hometown as Su Jun, he should not push his luck. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Then I wish you a smooth journey." He was certain that Su Jun was a sword immortal, even if he kept calling him Sword Immortal Gao. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then I wish you a happy dream come true." Gao Yinshu laughed and said, "Farewell." Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes and nodded. Gao Yinshu turned and left in large strides. To return to the ferry square, he needed to change to another ferry as a stop for the northern tour. Yu Xie whispered, "Did you see that? The pugilistic world. This is the pugilistic world." Cheng Chaolu and Nailan Yuji whispered, "Yuji, why didn't you copy down Master Chao's words?" The little girl lifted her sleeves and glared. "Can it fit in ink and paper?" Cheng Chaolu wanted to argue, but Nailan Yuji only needed paper and pen to write and copy. But before Cheng Chaolu could speak, Chun Pingon reached out and pressed his head, teasing, "If you don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, don't speak." In fact, all the children realized one thing, no matter how late they were. Master Hidden Officer was most concerned about Yao, Xiaoyan, and Nailan Yuji, although he was calm and treated everyone equally, and did not care who was more important or belittled based on their realm or the quality of their natal flying sword. Master Hidden Officer, or rather, Master Chao would look at the two little girls with especially gentle eyes, as if he was looking at his own juniors. When it was time to eat, Chun Pingon looked around and finally chose a restaurant. He even asked for a private room from the waiter and did not ask for any wine. After the dishes were served, Chun Pingon did not eat much and chewed slowly. Bai Xian and Nailan Yuji sat on either side of Chun Pingon. It was not because they were in the cave-dwelling realm and were in a higher realm than the others, but because they were bold and were not shy with strangers. These children did not go out even once on the Tsai ferry. When they got off the ferry and arrived at the driving mountain ferry, they were so obedient that it did not match their age and temperament. But the children of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, especially when they were born to be sword immortals, were in fact the most ignorant children in the world. This was because there were too many sword immortals, and they could be seen everywhere. And those sword immortals who walked down the city wall were most likely the elders of a child's family, their teachers, or their neighbors. Nailan Yuji said, "Master Chao, shall I pay the bill today?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, but forget about paying the bill." Nailan Yuji said, "I have a lot of Guyuqian. Back then, the Fengcuan item that my ancestor gave me was full of immortal money. She always said that if you don't move money, you can't make money." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "Don't listen to half of what she said. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you can't afford to spend it. Only when money falls into the hands of businessmen, you have to move your nest and go to other places." Nailan Yuji blinked her eyes. "Then I will partner with Master Chao to do business. The money will be handed over to Master Chao to take care of. When you make money, you can give me dividends." Chun Pingon could not help but laugh. He put down his chopsticks and waved his hand. "No need, no need." Ancestor Nailan Saihuan? He did not know if she had established a sect in the vast world. The little girl was a little dejected. Chun Pingon comforted her. "Don't worry. If there is a way to make money in the future, I will ask you." While Chun Pingon was eating, he kept paying attention to the conversations outside. But there were not many people talking about the world. Most of them were discussing ways to make money in low voices. The group boarded the immortal boat to Yellow Flower Ferry. After Chun Pingon arranged for the two groups of children, he sat in his room for a while. He took off his bamboo hat and walked to the bow of the boat alone. Bai Xian quickly appeared and came to Chun Pingon's side. He asked telepathically, "Why don't you let us hide in the grotto heaven? That way, Master Chao can return home earlier." Chun Pingon patiently explained, "If I travel alone, riding the wind to Aquarius continent, as long as I meet with an accident, it will be bigger. I might not be able to get there quickly. If I follow the ferry, there will be many accidents, and I will hide myself If I take the sea route, there will be more demons hiding. Just like the big venomous snake, if I take the land route, although I need to cross one more continent, it will be much more stable. Furthermore, in Tong Yi Continent, I have many friends that I need to meet. Bai Xian nodded. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the railing with both hands. He had a worried expression. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak. Master Chow, my natal flying sword is very ordinary. Its grade is not high. That's why the elders said that my achievements will not be too high. At most, I will be an earth immortal. I need to rely on luck. That was in my hometown. Now that I am here, I might not be able to become an Oris Core sword cultivator. Regarding their natal flying swords, Chun Pingon did not purposely ask the children, so the children did not mention it. But Chun Pingon took over the summer palace as a hidden official. When he was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he created a method to evaluate the grade of flying swords, but the method of selection was very utilitarian and had great killing power. It was useful for catching sword cultivators in battle. The grade was not as high as the flying swords that were suitable for the battlefield. The children were bored. They gently knocked their foreheads against the railing. Chun Pingon crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. He said casually, "Cultivation is a matter of stepping on your feet every day. Many years later, where you stand is a matter of the future. Since it is destined to be a matter of no benefit to thinking about it now, it is better to worry about it when the time comes. Anyway, when the time comes, I can still drink. Master Chow, you definitely do not lack good wine." Bai Xian was a little surprised. I thought Master Chow would say nice words to comfort people. Chun Pingon joked, "There are nice words too. A few baskets would not be enough." Bai Xian hesitated and sighed. After meeting and chatting with Master Chow in private, when I return, I probably won't be friends with you Qingzong and the rest. Chun Pingon smiled and did not speak. Bai Xian asked curiously, "Master Chow, aren't you curious?" Chun Pingon looked into the distance. "I have a general guess. Back then, when the sword cultivators risked their lives to save the sword immortals that fell into the hands of the great demons, I stopped them. It was rather hurtful. I guess there are sword cultivators inside. They are the senior masters of Yu Qingzong and the rest." Bai Xian was even more puzzled. "You don't mind that Yu Qingzong and the rest did not know what was good for them? Even a fool knows that you are doing this for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Chun Pingon said softly, "Who says that doing a good deed will not hurt people's hearts? Many times it will hurt people even more." Bai Xian shook his head. "In any case, I feel that Yu Qingzong and the rest are wrong." Chun Pingon did not want to say more about this. Bai Xian said to himself, "My master's master was one of the sword cultivators. After the ancestor died, my master did not say anything bad about the hidden official. He also did not stop me from becoming a little hidden official. Instead, he praised me for my ambition." Chun Pingon patted the child's head. "Your master is very impressive." Bai Xian looked up and smiled. "Then when Master Chow sees that Chun-Li in the future, can you negotiate with him and give me the title of a little hidden official?" Chun Pingon said, "Let's talk about it when we meet." Bai Xian complained, "Scholars are not straightforward. They beat around the bush and only say vague things about taking advantage but not losing out." Chun Pingon turned around and nodded. "It is not good. It needs to be changed. So I will give you the answer now." "No." Bai Xian opened his eyes wide and sighed. He put his hands behind his back and returned to his residence alone. He left the stingy Master Chow alone to drink the wind. It was early spring. The weather was still warm and cold, but the earth was full of spring wind. The yellow flowers fought to be first, and the world thanked the East Monarch. The green-robed traveler hung a wine pot on his blade and looked down at the earth. He did not look away for a long time. Chun Pingon suddenly thought of something. Was his first disciple already at the Golden Body realm? Then her height. Was she as tall as Igu? Chun Pingon leaned on the railing. He smiled until his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up. Previously, on the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young man from the Jinjia continent who left his hometown for the first time. He opened his eyes wide, and his mind swayed. He stared blankly at the sharp sword aura of the rainbow-severing talisman. A line of sword aura slashed down. The sword aura seemed to split the heaven and earth. There was no sign of the sword aura, only the bright sword aura. It was like the most beautiful painting in the world. So the young man made up his mind at that moment. He wanted to learn the talisman and practice the sword. What if, because of him, there was another sword aura in the Jinjia continent? Of course, Chun Pingon did not know that there was such a thing. Just like many years ago, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also did not know that at that time there was actually a young man with straw sandals. He stared blankly at the sword aura that broke the sky. Chun Pingon returned to his room and wrote a secret letter. He handed it to the sword room on the ferry to help send the letter to the Jade Sect's Shunjuan Peak. The recipient was Jiang Shangzhen. The sender was Chao Mo of the escort city. The sender of the letter on the mountain could hide his head and tail and deliberately not write it. However, the recipient's name and Taoist name could not be missed. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, some cultivators on the mountain peak only wrote their own name. It was actually more effective to write that the letter was addressed to the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Chun Pingon did not care about the strange looks from the cultivators of the sword room. After all, he was not the same person who traveled carefully for the first time in the Tongya continent. After Chun Pingon left, a young cultivator of the sword room asked carefully, "A big shot?" An old man who was in charge of the sword room on the ferry sneered. "One look, and you can tell that he is a swindler. He doesn't know how to change his tricks. I have met him several times. Don't pay attention to this kind of trash. I can guarantee that this kind of letter will eat dust in the archives room for hundreds of years when it reaches the Shunjuan Peak. In the past, there was a guy who took the Heavenly Fault Peak ferry. He deliberately spent a few immortal coins and sent a letter to Old Lord Sun. As a result, he cheated 2 female cultivators who came from legitimate families. One of them was the deputy manager of the ferry's sword room, and the other was a woman who he had just met not long ago. Later on, they found out that the guy was actually a good-for-nothing cultivator from the mountains and lakes. In the end, they finally caught that guy. At most, they would beat him up, but they could not really do anything to him. No matter how hard they tried to reason with him. Wasn't it still consensual? What else can we do? We can only take it as a lesson learned. A girl from the sword room blushed as she listened. No wonder she felt that the man in green kept looking at her. It turned out that he was a pervert with ulterior motives. The old man smiled and said, "This is considered shallow. There are more clever tricks." He pretended to be a dethroned prince and hid a fake imperial jade seal and a dragon robe in his luggage. Then he seemed to be careless, and the girl happened to see it. There were also those who hung a wine pot on their waist. Sort of mortals went down the mountain. Even if they had the blade, strengthening gourd, it was just a camouflage, right? So, some people took a small broken gourd and cast a water spell. They drank nonstop in places like the bow of the boat where there were many people. The young man suddenly understood and said, "That guy seemed to only have a small red wine pot on his waist. He didn't drink. Most likely he saw that you were here and didn't dare to show those clumsy tricks." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That guy was very inexperienced. He came here to humiliate himself. The girl was a little scared. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the man was indeed sneaky and shifty-eyed. It was a pity that his eyes were ruined. The girl was ashamed and annoyed until she went back to work with lingering fear. The old man in charge of the sword room immediately threw a glance at the young man. The latter grinned and cupped his fists to thank him. The old man stretched out 2 fingers. The young man shook 1 finger. It was a pot of wine, no more. As for whether that person really knew Jade's sect master Jiang, it was actually not that important. Anyway, for someone like Jiang Shangzhen, his friends would only be high and mighty. They couldn't know him and couldn't afford to be friends with him. The young man suddenly asked, "Where's the escort city?" The old man shook his head. "I've never heard of it. It's most likely a deliberate mystification." The young man joked, "I don't even know that it's signed off at Taiping Mountain or Fuho sect." The old man snorted. How dare he insult Taiping Mountain and Fuho sect? I'll turn hostile on the spot and kick him off the ferry. The girl suddenly raised her head and said in a low voice, "The old site of Taiping Mountain has become a land without an owner. Aren't there many people fighting for territory now?" The old man wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say a word and sighed. Chun Pingon actually didn't go too far. After hearing the last sentence, he stopped. His face was expressionless and his eyes were gloomy. The immortal school that owned the Yellow Flower Ferry in the early years had been destroyed in the war and turned into ruins. The entire ancestral mountain had been leveled by the immortal magic arts. However, the middle-aged swordsman in a green robe and his children were very strange. They didn't show up at the Yellow Flower Ferry. Instead, they seemed to have suddenly disappeared halfway. The ferry only knew that before the ferry docked, the middle-aged man had returned to the sword room and sent a letter to the divine Seal Peak. On a stormy night, Chun Pingon, with a jade hairpin on his head, quietly broke the prohibition of the ferry. He rode the wind to the north alone. After leaving the ferry more than 10 miles behind, he changed from riding the wind to riding the sword. The thunder in the sky was so loud that it shook people's hearts. There were so many strange phenomena in the world that the people on the ferry behind him were so frightened that they had to take a detour. Within 100 miles of the driving mountain ferry, the terrain was flat. Only a mountain peak stood abruptly, which was particularly eye-catching. At the top of the mountain, there was a platform on which a chessboard was carved. There were 32 chess pieces, which were as big as stone blocks and weighed thousands of pounds. There were 2 practitioners standing at the 2 ends of the chessboard. They were playing a game of chess. Every time a chess piece was eaten by the opponent on the chessboard, they had to pay a grain rain money. It was a small gambling game between practitioners of the upper 5 realms. One of them was young and handsome. He was only 200 years old. He was the famous great sword immortal of the Golden Armor continent. His nickname was Su Jun, and his real name was Su Ke. Somehow, he became the guest of the Lu family of the White Mountain continent. This time, he rushed to the southernmost part of the Tong Yi continent on his sword to protect a new treasure bowl for the god of wealth of the White Mountain continent. For example, Wusunlan and the Lu family had a large sum of grain rain money on credit for the colorful clothes ferry. The Lu family not only gave them a ready-made cross-continent ferry, but the price was also fair. Cultivators of Wusunlan were also surprised by the commission of the ferry's profits for the next 500 years. For the Tong Yi continent, a great sword immortal who had fought hundreds and thousands of swords on the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent was a well-deserved dragon crossing the river. The key to the complicated feelings of the practitioners on the mountain peak was this Su Ke. He seemed to belong to a small group of people who were born by chance. As a local snake, Wang Ji was a native qi cultivator of the Tong Yi continent. He was in the jade unpolished realm. He called himself the obedient cliff disciple, also known as the Xilin old man. He was not a sword practitioner, but when he was young he liked to travel with a sword and was fond of martial arts. He had a scholarly appearance, but he had the nickname of the executioner on the mountain. He cultivated very late on the mountain, and became an official for 30 years. He was born as a civil official and personally killed more than 10 people with his sword, from evil servants to corrupt officials to bandits, in the forest. Later, he resigned and lived in seclusion. When he left the mountain, he became a mountain practitioner and finally became a consecrator of the Jade Gui sect, the kind that had a chair in the ancestral hall. But before that, Wang Ji was the upper five realms cultivator who scolded Jiang Shangjin the most in the entire Tongyi continent. Therefore, Wang Ji's trip south to the Yuzhou ferry was to help the Jade Gui sect curse. The person who mediated between the two sides was a female cultivator who came here temporarily to relax. She was the junior sister of the Lu Xia continent's immortal Zhong Li, and also the wife of the cave master of the Heaven's Corner Cave. She was born with a beautiful appearance, wearing a jasper flower crown and a brocade robe, and had a graceful figure. Her son was one of the 10 young candidates, but now that he was in the 5th realm, it would be around 80 years before the mother and son could meet. Every time she thought of this, she would blame her husband for being so heartless and letting her son travel to another realm. Wang Ji casually threw out a grain rain coin and asked, when will the few cross-continent ferries in Old Dragon City arrive? Su Ming didn't take the grain rain coin. Instead, he crushed it on the spot and turned it into a dense spiritual aura. The tall mountain beneath their feet was a formation restriction carefully built by the Lu clan cultivators. It could gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and the fate of mountains and rivers from all directions. Su Ming's expression was indifferent. He said, when we reach the ferry, we'll naturally see it. Wang Ji sneered. Be careful of the strong winds and strong waves. If you're not acclimatized to the water, you'll capsize on both land and water. Su Ming was still expressionless. Capsize? Your sect Master Jiang will capsize it, right? Anyway, as long as I capsize one, I'll go to the Divine Seal Peak to ask the sword. Wang Ji clicked his tongue. From your tone, you'll definitely win. Su Ming said, I'll most likely lose, as long as it won't delay my Q-sword. Wang Ji stomped his foot and picked up a chess piece. He placed it on the chessboard and gave Su Ming a thumbs up, as expected of a sword cultivator who knows Qi Tingji. Su Ming said, You also know Su Ming. That's not bad. Wang Ji laughed angrily. If you meet Jiang Shangjin, you'll either fight to the death or become friends with him. There's no other possibility. The female cultivator from the Liuxia continent shook her head. She really didn't know why the two of them hadn't fought yet. They competed on the chessboard every day, and even bickered like this. Why did it feel like the two of them were quite congenial? Su Ming suddenly asked, Is Jiang Shangjin really in seclusion or just faking it? Wang Ji sighed. For the first time, he was somewhat sentimental. God knows. In any case, during the last meeting at the Ancestral Hall, he was so sick and half dead. It made one's heart ache. Su Ming glanced at the north. He really couldn't bring himself to like this Tongyi continent that was filled with foul air and evil intentions. Knew that they were wrong, but didn't admit it. Saved worry. Admitted fault, but didn't want to correct it. Saved effort. What a good way to save effort. In the end, many people really did survive. Such a big mess returning to the vast realm wasn't much better than when it fell into the hands of the wasteland world. There was only one thing to talk about. Since there was no longer a single Taiping mountain cultivator in the Tongyi continent, how many forces on the mountain coveted that territory? They were all ready to make a move, both openly and secretly. The Fushou sect was slightly better. After all, there were still some descendants left. Even if the situation was unstable, under the protection of the academy, the few Fushou sect cultivators with low cultivation realms could still justifiably protect their ancestral mountain. For the time being, no one dared to touch it. This was the case now. But 10 years later, 100 years later, The cultivators on the mountain had many methods to lay in ambush. It wasn't as simple as just taking things by force. The academy could protect it for a while, but not for long. When the young sect master of the Fusho sect returned from the New World, the only thing left in the ancestral hall of the Fusho sect might be the sect master's chair, in name only. Even if he sat down, he might be surrounded by a forest of knives from all directions. Su Ming was of Confucian origin. He just didn't go to the Academy of the Golden Armor Continent to study. Wang Ji, who was playing chess with Su Ming, was the same. Wang Ji sat down on a chess piece and said helplessly, "Don't see what's hidden, don't show what's small, so a gentleman has to be careful." People like us who talk about Confucianism and our Taoists put the most effort into being careful. We have to be able to lower our heads with a clear conscience and raise our heads with a clear conscience. It was rare for Su Ming to agree with Wang Ji. He nodded and said, "Look at yourself as if you see your lungs and liver." Wang Ji sighed and said, "When the academy is completely rebuilt, the situation will definitely improve." Wang Ji shook his sleeves and said self-mockingly, "I'm a mountain visitor. My life is full of emotions." The woman asked, "What happened to the guy who wrote the article to criticize the mellow scholar Chinchunan, the Confucian Temple Band, the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin, for 5 years?" However, the cultivators on the mountain peak had various celestial methods to secretly transmit various kinds of information. Wang Ji sneered and said, "Nothing much. He's living a good life. He has a lot of fans, and all of them sincerely regard him as the continent's courageous scholar and the conscience of Confucianism. They've been clamoring for many years to let this official academy's headmaster be the headmaster of one of the 72 academies. Otherwise, the major Confucian lineages in the Central Plains Confucian Temple would secretly join forces to ostracize him. That's why he's sitting on the fishing platform steadily." When the young people read the poems and articles of some old people, their words were full of decadence. However, when some old people looked at the energetic and radical young people, they would smile, but their eyes would be gloomy. They would see them as traitors. When an old man was narrow-minded, and closed-minded without knowing it, the vigor of youth and the margin of error that age gave to the youth would be a great harm in and of itself. Even if the young people did not say anything, they were wrong. The young people would not understand why the old people were so easily disappointed. The old people looked at the young people coldly. They went from hope to disappointment. A great battle had ended. Too many of the youths on the mountain had died. Many old people were still sneering. When they saw it, they pretended not to see it. Su Xie twitched the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "I heard Lu Jubao say that the old ancestor of the Yu family originally wanted to remove this person from the position of the mountain chieftain of the college in the dynasty. However, after such a commotion, it was not easy to touch him. He was worried that it would make things difficult for the other orthodoxies, including the line of the quasi-saints. Moreover, so what if he was removed from the position of mountain chieftain? This person would only be more complacent, and his conscience would be at ease. Maybe he's waiting for the old ancestor of the Yu family to touch him so that he can earn another reputation." Wang Ji glanced at Su Xie. This guy had a lot to say today. It was rare. The woman from the Liuxia continent sighed. "I always feel that something is wrong with this world, but I can't put my finger on it." "Ooh," Su Xie said in a low voice. "In this world, there are too few scholars like Xiu who," Wang Ji said sadly, "it's not that there are too few, it's that there are none. The ruins of Taiping Mountain, at the entrance of the dilapidated mountain gate, the memorial arch had long collapsed. A green robe floated to the ground. He tore off his mask and restored his true appearance. He squatted down and gently pressed on a piece of gravel. Some words could be seen faintly. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and poured a pot of wine. After getting up, the young man's body bent slightly again. He no longer deliberately straightened his back. This way, he could draw his sword and punch faster. A young Confucian rushed over from afar. He looked alert and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that no one is allowed to enter the ancestral mountain of Taiping Mountain recently?" The man in the green robe with a saber smiled and said, "Speak. It doesn't seem to work, right? Then I'll guard here. Isn't it just guarding the gate? I've been guarding the gate for many years. I'm good at it." The disciple of the academy saw the uninvited guest smiling. His smile seemed to be bright, but for some reason, it made him feel a chill down his spine. He could not say a word. The man did not say much. He just walked forward slowly, turned around, and sat on the steps. His back was facing Taiping Mountain, and he looked into the distance. Then he closed his eyes to rest. The man suddenly asked, "Is the ancestral mountain a few hundred miles in radius?" The disciple of the academy looked gloomy and said, 10 miles in radius." After a while, the disciples of the academy, who had been thinking about what to say, saw a blur in front of their eyes. They could no longer see the figure sitting there. However, a small mountain dozens of miles away seemed to have been split open inexplicably. One of the mountain peaks separated into two cliffs. One of the nascent soul stage cultivators took a step forward and stood on the edge of the cliff instead of the mountain peak. Then he remained motionless, as steady as a mountain that could not be moved even by thunder. Because a hand pressed on his head, the man asked, "How do you want to die?" "If you have too many choices and don't know which one to choose, I can help you choose one." 5 fingers like hooks imprisoned the nascent soul cultivator's head together with his soul. "Don't delay me from finding the next one. I'm not very patient." Just when the nascent soul cultivator was about to swim out of his body, he screamed as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. His soul and body trembled together. Just when he was about to lower his body to beg for mercy, his soul was taken out of his body and into the man's sleeve. Then his body fell to the ground. In another place, an earth immortal of Jindan realm sensed that something was wrong. Without saying anything, he flew away with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 30 miles away. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be pulled back and finally fell to the ground. A young man with an unfamiliar face, with his hands in his sleeves, bent down and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Chin Pingon. I'm here to visit an old friend. Are you a registered cultivator of Taiping Mountain? If not, you may not end well." More than 100 miles away, a hidden cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow cultivator, isn't this cruel behavior too much?" Chun Pingon turned his head to look, but it was not in the direction where the voice came from. Instead, his line of sight was more than 30 miles away. "Leave him here. I'll give you a chance to send a flying sword message to call for reinforcements. Remember, don't be as weak as you." The person stopped hiding and laughed loudly. It was a woman. Chun Pingon took a step forward and directly came to the side of the female cultivator. "You're so happy?" In an instant, the female cultivator's face turned pale. Her mind raced. Sword immortal? A small world. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, or perhaps even less than half an incense stick's worth of time, that Confucian disciple who was filled with righteous indignation but could do nothing about it, saw that person grab a woman's hair and throw her outside the mountain gate, where she fell heavily to the ground. That person then returned to the mountain gate and continued to sit there. Using his finger, he gently unsheathed his saber and nailed it into the ground near the woman's face. Chun Pingon asked with a smile, "Do you want a drink?" The Confucian disciple raised his arm and wiped his forehead. He shook his head and reminded softly, "There's still an immortal behind this. After such a commotion, he'll definitely come." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I'll wait for him." The Confucian disciple suddenly changed his mind. Senior, give me a pot of wine to calm me down. Chun Pingan threw a pot of wine. The young Confucian disciple caught the pot and drank a big mouthful. He turned his head and asked in confusion, Senior, don't you want a drink? The Confucian disciple only saw the man shaking his head and then bending down with his hands in his sleeves. He looked calm and looked into the distance. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this man in a green robe, who seemed to have fallen from the sky, was not happy at all. Instead, he was sad. What was he sad about? Was it because of the Taiping Mountain behind him? But how many years had it been since Taiping Mountain was empty? Was it because he was late? But it could not be. Even if he was not a cultivator from the Tongye continent, his hometown was the Liuxia continent, which was the furthest away. No matter how far the road was, he should have heard the news and rushed here long ago. Chun Pingan asked, What did the academy say? The young Confucian disciple said, Our new hill master did not allow anyone to occupy Taiping Mountain, but it seems very difficult. Chun Pingan nodded and was silent for a moment. It was as if he was making a promise to the Taiping Mountain behind him that had been empty for many years. It's not difficult as long as I'm here. Jiang Shang is really a good-for-nothing. The young Confucian disciple's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly drank. Chun Pingan looked up and asked with a smile, Isn't that right, Brother Zhou Fei? A hearty laugh sounded, and then the handsome man appeared. His hair was slightly white, as if the smile on his face had won over his tiredness. He looked even more handsome and elegant. He cried out and apologized repeatedly. It turned out that the man had stepped on the face of the female cultivator in the pure jade state. The young Confucian disciple was stunned. He saw that the previous suzerain of the Jade Gui sect, who had long been famous in the world, did not intend to lift his foot at all, even though he said sorry. Finally, he bowed to the man beside him and said, Consecrator Zhou Fei pays his respects to the hill master. Chun Pingan did not get up. He took out 2 pots of wine and threw 1 pot to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked up at the strange yet familiar Jiang Shangzhen and said softly, You've worked hard to meet me again. It's really not easy. The hill master is really too much. In the second letter, he only said that he would not go to the Xinzhuan Peak. Luckily, I'm smart enough to know that you would go straight here. Jiang Shangzhen was finally willing to withdraw his foot, but he used the tip of his foot to push the female cultivator several feet away. He took the wine pot and sat beside Chun Pingan. He raised the wine pot in his hand high with a happy expression, but his voice was not loud. He said with a smile, Good brother, let's have a drink. The 2 wine pots gently knocked against each other, and then they were silent and drank separately. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for wine. $7.49. Speaking of which, the physical book of Swords of the Future has been published. It's a set of 7 volumes. Jiang Shangzhen leaned forward and looked past Chun Pingan, who was in the middle. He smiled at the disciple of the academy and asked, This scholar, are you from the Dafu Academy? Do you have the title of a gentleman? The young man immediately stood up and walked down a few steps. He bowed respectfully and said, Yang Pu, a Confucian scholar from the Great Fu Academy, greets Master Jiang. You're too polite. I'm not a scholar. Jiang Shangzhen returned the greeting and said, Yang Pu, I have an impression of you. You're a man with a handle. I'll treat it as if I know you from now on. Chun Pingan couldn't help but tease. Brother Zhou Fei, you have a good reputation now. Did you sell all the erotic books on the mountain to the academy? Jiang Shangzhen laughed. There have been many things on the mountain these years. I've delayed a lot of work. Chun Pingan asked, Master Jiang? Jiang Shangzhen nodded. I've been in charge for 3 years. I'm thin-skinned and can't stand being pointed at and scolded. I gave the position to Wei Ying. Before Jiang Shangjin went into seclusion, he had already officially stepped down from his position as sect master in the ancestral hall that was filled with new faces. Currently, the new sect master of Jade sect was the former 9 E-Peak master, Immortal Realm Sword cultivator, Wei Ying. Wei Ying took the opportunity to resign from his position as the master of Zhenjing sect and gave the position to Lu Laocheng, the head of a lower sect. That was why Yang Pu of the academy called him Old Master Jiang. Of course, Jiang Shangjin wasn't young. Yang Pu straightened his back and said shyly, "My knowledge is shallow, and I'm not a sage. I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with Master Jiang." Jiang Shangjin teased, "You're not a sage? Defu Academy is burying talents. I think it's more than enough to give you the title of a gentleman. I'll help you talk to Mountain Leader Cheng. If I'm not powerful enough, I'll ask Mountain Leader Chen. He's an old friend of Mountain Leader Cheng, and they're both scholars. His words will definitely work." Chun Pingan declined to comment. Yang Pu was a little flustered. He bowed again and said, "Old sect master Jiang." Junior Yang Pu did not stay here to fish for fame. "Moreover, I haven't made any progress in the past 3 years. I beg old sect master not to do this. Otherwise, Yang Pu will have to leave immediately and ask the academy to send someone else here." Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "Then just take it as a joke. Don't take it seriously. If it were someone else, Mountain Lord Chen, and I might not have liked him. You really are an idiot. Don't you know that if you leave now, all your previous efforts will be wasted? If the court bulletin of the Yugui sect was not wrong, you had come to Taiping Mountain on your own initiative before the academy spoke. Mountain Elder Ching had no choice but to come here in person to support you, a rash young man. If you withdraw from Taiping Mountain at this time, you'll be a fool for a few years. You won't be able to take any advantage, and you'll be in trouble. These 3 immortal sects on the mountain will definitely remember Yang Pu's name. Therefore, listen to my advice. Behave yourself and stay by our side. Drink and watch the show in peace." Yang Pu still wanted to say something. Chun Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly, on the academy's side, from the mountain elders to the disciples of Confucianism, "Everyone is watching you. Yang Pu can disregard his future because he has a clear conscience. However, many people who sincerely admire Yang Pu will feel indignant for you. They will feel that good people are not rewarded. There's no harm in thinking about this principle. Once you understand it, you can make a decision." When the time comes, at the very least, Jiang Shangjin and I will still treat you as a true scholar. You're welcome to visit the Jade sect or the Falling True sect in the future. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "Since Mountain Lord is still so patient, I'll be relieved." Jiang Shangjin only saw the last of the 3 battles, so he was a little worried. He was not only worried about how powerful Qin Pingan's swordsmanship and fist skills were, but he was also worried that the young mountain lord of Luapa Mountain had become a complete stranger after not seeing him for 20 years. For example, he had become a mountain person that Jiang Shangjin was familiar with. Chun Pingan glanced at the female cultivator in the pure jade state who was lying on the ground not far away. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were lonely. Patience depends on the person. Jiang Shangjin spoke telepathically to Qin Pingan. The new mountain leader of the Defu Academy is the deputy mountain leader of the Deer Academy of the Cloud Forest in your hometown. However, because he is the mountain leader of the 72 academies, he is using his true demon name, Cheng Longzhou, for the first time. Cheng Longzhou was born with the water lineage after all. As the mountain lord of the Academy of Confucianism, he caused a lot of criticism on the mountain. Emperor Dali Song, he used a lot of incense on the mountain for this. This was also the result of the Confucian temple of Middle Earthspan on the Mountain Lord's Bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise, with the current situation, there would only be people quarreling. It would waste a lot of good opportunities and delay a lot of important matters. Oh, Chun Pingon thought about it, and finally solved one of his doubts. Why did the Confucian Temple of Confucianism choose to ban the Mountain Lord's Bulletin for 5 years? Although the Confucian scholar Yang Pu did not know what the two immortals were talking about, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, there was a pure jade state cultivator lying on the ground in front of him. Her life and death were uncertain. This is such a big matter. Even if the two of you are very powerful and have a high status, shouldn't you be a little more careful? Chun Pingon lifted his chin and pointed at the woman on the ground. What's your background? Jiang Shangzhen gloated and said, Before I answer, let me ask you a small question. How much strength did you use? If I were her, I could kill her and wipe out her nascent divinity with just 2 or 3 sword strikes. But to knock her out in such a short period of time, and even imprison her soul and e'en divinity in her chi abode, it was as if she had been guarding the door. Truth be told, even I might not be able to do such a thing, much less ordinary cultivators like Jade Pu and immortals. You should know that this woman's fighting skills are average, but she is good at escaping. She has mastered the 5 elements escape technique to the point of perfection. As long as she is not isolated from the world, she can escape as she pleases. Even sword cultivators of the same level as her can't kill her. They can't even seriously injure her. It's hard to say how much. Chun Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth and continued speaking in his mind. However, I did temporarily isolate a small world in the battlefield. With a little trick, I wrote a few Spring Festival Talisman couplets on the door of her 16 chi residences. If she dares to wake up, it's equivalent to asking for the sword and fighting with me. Therefore, she has no choice but to continue pretending to be dead. However, before that, I was more reasonable. I let her use a secret technique to send a message to the ancestral hall and ask for reinforcements to come to Taiping Mountain to denounce me. Chun Pingon smiled and stretched out his hand from his sleeve. He used his thumb and forefinger to press on a crimson coral hairpin. Of course, she's more innocent. Whether it's walking down the mountain or fighting experience, they are all very middle 5 realms. I really don't know how she ascended to the upper 5 realms. Is her life too good? Ooh. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Our poor sister Jiang Shu. In your hands, other than keeping her chastity, she has nothing left. I guess Sister Jiang Shu thought about it and felt that it would be better if she didn't keep her chastity. Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to use the object refining technique to carefully break the mountain and river restriction of this token. When he opened the mountain, he already knew the sect that this female cultivator of the upper 5 realms was from. The key was to know her true backer. Moreover, this jasper hairpin was a top-notch magic treasure made of excellent materials. It was valuable, very valuable. Jiang Shangzhen held it in for a long time, but still couldn't hold it in. He laughed and stopped speaking in his mind. Her name is Han Jiangshu. Her sect is a little strange. In the Tongya continent, they don't show their strength. Ordinary cultivators in the Blessed Lands look up and see the banished immortals fall to the ground and make a scene. The cultivators of her sect are used to traveling the vast world, running amok, and abusing others. When they get into trouble, they hide in the Blessed Lands, and nobody knows. Chun Pingon lowered his head and looked at the coral hairpin. He understood and laughed. She's from the Wan Yao sect of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land. No wonder she has such a temper despite her weak abilities. Her courage is even more admirable. In the files of the Summer Palace, there was an old almanac page that recorded this place. It was even more hidden than the Eastern Sea Temple. The 3 Mountains Blessed Land had a radius of 10,000 miles. Although it was called the 3 Mountains, in reality, There was only one island on the sea. It was said to be one of the three ancient divine mountains. It was guarded by a superior deity. There was also a prophecy, the sound of cows' hooves crushing coral. Chun Pingon guessed that the Wan Yao sect didn't get any benefits from a dispute with the stinky cow's nose of the lotus flower blessed land, of the three mountains blessed land. This was normal. In the past 10,000 years, how many cultivators of the 14th realm were there in the human world? Especially in the peaceful years, there were even fewer. Only when the world was in chaos, like the surging flood, the rising water, and sinking land, would there be a few more. For example, Lu Fian was meticulous. Another example was Alliance and Cui Dong. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "This woman is relying on the fact that she's the first daughter of the celestial state Han Yushu. In the history of the Wan Yao sect, there was also an ascendant state founding ancestor. The later generations could close their doors and do whatever they want, those who are qualified to go out and travel. Old Han knows that the Tongya Island Temple is not to be trifled with. He's worried that our old temple master would be annoyed. Only 2 or 3 people from the Wan Yao sect leave the blessed land every 100 years. Their cultivation is not bad, so they're used to being arrogant. After all, Sister Jiangshu is the first daughter, so she's raised in the boudoir. Moreover, before the old master passed away, he made an agreement with the Central Plains Confucian Temple with the merits he accumulated. He's not allowed to leak any information about the Blessed Land and the sect. Therefore, the Yugui sect and the Tongya Island Temple gave them some face. Ooh, Chun Pingon asked, "What about this war?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "The Wan Yao sect put in a lot of effort in the final phase. They used up almost half of their wealth, but they didn't lose any cultivators." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Good eyesight and courage. No wonder they dared to attack the Taiping Mountain." Jiang Shangzhen finished his wine and put the empty pot aside. He held his head with both hands and leaned back on the steps. He continued to speak telepathically. Exactly this favor, not only the Academy, but also the Wan Yao sect's Celestial Han visited the Xinzhuan Peak. I hid in the Yugui sect to seek peace. Wei Ying had to pinch her nose and smile to thank him face to face. Therefore, the Wan Yao sect wants to occupy a piece of land in the Tongya Island outside the Three Mountains Blessed Land. They've set their sights on the Taiping Mountain. Even if the Dafu Academy doesn't agree, they won't have a bad relationship with the Wan Yao sect. However, Chun Pingon no longer spoke in his mind. Instead, with a thought, he opened half of the spring couplet's restrictions on the entrances of Han Jianshu's Qi Chi Manor. Only then did he laugh coldly. It's a good thing that the Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin has been banned. Otherwise, if a random Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin were to be circulated, the Myriad Jade sect, perhaps they're a pawn left by the Jiazi camp in the Tongya Island. Therefore, they hate the Taiping Mountain and want to occupy it so that they can completely cut off the Taiping Mountain's lineage. Perhaps whoever Master Han tries to reason with, they can just apologize in the court bulletin and clarify that the Wan Yao sect has absolutely nothing to do with the desolate land. The conversation between old sect leader Jiang and this mountain lord Qin had been heard clearly by the Confucian scholar Yang Pu. When he heard the last part of the conversation, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. It was unknown whether it was because of the wine or because he was scared. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, even if you know it's feasible and can easily protect the ruins of the Taiping Mountain, will you still not do it?" Yang Pu plucked up his courage and said, "It's not what a gentleman would do. I will never do it." The bright red coral hairpin between Chun Pingon's fingers flashed and was quickly put into Chun Pingon's sleeve. As expected, Han Jiangshu called her father. Immortal Han Yushu? I'll remember it. Chun Pingon patted the Confucian scholar's shoulder and snapped his fingers. He tore half of the Spring Festival couplets left by the sword Qi on the door of her Qi residence. He looked at the female cultivator Han Jiangshu and said, "Did you hear that? You have to thank such a scholar. Many things are taken advantage of by you, and yet you still pretend to be innocent. It's not that others are not as smart as you, but there are things that gentlemen should do and things that they shouldn't do. If you do something that you don't want to do, you will think it's stupid. If you don't do it, you will still think it's stupid. You can be happy if you want to. Anyway, don't laugh so loudly like you did today. Didn't you meet me? If I wasn't worried about hitting the wrong person, you would be a hanging statue in the ancestral hall of the Wan Yao sect. You would be receiving incense every year." Han Jiangshu sat up silently. She lowered her eyes so that no one could see her expression. She did not say any harsh words, nor did she look at the ruthless guy. She did not even try to escape from here. Yang Pu looked at the pitiful female immortal of the upper 5 states. Was this the Lord Chun Sr. worried about hitting the wrong person? Han Jiangshu had been in the limelight in the Tongyi continent in recent years. She had appeared in many summit meetings such as the one in the Dafu Academy. These years, Yang Pu had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain. He did not die suddenly because of his identity as a Confucian scholar. During this period, Han Jiangshu had come once to visit Taiping Mountain. She had stayed at the ruins of the ancestral hall for a long time. Yang Pu followed her from afar. They did not say a word from beginning to end. It was hard to imagine that a female immortal, whom Yang Pu once thought was unattainable, would be pulled by her hair and thrown to the ground. When he finally woke up, he was told to be a hanging statue and receive incense. Yang Pu knew that he did not have the chance to pity Han Jiangshu, but he could not help but pity this female immortal of the pure jade state. Although he was pitiful, he felt relieved. He felt that the anger that had accumulated over the years had been cooled down by the wine. He carefully glanced at Han Jiangshu. She deserved it. Thinking this way, it did not seem right, but Yang Pu could not help it. This senior with the surname Chen was too good at talking. She was not arrogant in front of a small figure like him. She was polite and even invited him to drink. Inexplicably, the Confucian scholar Yang Pu felt relieved. It was like flipping through books in the academy. Chun Pingon stretched out his hands from his sleeves, hovering in the air to detain the souls of 2 cultivators that had condensed into a ball. The 2 bags that were left in place previously had a puppet talisman stuck on them. At this moment, they began to move towards the mountain gate on their own. Then, their expressions were wooden, like 2 walking corpses, one on the left and one on the right of the mountain gate, acting as door gods. Chun Pingon casually tossed out the 2 balls of souls, but he didn't let the souls merge into the cultivators' bodies. Instead, they hovered above their heads, drifting slightly with the wind. Then he twisted out 2 talismans from his sleeves and stuck them on the souls in a flash. They vibrated incessantly, but 2 waves of heart-wrenching howls unexpectedly didn't reach Yang Pu's ears at all. Han Jiangshu turned a blind eye to this. Her thoughts were all on the young Taoist who was hiding his head and tail. This guy must be a cultivator of the immortal state, an immortal who could wantonly detain her coral hairpin. She had to bear with him for the time being. Cultivating on the mountain, she was not afraid of suffering some losses. There would be a day when she could get back at him. She, Han Jiangshu, was not a rootless cultivator of the mountains and lakes. Her own Wan Yao sect was a sect that had made great contributions to the Tongyi continent. She did not believe that this person would dare to kill her. Since that was the case, there was no harm in lowering her head for a while. Today, she had failed miserably at such an easy task. That guy was very scheming. Previously, He had used 2 layers of camouflage at the same time. The first layer was to disguise himself as a sword immortal. It was very likely that he had used imitations of immortal swords similar to those of the hateful Sword Mountain. Moreover, there were 2 of them, one after the other. The second layer was to isolate the heaven and earth with a formation, pretending to be a saint overseeing a small heaven and earth. That was why her Taoist heart was distracted for a moment. In the end, it turned out that he was a Taoist master of the upper 5 realms who cultivated both talisman and formation. No wonder he deliberately did not wear the Taoist crown or the Taoist robe. It was only after he had used the talisman formation that he was forced to reveal a Taoist robe that was not a disguise. The Taoist robe was vast. It was a lotus crown of one of the 3 branches of the Baek Okekyung building. Its Taoist meaning was ethereal and definitely could not be faked. She still had this bit of eyesight. In particular, those sword chi talisman that suppressed her Qi resonance were the most difficult to deal with. Previously, a cultivator of the pure jade realm could only obediently fall to the ground. Even when she was lying at the mountain gate, she did not dare to look at or listen to anything. The only suspicious thing was the Taoist crown. Previously, that guy moved very quickly and reached out to touch it. Only then did he dispel some rippling illusions that looked like a fishtail crown. It was very likely that the Taoist crown was the real one and not the token of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building. Was he worried that his sect would follow the clues and seek revenge? Was that why he used the Taoist crown as his backer? At the same time, he concealed the real Taoist vein of this person? No. With this person's temperament, he would never give himself away in front of her. The fishtail crown was the token of the second branch of the Baek Okekyung building. It was also a means that the other party used to intimidate people, a Taoist priest who was willing to fight for Taiping Mountain. Yes, he must be a foreigner from the Tongyi continent who came from the same branch of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building as Taiping Mountain. He must be a descendant of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building in another continent. This was because she heard from her father that the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building had disappeared for a long time. Even when Taiping Mountain became a lord of heaven, he did not appear. Therefore, this young Taoist priest who hid his head and tail was really fickle and shrewd. Since the enmity between the 2 sides was deep, before this person left the Tongyi continent, even if he could live, he must be half dead. She, Han Jianshu, and the Wan Yao sect had no reason to be humiliated like this. Jiang Shangjin looked at Han Jianshu. Although he did not know how she and Qin Pingan exchanged pointers, he was sure of one thing. This sister Han Jianshu had been abducted by the good guy. Jiang Shangjin sat up and shook the wine jug. Seeing that the mountain chieftain beside him didn't move, he could only pretend to raise his head, raise his arm, and shake the empty wine jug with all his might. The good guy beside him still didn't move, so Jiang Shangjin could only put the wine jug back down beside his feet. Of course, Jiang Shangjin recognized this sister Han Jianshu. However, it was normal that Han Jianshu did not recognize him. When he was traveling in the 3 mountains blessed land, Jiang Shangjin changed his name and appearance. Because of a small misunderstanding, he was relentlessly pursued by her. Later on, Han Jianshu accompanied her father, who was in the immortal realm, to visit the Jade Gui sect. Jiang Shangjin was no longer the sect master and had gone into seclusion to hide. Therefore, the 2 sides did not meet face to face. In the early years of the Tongyi continent, no one dared to casually mention Jiang Shangjin. After all, Jiang Shangjin would personally visit and thank them. The 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain were usually the sword cultivators, the legalist cultivators, the Taoist priests of the Saber Division, and the people who owed money. However, there were also 4 troublesome ghosts who were famous in the Tongyi continent's mountain-blessed land. A certain B** starred, who liked to ride the wind and recite poems. Old Josie, who once rowed the boat for the third sect master, Lu Chen, was invincible in insults. Jiang Shangzhen, who was a flower that bloomed in the wall, was fragrant outside the wall. He did not die even after wreaking havoc in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. He was invincible in escaping, and even more invincible in disgusting others. There was also a female cultivator in White Sovereign City, who was usually bad-tempered but had many tricks up her sleeves. Occasionally, she was extremely patient. It was said that the female cultivator doted on a young man named Kinran, who had just entered White Sovereign City. He was a martial nephew who had just entered the White Sovereign City. For her martial nephew, she did not hesitate to fight with a sect in the Central Plains. She used many unimaginable tricks and joined forces with her martial nephew. After 5 years, the two of them challenged a sect alone, to the extent that Jing Juzhong had no choice but to send a flying sword message to White Sovereign City. As for the contents of the secret letter, there were many different opinions. Some said that it was to dissuade her and to quit while she was ahead. Some said that it was to reprimand her for failing to protect the Tao, and that her spells were too weak. There were even some who said that it was the first time that Jing Juzhong had personally instructed his last disciple, Kinran, on how to attack in order to achieve immediate results. In any case, in the entire vast heaven, there were not many who could guess Jing Juzhong's thoughts. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Two earth immortals, one Jindan and the other nascent soul." The Jindan masters do not recognize them, but I had the fortune to meet this nascent soul big shot once. He was born as a wild cultivator and had only been a guest of Little Dragon's show for a few years. There are too few immortals on the mountain now. Any kind of trash can run up the mountain. In a flash, he has become the mainstay of the mountains and rivers of our continent. Chun Pingon glanced at the nascent soul big shot from the corner of his eyes. The soul that was wailing above his head seemed to have sensed a cold gaze. It endured the heart-wrenching pain and immediately calmed down. No wonder he was born as a wild cultivator. Compared to the immortal master of the register, he could endure more pain. Little Dragon Show was a subordinate sect of Great Dragon Show in the Central Plains. Most of the cultivators there were immortal mirror makers. The treasure mirror made by Great Dragon Show was extremely famous. Among the 6 branches of the demon-revealing mirror in the world, the Water Dragon Mirror, which specialized in suppressing aquatic demons, was monopolized by Great Dragon Show. As for the cultivators of Little Dragon Show in the Tongyi continent, they moved quickly and returned home quickly. It was not surprising that they had set their sights on the territory of Mount Taiping. This was because one of the core treasures of Mount Taiping's protective formation was the ancient mirror that the old Lord of Heaven had used to search for the big demon. Obviously, both Great Dragon Show and Little Dragon Show hoped to use the remnant Taoist rhyme of the ancient mirror to deduce its source and finally create an imitation of Mount Taiping's ancient mirror. After that, what else could they do? Make a lot of money. Now, they were aggressively hunting down the remaining demons of the 4 continents, especially the immortal masters of the register of the Liuxia continent and the Snowy Peak continent. Each of them was more energetic than the other and spared no effort to cross the continents. For example, the guest of the Lu family, the sword immortal Su Jun, who was driving the mountain, was considered kind. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who had risked his life on the battlefield of the Jinjia continent in the early days. For example, when Wanyan Laojing lost his mind, Su Ming, who had concealed his identity and cultivation level, stepped forward resolutely and decisively handed over his sword to help the Jinjia continent block a lot of losses. Thus, Jiang Shangzhen turned a blind eye to it. Han Jianshu finally straightened her back and raised her head. She sat cross-legged. First, she raised the back of her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, She stretched out her hand to stroke the hair at her temples. Her expression was so calm that it made the scholar Yang Pu feel even more terrified. Even if Yang Pu did not pay attention to the outside world, he knew that the more this kind of mountain cultivator was, the more they were feared. And beside this pure jade realm female cultivator, there was an unsheathed narrow saber. Chop Kansas Chinpingon covered his sleeves with both hands and pretended to stand up. He smiled and said, "Sister Jianshu, such a good demeanor. You are really a tough nut to crack. Admirable, admirable, admirable." Han Jianshu subconsciously stood up as if she was facing a great enemy. The crimson robe on her body shone brightly, like layers of moonlight. The rainbow light overlapped, making her look like a goddess who walked out from the moon palace. Unexpectedly, Chinpingon had already sat down again. He raised his head slightly and just stared at Han Jianshu. He did not speak. After a long silence, he said, "My eyes hurt, and my neck hurts." Han Jianshu was just about to put away the robe's strange phenomenon when her heartstrings tightened. In an instant, Han Jianshu was about to activate her natal item, the earth of the 5 elements. It was an old mountain that her father had moved from the Tongyi continent to the 3 mountains blessed land. Therefore, Han Jianshu's earth burrowing technique was extremely mysterious. When Han Jianshu had just burrowed into the ground, her entire body was smashed out of the ground. Her head was grabbed by the talisman array master and forcefully pressed down. Her back smashed into the ground, creating a large spider web. The opponent's strength was just right. It suppressed Han Jianshu's vital qi resonance and prevented her from falling into the pit. Yang Pu sat on the steps in a daze. He did not see Senior Chen make a move. Instead, he saw the green-robed man stomp down heavily on the woman's face. He stomped on Han Jianshu's face. "You still have the face to look at Taiping Mountain in front of me." He stomped again, and again until the entire head of a female cultivator in the raw jade realm caved in. The senior, who was called Mountain Master by the old Lord Jiang, stomped his feet and angrily said, Look hard. Open your eyes and take a good look." Jiang Shangzhen did not feel that there was anything wrong. His expression was calm, as if he was enjoying the scenery. It was a pity that there was no wine at hand. The only flaw was that there was no wine. Brother Chen was indeed a peak realm, a bottleneck martial artist. He could be regarded as a 10 realms martial artist in the Tongyi continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the stunned Confucian scholar and smiled. He was still too young. Treasure Vase Continent's famous Chen Yuxian, you should know of him, right? It was the young mountain master in front of you, Yang Pu. Wasn't he worthy of his name? Jiang Shangzhen coughed a few times and covered his mouth with his fist. He smiled and squinted his eyes. In those unbearable years where every day was a matter of life and death, there would occasionally be a few things that made Jiang Shangzhen happy. For example, he met a round-faced girl in cotton clothes. They got along well with each other. For example, within the demon race, there was a saying that the southern ribbon minister was the northern hidden official. It was so widespread that those who survived on and off the Tongyi continent, no matter what method they used to survive, had all heard of this saying. In addition to the list of the top 10 young people in the world, the 11th person at the bottom was the hidden official. Therefore, the current peak realm of the Tongyi continent felt that this genius sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a pity. He was not even 40 years old and held a high position at such a young age. It was a pity that he followed the Ascension City and went to the 5th realm. Otherwise, if he stayed in the vast realm, as long as he met up with either Qi Tingji or Lu Ji, or set up his own sect, then the vast realm would be destined to have a young sword immortal sect master who rose up quickly. Most importantly, this person was young, very young. As for the cultivators of the Tongyi continent halfway up the mountain, They did not know much about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They habitually regarded the northern hidden official as a demon race cultivator from the desolate realm. If a young genius sword cultivator had too many accidents, he might die on the way up the mountain. However, a Sword Chi Great Wall of Sword Chi's hidden official, who was one of the top 10 youths, would definitely not die so easily. This was because many observant people had discovered that no matter if it was the top 10 youths or the top 10 youths, none of them had died on the battlefield. At most, they had gone missing. For example, the leader of the 100-sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain in the desolate realm, Zhu Gong, who shone in the South Whirling War, Ma Kuxuan, who fought to his death in the Aquarius continent, Su Bai, who was known as the young Grand Duke Jiang, and Chun Qing from the Green Immortal Mountain were all still alive. Moreover, each of them deserved the title of Great Tao. As for Chao Ci, the cultivators and martial artists of the vast realm subconsciously did not regard him as one of the top 10 youths. Before the Landscape Palace Bulletin was banned, there was a small piece of news that did not involve the general trend of the world. It was able to stand out among the many secrets of the Palace Bulletin and be discussed enthusiastically because of Chao Ci's fist. It was a female martial artist called Zheng Qian. She seemed to have some relationship with the Thunder God Temple of the White Peak continent, but she was not a direct disciple of Pei Asyam. During her travels to the Central Divine Continent, she had challenged Chao Ci to a total of 4 rounds on the walls of the capital city of the Great Duan Dynasty. There were not many witnesses, other than the imperial tutor of the Great Duan Dynasty and the female martial goddess Pei Wan. There were only the White Peak continent's Lu Jiubao and Lu Yuzhou, the god of wealth and god of fortune. However, there were still too few things to be happy about. Jiang Shangjin was no longer a sentimental person. There were still many things that he found hard to let go of. Today, he had finally encountered 3 things that were worth being happy about, worth drinking to his heart's content. He had reunited with his good friend Qin Pingan. The 2 of them were still alive and well. He had seen the young mountain lord of the Luapa Mountain take action. He had seen with his own eyes that this young man was not so reasonable. There was also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was really good at fighting. However, there were some things that Jiang Shangjin could not say. He had to let Qin Pingan see, hear, and know for himself. Jiang Shangjin clenched a fist and placed it on his knee. His other hand patted his knee as he spoke softly. Refining the chivalrous heart into an ancient mirror, the clear light piercing through the great void, emitting a bright light. The chessboard of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, how many heroes at one time? Peeking at the ancient mirror is very thin. Carrying books to check the plum blossoms, chewing the plum blossoms, romantic for all eternity like a dream, a venerable returning to the river and moon. Chun Pingan stopped his actions and turned his head with a smile. It's not in tune, and it's hard to explain in a few words. It's heart-wrenching. Jiang Shangjin raised his fist and waved it lightly. He smiled. I'll study more in the future and work harder. Chun Pingan took a step back and returned to his original position on the steps. He asked a strange question. Jiang Shangjin. As for that Han Jianshu, he pulled his head out of the ground with great difficulty. He supported himself with his hands and vomited blood. Yang Pu sighed. If that's the case, Senior will really fight to the death with the Thousand Jade sect. If there were no bystanders watching, Han Jianshu might have had some leeway after what happened today. The old sect master Jiang had always been a playboy, and he was famous for his frivolity. He never made friends based on the level of cultivation. Therefore, Yang Pu only thought that worshipping Zhou Fei and paying a visit to the mountain master were all jokes between friends. Could there really be a mountain in the world that could make the old sect master Jiang be willing to be worshipped? But if it wasn't a joke, who had the right to say that Jiang Shangjin was a piece of trash? Old sect Master Jiang was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the Tongyi continent. Even the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master made a trip back to the Divine Seal Peak from the battlefield at the Jiaolong Ravine. Jiang Shangjin was confused. He turned to Chen Pingan. "Who else am I? What do you mean?" Chen Pingan suddenly asked. "This year is—" Jiang Shangjin was even more confused. "What's going on?" Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and replied telepathically, "I always feel like I'm in a dream, and I haven't woken up yet." Jiang Shangjin thought for a while and gave an explanation. In the attendant city, the year name was changed in the 17th year of the Divine Dragon. Now it's the 9th year of Yuan Shi. Chen Pingan slightly calculated the number of years he had spent in the North Continent and frowned. 3 dreams, and each dream was close to 2 years? From the time when he walked out of the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, that was through the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the reversal of mountains and rivers in the Aquarius continent, to the time when Shueisha appeared on the city wall and met him, to the time when he entered the dream and woke up. In fact, it had been more than 5 years. What did Cui Dong want to do? What was the point of letting him miss more and returning home later? Chen Pingan looked at Jiang Shangjin with a complicated expression. Was the person in front of him really not one of Cui Dong's thoughts? After all, a person's vision was limited. If it were Chen Pingan himself, if he had Cui Dong's realm and learned 1 or 2 related secret arts, Chen Pingan felt that he could also give it a try. When Chen Pingan looked down at the world from a high place, the mountains and rivers under his feet were just a white painting scroll like a dead object, and there was no need for Cui Dong to distract himself too much. But when Chen Pingan looked closer, there were not many people, and Cui Dong could draw the people in the painting one by one, or put some effort to add the finishing touch, making them lifelike. Even if Chen Pingan was in a bustling city, like the Tsai Ferry or the Yuzhou Mountain Ferry, which was bustling with people coming and going, at most, Cui Shi had purposely placed himself in a part of a blessed land similar to Paper Bai. And the reason why Chen Pingan suspected Jiang Shangjin in front of him was that there was a bigger secret. When he was in prison, the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend. With just 1 trip, Chen Pingan's state of mind could evolve thousands of reasonable meridians based on this. And Cui Dong's cultivation was obviously deeper than the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend. In other words, every truth that Chen Pingan knew, Jiang Shangjin would know it as soon as he thought about it. Therefore, the truth of this dream was almost unsolvable. Before Jiang Shangjin appeared, the natural pressure of the Tong Yezhou and the demon-subduing tower had made Chen Pingan feel more at ease. But at this moment, he was a little absent-minded, because he just remembered that all the feelings, even the vibration of the soul, and the ripples of the qi dynamic, fell into the hands of Cui Dong, who was good at seeing through people's hearts and analyzing consciousness, could also be a kind of illusion that was close to the truth. This made Chen Pingan a little irritated, and he couldn't help but take a big gulp of wine. Damn it, if he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have recognized any Marshall brothers. If he cut ties, a hidden official, a Dali imperial tutor, and Cui Dong probably wouldn't be so Dao protector, right? It was said that a fall into the pit, a gain in wisdom. The truth-seeking game at the calligraphy lake was still fresh in his mind, and now Cui Dong was doing something even more ruthless and merciless. What was he after? Why was Cui Dong like this as a Marshall brother? Did he really have to go straight to the Central Divine Continent's Confucian Temple to see the teacher, the Sage of Rites, and the Holy Master before he could interpret the dream and examine it? But if it was the 4th dream, why did Cui Dong make him so suspicious? Or was this also part of Cui Dong's plan? Chen Pingan had never been so confused since he could remember. He didn't read or write, but he had never lived a muddle-headed life. He had learned boxing, read books, and traveled far many times. He had also gritted his teeth and believed in a few truths. So even though he stumbled and stumbled along the way, he always felt at ease in his heart. Now, it seemed that all the truths he firmly believed in, including those he copied from books, those he thought of, the flying sword, the boxing skill, the talisman, many natal items, and the small world of the human body, had become an attic in the air that slowly left the ground. It was just like the mirage on the ferry earlier. Maybe it was real thousands of years ago, but what Chinpingan and the ferry passengers saw was fake, because they were already at a ferry in the downstream of the river of time. Jiang Shangjin felt strange and asked, Chinpingan, what's going on? It seems that you don't even trust me? Chun Pingan said helplessly. It's said that hearing is false, seeing is believing. I'm in an awkward situation now. I'm afraid that what I see is deliberately made by someone. Ooh, on Jiang Shangjin's side, Chinpingan was still willing to see him as Jiang Shangjin. Just like whether it was a dream or not, when Chinpingan heard that there was such an encounter on Taiping Mountain, he rushed over without saying a word. Jiang Shangjin was even more helpless. Could it be that you met the city lord of White Emperor City, and you were asking Zheng Juzhong for help? It doesn't make sense. This guy has been doing very well in Fuyao continent these years. He played the demon clan in one continent and 2 military camps in the palm of his hand. Now, more than half of the demon clan in the entire Fuyao continent have defected by him. What's more, Zheng Juzhong has no reason to fight with you. To be honest, no matter who you provoke, whether they are in the Ascendant Realm or not, I can help. Only Zheng Juzhong is involved. I really want to help, but I can't. There were not many cultivators on the mountain that Jiang Shangjin didn't dare to provoke. White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong was one of them, and his ranking was very high. Chun Pingan shook his head. It's not Zheng Juzhong. Jiang Shangjin thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Chun Pingan, if you trust me, calm down for a moment and try to suppress all your thoughts. Then I'll write some old stories on a piece of paper. When the time comes, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. But let me say it first. My realm is not at the peak now. 1 Han Yushu is nothing. If there are 2 Han Yushu, it's enough for you and me to drink a pot of wine. Chun Pingan shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's meaningless. Jiang Shangjin sighed. It seems that the trouble is really not small. Chun Pingan still shook his head. It's not all trouble. It's just that my heart is empty, and I can't keep my feet on the ground. I've never had this kind of feeling before. Chun Pingan was afraid. He was afraid that when he was young, he felt that his efforts were destined to be in vain, no matter how hard he tried. After practicing boxing, especially after he became a swordsman, Chun Pingan had thought that this kind of terrifying feeling of drowning and suffocating was getting further and further away from him, and that he would never meet it face to face again in this lifetime. Jiang Shangjin closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently rotated them. Not far away from the stairs, spirit energy condensed, and an object appeared. It was like a millstone, about the size of a well, and it hovered motionlessly. Jiang Shangjin casually rotated his fingers again, and a blurry figure appeared. It was less than an inch tall, and it seemed to be in a boxing stance, about to fight with the millstone. Jiang Shangjin then used his 2 fingers to condense 1 millstone after another. In the end, it turned into a round ball made up of thousands of millstones. Finally, with a light stroke of his 2 fingers, a small figure that was about an inch tall appeared in the ball. Jiang Shangjin snapped his fingers, and the first millstone began to rotate slowly, crushing the pure martial artist. The latter then asked for Tao with his fists. On the other side, the Qi cultivator, who was in the great millstone of heaven and earth, actually moved along with it, rotating together with a small world formed by countless crisscrossing threads. Jiang Shangjin slowly said, looking at the world from the perspective of a pure martial artist is different from looking at the world from the perspective of a cultivator. Chun Pingan, although you have not slacked off in your cultivation after you rebuilt the longevity bridge, in my opinion, The more you see yourself as a pure martial artist, the more you cannot see yourself as a pure cultivator. This is because you seem to have never dreamed of attaining Tao and longevity, and have never treated it as something that must be done. Not only that, you have been intentionally or unintentionally going against the current. Once you understand this state of mind, and this logic looking back, is it important whether it is true or not? Whether it is a dream or waking up, will it really leave you with no one to depend on? If it is a big dream, so be it. What is there to be afraid of? Chen Pinggan listened carefully to Jiang Shangzhen's every word. At the same time, he focused on the two scenes. After a long time, he nodded as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I understand now. Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand, clenched his fist, and raised his thumb, pointing to Mount Taiping behind the two of them. He smiled and said, "Have you forgotten where this is?" Jiang Shangzhen was saying, "Mount Taiping is the cultivation of me." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and held Jiang Shangzhen's arm. He was in high spirits and laughed heartily. "Brother Zhou, you have wronged me. Jiang Shangzhen is not a good-for-nothing." Jiang Shangzhen smiled, awkwardly. "I have to thank you. Firstly, it was because Mountain Lord Chen's praise was not pleasant to hear. Secondly, it was because that Sister Jiang Shu finally knew who he was. Look at how her limpid eyes were staring at him, almost squeezing her eyebrows to the back of her head. Damn it, did she have to be so happy to see her brother Jiang? Han Yushu is probably already on his way here. What a good move. Most likely, the hairpin itself is a kind of message. Otherwise, that secret letter would not be so concise and to the point. Even Lord Jiang did not mention it. Chen Pinggan took out a pot of wine and handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked at Han Yushu from the corner of his eyes and said, "As a consecrator, you should at least show some responsibility. You are an expert in dealing with women." "I can't do it." "Definitely not." Jiang Shangzhen took the wine and complained, "I don't think it's a good idea. Seeing each other so often will hurt our friendship. Han Yushu is an extremely experienced, immortal realm expert. If I were just a consecrator of your family, fighting alone would not be a big deal. After all, if I beat him until he is half dead, I will pretend to be half dead and run away. But you just revealed my identity. Jiang Shangzhen can run away, but he can't run away from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. So I can't fight for nothing. Get 2 pots of wine, and let me be the chief consecrator." Chen Pinggan threw another pot of wine to Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? No discord, no concord. Since Han Yushu knows you, sit here and drink your wine." It turned out that Han Yushu handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. As for Han Yushu, he let him do it himself. After saying that, Chen Pinggan stood up. Originally, a pair of daggers slipped out from his sleeves. But for some reason, Chen Pinggan changed his mind and seemed to have given up the identity of Chao Mo. Chen Pinggan put the dagger back into his sleeve and gently rolled up his sleeves. Then he stretched lazily. It was as if a series of spring thunders had exploded in his small world of mountains and rivers, bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new. In his heart lake, ripples appeared on the surface, just like a letter. As Cui Dong said, Chen Pinggan's brain was not good enough, so he was blind again. It was not until he reached Taiping Mountain and met Jiang Shangzhen that he could unravel the dream. The letter appeared in Chen Pinggan's heart lake for a moment, and then gradually disappeared. At the same time, the sun and moon in his heart seemed to have many more scrolls of time, but Chen Pinggan could not open them or even touch them. But that letter was only opened by Chen Pinggan after many years. It's not just me who was locked in the attic to study. It's not just you who was lonely in Clay Bottle Alley. In fact, all children on their way to growing up try their best to open their eyes wide and look at the unfamiliar world outside. Perhaps they will gradually become familiar with it, or perhaps they will forever be unfamiliar with it. Chun Pingon, you've been looking at it for too long and too carefully, so it's inevitable that you'll be mentally tired without realizing it. Why don't you think about it? How many years have you slept soundly, and how many sweet dreams have you had? It's time to look at yourself and make your life easier. It's not enough to just recognize your own heart. How can you let a child carry a big wicker basket and go up the mountain to pick herbs with all the good principles in the world? How can a scholar like me, who tirelessly pursues the principles of the sages and the beauty of the world, be something that makes me feel deeply tired? Chimpingon, you're still young. How many times do you want to be a mad scholar in this lifetime? And you must do it early. While you're still young, you have to say a few arrogant words to this world, leave a few harsh words, and do a few magnificent deeds that you don't have to deliberately hide. Moreover, when you talk and do things, when you punch or sword, you have to hold your head high, be high-spirited, and be insufferably arrogant. When you study, you have to learn from Qi Jingchun. When you fight, you have to learn from both sides. You have to persist in being kind to this world and learn to be kind to yourself. You have to let the children who follow behind you not only learn to be kind to others and get along well with this world, but also let them truly understand that being a good person, in addition to your own peace of mind, will also bring about real good karma. This is the true path that you should take. This is the real first dream of the 3 dreams. Therefore, the previous 3 dreams were to let you comprehend the word false in the real dream. This dream is to let you seek the word true in the fake dream. It is to let you see the truth in the dream. It's not enough to recognize the truth of yourself. You have to recognize the truth of the world. After that, there are still 2 more dreams. Continue to decipher them. Senior brother has already done his best to protect you up to this point. Just treat this as the last lesson on behalf of Master. I hope that in the future, there will be a day where the old have their own end, the strong have their own uses, and the young have their own strengths. Junior brother, please take a look at the world for senior brother. Chui Dong's thoughts today. Even if there are echoes 100 or 1,000 years later, Chui Dong will have a clear conscience and no regrets. Chui Dong's lineage of the literary sage is not very good. With you, Chimpingon is very good. It can't be better. Practice your sword well. Qi Jingchun's thoughts are still not enough. An 11th level martial artist is nothing. Senior brother hopes that junior brother will one day. The last disciple of the literary sage's lineage is already a 15th level sword cultivator. Chun Pingon took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Waking up was like a dream, and seeking the truth in a dream. No wonder that not long after leaving the fortune cave on Luhua Island, there would be a Tsai fairy that happened to pass by, and it would first go to drive the mountain instead of fuming sect, and then it was sure that Chin Pingon would first go to Yugue sect's Jiangshangjin, and eventually come to Taiping Mountain. Whether Jiangshangjin pointed it out or not, Chui Dong felt that Chun Pingon could think of a sentence, Taiping Mountain, I will cultivate the truth. Of course, the premise was that Chun Pingon was not too stupid. After all, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chui Dong had personally deciphered the word Qingleng for Chin Pingon, which itself was a kind of reminder. Probably in Xiuhu's eyes he already cheated, so if Chin Pingon was still confused when he arrived at Taiping Mountain, he would probably be really stupid. But why did he miss it again? Chun Pingon seemed to be asleep, but he was not. His mind was immersed in the 10th level, and the people and scenery in his mind became a gorgeous painting that changed from a simple sketch to a colorful painting. His hometown town, the Aquarius continent, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Tongye continent, and the North continent. In the early spring, when the world was peaceful, the martial arts fate of the 2 connected worlds gathered at Taiping Mountain of the Tongye continent. Dressed in a green robe, Chin Pingon flew away like a rainbow, and the martial arts fate gathered on his body. He threw a punch at an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen watched for a while and really admired his master's shamelessness. His previous posture clearly showed that he was going to kill an immortal with 2 or 3 punches, but when the two sides really fought, his martial arts fate was about to come to an end in front of everyone. And he still pretended that he was a warrior at the peak of the mountain realm who was the strongest in the far-wandering realm. It turned out that he wanted that immortal to help him stabilize his realm. Was that Han Yushu really stupid? Or what? Did he really get addicted to beating people up? The spells were really gorgeous, and the mystical powers were really spectacular. Especially the talisman path. It was even more mysterious and had reached the peak. No wonder there were so many people sucking up to you in the Tongya continent now, saying that you were the #1 talisman after Yu Xian. You didn't really believe it, did you? After all, this saying was already set in stone. Jiang Shangzhen, was the one who created it and then accidentally spread it. That immortal Han probably rarely fought to his heart's content, and his opponent was tough enough. Oh, Jiang Shangzhen had underestimated immortal Han, so he was secretly setting up a small world. Han Jianshu looked into the distance, making her very anxious. She was just about to secretly send a message to her father, but that person was extremely scheming and sinister. Other than being a martial grandmaster who had just revealed his identity, he was also a Taoist immortal who was also proficient in talisman formations. She could not rely too much on her family's 3 mountains mystic tome formation. But before she could send the message, a blood bead seeped out from Han Jianshu's forehead, and a willow leaf hung between her eyebrows. Jiang Shangzhen grumbled, "Sister Jiang Shu is really heartless. Did you forget about Brother Jiang, who picked up your embroidered shoe? Out of kindness, I returned your embroidered shoes with both hands. Instead, you were angry and embarrassed. You didn't even allow me to explain. But when there was no one around, you shattered my robe. Sister Jiang Shu, do you know how many pots of wine I drank after I returned to the Tong Yi sect? But every time I opened the clay seal of the wine pot, the fragrance, it's you? Shut up, you bastard." Han Jianshu's eyes widened. "I've sent people to investigate. All the techniques you used at that time were indeed secret techniques that only the direct disciples of the Tong Yi sect can pass down at this point." Han Jianshu also knew that she had said a lot of nonsense. She bit her lips so hard that she did not even notice that blood was seeping out. She only said hatefully, "Jiang Shangzhen, Jiang Shangzhen." Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were even more bitter than hers. "You kept saying that you would recognize me even if I turned into ashes. But in the end, you pretty sister's words can't be trusted." The scholar Yang Pu did not know whether to listen or not to listen to such secret affairs of the palace, so he could only continue drinking. Jiang Shangzhen held the wine pot with one hand and covered his face with the other. "Master, you've gone too far." A figure was seen falling down in a straight line, crashing into the ground 1,000 feet away from the mountain gate, creating a sizable pit. Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly looked at the flying dust and asked worriedly, "Fellow Taoist, are you hurt?" The man in the green robe jumped up and shook off the dust with his fist. "It's hard to deal with." Han Jianshu's face was pale, but a willow leaf had been nailed into her forehead, so she could not speak. In the sky, a person was hovering, holding a dark purple wine gourd in one hand. He breathed out gently. It was the immortal supreme technique of the true Samadhi fire. The golden flame covered the sky, and the sun, like a waterfall, poured down toward the man in the green robe. The master of the Wan Yao sect, immortal Han Yushu, looked at the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain and sneered. "Master Jiang, are you playing a monkey with your friend?" Putting aside the fact that he has just ascended to the 9th tier, he is still able to break my array with just 3,600 talismans. Great sect leader Jiang, this friend of yours is truly incredible. He is young and promising. May I ask which Taoist expert of the Central Plains Divine Continent is he? Is he the disciple of the talisman Yu Xian? Jiang Shangjin put down the wine pot and stood up slowly. He smiled mischievously. If it weren't for the fact that you almost became my father-in-law, the ancestral hall of the Wan Yao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains would be burning incense and praying to the ancestors. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think that we're on equal footing after I fell from the ascendant realm to the immortal realm? That academy disciple sitting on the steps subconsciously wanted to drink again, only to find that the flagon was empty. Yang Pu stood up with the old Master Jiang. Anyway, he felt that there was nothing to drink to get over the shock. What he had seen and heard today had filled him with good wine and intoxicated him. It was no worse than reading the sage's books and understanding the meaning. It seemed that he could try to drink more when he returned to the academy. Of course, the premise was that he, who was not even a sage, let alone an earth immortal, could return to the Dafu Academy alive in this fight between the immortals. Han Yushu was just about to ask Jiang Shangjin to release Han Jianshu when he frowned slightly and shifted his gaze. He saw the green-robed man standing there unscathed, holding a flickering spark between his fingers. He raised his head and looked at Han Yushu. He actually threw the true samadhi fire into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Both times I was so close to being killed by Immortal Han." Jiang Shangjin was immediately anxious. He stomped his feet and said, "Good man, how can you be so honest?" Han Yushu was still hanging high in the sky, ignoring the two people on the ground. The master of the immortal realm's sleeves fluttered in the wind, looking ethereal and ethereal. Han Yushu was actually shocked. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Could it be that he really had to use those trump cards? Was it worth it just for a Taiping mountain that was already difficult to get? Jiang Shangjin, who liked to hold grudges and was the most vengeful, was already troublesome enough. Now, there was also a strange martial arts man, a direct disciple of an elder ancestor that was cultivated by a big sect in the Central Plains. People who cultivated both skills and martial arts were rare. Because they took a shortcut in cultivation, those who could be called masters were even rarer. It was especially difficult to advance from the golden body realm to the earth-shattering realm. Once one took this path and was greedy, he would be suppressed by the great Tao. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, Han Yushu was not only wary of the other person's martial arts and talisman methods, but also worried about the other person's background. That person seemed to have seen through Han Yushu's thoughts and went straight to the point. "You don't have to worry about me having any backing. I am Chao Mo, a second-class guest of the Jade Medallion sect. Immortal Tsong Li, who oversees the Rain Dragon sect, Sword Immortal Su Jun, and colorful clothes fairy manager Huang Lin can all testify for me." Han Yushu sneered. "Is it fun to talk nonsense all day long? Young man, do you really think you won't die?" The immortal shook his head. "Those who have the right to speak for Taiping Mountain are women who can only return to the Tong Yi continent after 100 years at most. As for you, who do you think you are?" Jiang Shangjin sighed. Great, they were really going to fight. This time, he could not stop them. Of course, Jiang Shangjin did not think of stopping them. As the future chief consecrator of Luo Pa Mountain, how could he help an outsider? Chun Pingon looked at the immortal cultivator from the Tri-Mountain Talisman lineage. He pulled out the white jade hairpin that hid the children and kept it in one of his natal acupoints to prevent a fight to the death. If he did not stop in time, the small world would shake and the children would not be able to practice swordsmanship in peace. Therefore, when the hairpin was removed, Chun Pingon's hair was instantly disheveled. Then he reached over his shoulder and gently grabbed his hair with both hands. He tied his hair with a golden ring formed from condensed qi. His knees were slightly bent, and his body instantly bent a little. Fist intent flowed through his entire body. With one hand behind his back, the other took out a talisman. His movements were smooth and smooth. Finally, he laughed. I like immortals like you who are made of paper and have a hard head. $7.50. Paper celestial? How magnanimous of him to not respect and celestial. Han Yushu ignored the raging aura at the entrance of the mountain. He only felt that the young man's words were indeed refreshing. He was indeed a proud, direct disciple from a major sect of the Central Plains. His words were humorous and his tone was not small. In short, after his kind advice, the arrogant young man still did not know what was good for him. Other than Taiping Mountain from the Beko Kekyung building, Han Yushu knew about the divine grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent. Chao Rong, one of the direct disciples of the third chief of the Beko Kekyung building, Lu Chun, who cultivated on the mountain of the old White Frost dynasty, and Xie Shi, the Taoism heavenly monarch of the North Continent, especially immortal fire dragons crouching peak. Jiang Shangjin became more anxious and spoke quickly. Good man, did you drink too much? What the hell is paper celestial? Master Han's talisman Abijna is the best in the Tong Yi continent. There's a saying that the Hao Ran talisman is the second best. You can't underestimate him, especially Master Han's authentic Three Mountains secret tome. It's very strict. It's not any weaker than the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Five Thunder technique. He's especially proficient in the water and earth talismans. It's even more unpredictable. Not to mention the Phoenix descending celestial technique. It's a masterpiece. Han Yushu allowed the talkative Jiang Shangjin to reveal his background. He allowed the young man, who seemed to be moved, to listen to Jiang Shangjin's revelation. Han Yushu did not care. His daughter, Han Jiangshu, glared at him and said angrily, Jiang Shangjin, do you still follow the rules of the mountain? Jiang Shangjin stopped talking and turned to smile at her. Of course I do. If I don't, will Sister Jiangshu still have feelings for me? Han Yushu waved his sleeve casually, indicating that his daughter did not need to be angry. Jiang Shangjin of the Jade Gui sect was this kind of glib-tongued person. This immortal sleeve, at the same time, had shattered the talisman that the young man had previously hidden in the nearby mountains and rivers. Trying to play this formation trick in front of me, Han Yushu is really trying to play the Drum Thunder Gate. It's extremely laughable. Of course, Han Yushu was indeed wary of the former lord of the Jade Tablet sect. He was even more wary of Jiang Shangjin's damaged willow leaf. When Jiang Shangjin was in the unpolished Jade realm, there was a shocking saying that a willow leaf could kill immortals. This was not Jiang Shangjin boasting. He had fallen from the ascendant realm to the immortal realm. If he was not sure that Jiang Shangjin's natal flying sword was not suitable to be used, Han Yushu would only save his daughter today and immediately leave the boundary of Taiping Mountain. In any case, as long as Jiang Shangjin did not personally make a move, regardless of whether Jiang Shangjin spoke or not, regardless of whether he revealed the secrets of heaven, Han Yushu, man, and Tao were all high up in the sky, hanging above the young man's head. Perhaps because Han Yushu had broken the core of the formation, the young man resentfully put away the talisman he was twirling between his fingers. Han Jianshu was somewhat pleased. A Ray Master? He was making a fool of himself without realizing it. Did he really think that the second talisman, Immortal Han, was a casual joke among the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent? Jiang Shangjin looked at Sister Jiangshu, whose face was full of vengeance, and his gaze became increasingly pitiful. It's only natural for a talisman to be an immortal. Another talisman immortal? I've never heard of him. Chun Pingan laughed. I've never heard of him, but I've seen him with my own eyes. He seems average, barely enough to be old immortal Yu's boy to light the fire and pass the brush. He's passable. Han Yushu dismissed it with a laugh. Jiang Shangjin clapped his hands lightly. Even if you lose, you don't lose. You're indeed my good brother. My help in taking care of Sister Jiangshu was not in vain. However, Jiang Shangjin was slightly puzzled. Why did Qin Pingan not directly start a fight today? This did not seem like the usual style of his good mountain lord. No matter what, it was a pity that Yu Xian was still at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Otherwise, Qin Pingan's sincere words would be so comforting. It was like drinking wine, refreshing and refreshing. The key point was that Qin Pingan had never seen the talisman Yu Xian before, yet he said such heartfelt words so naturally and naturally. Jiang Shangjin felt that he could not do it or learn it. If he deliberately did it, both the speaker and the listener would feel awkward. Hence, this could be considered as Mountain Lord Chen's natural talent. Natal supernatural power? That old man, Yu was really a man. After the battle between Fuyao continents by Yi and the sword-seeking sovereign, Yu Xian crossed continents alone to help. After that, for some unknown reason, he profited from the disaster and achieved the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Unexpectedly, he did not stop and returned to the human world. Near the ruins of the inverted mountain, he did not hesitate to exhaust his cultivation and personally detained an ascendant realm demon. It was rumored that Yu Xian had secretly joked with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master that he had figured out something. The reason why his immortal chi was not complete was that he lacked a mount and was not majestic enough. However, because of this, Yu Xian's breakthrough was delayed for at least 300 years. The Academy's Yang Pu had been holding an empty wine pot and pretending to drink. Today's events were too much for the scholar to take in, and he was caught off guard. Actually, Han Yushu had not been in a hurry to take down the young man from the beginning until now, because he had been carefully observing the surroundings. He was worried that the young man had a higher-level guardian hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The entanglement of grievances on the mountain was the most tiring. If strangers met each other, it was best not to provoke the younger one. If it was an immortal master, it was best not to provoke the grand master behind them. The young man in front of him was obviously both. Han Yushu found it unbelievable that he had achieved so much at such a young age. He was not even half a century old, but not only had he received the most powerful martial arts gift right under his nose, he was also proficient in talisman. He was not simply a master of talisman. He could even trick his daughter, Han Jiangshu. It was a pity that Han Yushu did not know the details of the fight between the two, nor did he know if Jiang Shangjin had made a move. If this person had set up an ambush in advance and set up a tactical array to lure Han Jiangshu into the small world of the mountain restriction, that would be good. But if the two met on a narrow path and fought because of a disagreement, then this young man indeed had the ability to single-handedly dominate an entire continent. And there was only one reason why Jiang Shangjin was so calm and did not do anything, allowing the young man to confront an immortal. Jiang Shangjin had already made a move on Jiangshu. After all, there was the suspicion of bullying. This was because Jiang Shangjin could not be compared to Jiang Shangjin in terms of status, state, and fighting skills. In fact, Han Yushu did not think that he could arm wrestle with Jiang Shangjin to determine victory or defeat. Among the cultivators of Tong Yi Continent, Jiang Shangjin was firmly in the first place in terms of battle achievements, and the second place was not close to Jiang Shangjin. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yushu was more inclined to believe that Jiang Shangjin would make a move instead of the young man defeating Jiangshu, with his own abilities. Otherwise, his daughter, Jiang Shu, who was a real unpolished jade realm cultivator, would not be so angry with Jiang Shangzhen in front of her. She had never met Jiang Shangzhen before, so there was no need for her to hate him to the core. Jiang Shu had always been sensible and was good at judging the situation. Otherwise, Han Yushu would not have brought her to travel all over the place. They would build up their relationship with various celestial families on the mountain. Sometimes she would even be the go-between for the Wan Yao sect. Someone once said that the woman's smile was the most powerful flying sword in the world. If it was good-looking, it would pierce the heart. If it was not good-looking, it would blind the eyes. And this person was now sitting at the mountain gate drinking wine. Yang Pu had a flash of inspiration. He looked at old Lord Jiang and the unpolished jade realm female cultivator who had yet to stand up. He then looked at the confrontation between Senior Chen and the immortal Han Yushu. Yang Pu still felt that something was not right. For example, the senior mountain lord Chen, who pulled the female cultivator's hair and flew with the wind, then invited him to drink after landing. Could it be that he accidentally exposed Jiang Shangzhen's identity in front of Han Jiangshu to set a trap for Han Yushu? Did he deliberately make the immortal think that it was old Lord Jiang who had captured Han Yushu? Yang Pu sighed. If it was as he expected, then Senior Chen was too sinister. No, he was too meticulous. Han Yushu laughed. I'll feed you a round of punches first. Then I'll let you slowly stabilize your martial arts. Take it as my last patience for an outsider. Don't do it more than 3 times. I hope you cherish your life. Chun Pingon twisted his wrist and gently waved his saber. He looked puzzled. Aren't you sure that I have a protector? Immortals can lie through their teeth. Wouldn't an ascendant realm cultivator spew feces all over my body? Han Yushu smiled knowingly. Han Yushu's face turned purple. That bastard's words were so vulgar. He was like a lowly cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen tried hard to hold back his laughter. He glanced at the fairy of the Wan Yao sect, who lived like a princess. She was really a sister Jiang Shu, who was not worth Chen Pingon's scheming. No wonder Chen Pingon commented that she was too lucky and talented. It did not sound good, but it was not mean at all. Jiang Shangzhen shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Pingon from afar. It was hard to imagine that this was the young man who had mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Thinking about Han Yushu, and then thinking about himself, Jiang Shangzhen was even more thankful for his no discord, no concord. Chen Pingon purposely spoke the Tong Yi continent's language that sounded a little jerky. It was actually quite smooth, so it only made him seem like an outsider. Only a few words in between would give him away, because it was the unique rhythm of the Tong Yi continent's language. It was obviously a deliberate way of saying too much is bound to slip up. In other words, the unnecessary chat between Chen Pingon and Han Yushu had to be reasonable, and at the same time, it would give a great cultivator of the immortal realm a chance to follow the clues. Even if he did not think he was infallible, he would inevitably be suspicious. But if Han Yushu, who came from the 3 Mountains Blessed Land, was not proficient in the Tong Yi continent's language, Chen Pingon was destined to flirt with a blind man. But to Chen Pingon, it was just a matter of a few words. It did not take much effort. Facing a senior of the immortal realm who helped to feed him, this bit of etiquette was still necessary. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was nothing to do. Anyway, time passed too slowly, and his thoughts were too many too fast. He could only blindly ponder every day, and there was nothing to bite off more than one could chew. So, not to mention the Tong Yi continent's language, even the mellow official language of the 10 great dynasties, Chen Pingon could probably speak it more skillfully than the native people. Especially when it came to the fine details, it was incomparably accurate. When an outsider believed in a certain truth, And Chen Pingan was deliberately calculating he would give out bits and pieces of the truth that supported this vein. Jiang Shangjin was even more impressed with his own foresight and unique insight. He was willing to bet on Luapa Mountain early. He only spent some immortal money and got a registered consecrator. Next, he would fight hard for the chief consecrator. That Han Yushu was worried that new problems would arise and was unwilling to continue to waste time with the young man. Otherwise, if there were people who came to join in the fun, they would take advantage of the situation and act obediently to Jiang Shangjin. Most likely, they would use some reason like the difference in cultivation level. And the sovereign was an elder to smooth things over and stop him from teaching a junior, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Yushu did not waste any more words with the young man. He lightly patted the gourd with a purple luster on his waist. The momentum was not as great as before, but a wisp of true samadhi fire swept out from the gourd like a slender fire snake. It only shook its head and wagged its tail. In the blink of an eye, a flame rope that was more than 1,000 feet long appeared in the sky and swept towards the young man in green. The flame rope drew an arc in the air, as if there was a god who had yet to appear holding a whip, beating the mountains and rivers from the sky. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and grasped the narrow saber that was stuck diagonally in the ground. He bent his knees slightly and stomped on the ground. Dust flew up, and in the next moment, he appeared a few miles away from the mountain gate. Purely with the wandering posture of a martial artist, he displayed the supernatural power of a land immortal. The slender figure in green paused for a moment, and the saber slashed at the flame rope that was coming at him fiercely. Han Yushu saw this scene, and his eyes were cold. He shook his head slightly. Jiang Shu actually lost to such a boorish man. If the news were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Han Yushu and the Wan Yao sect could not afford to lose face. The slashing blade of a narrow saber did not land on the fire snake rope at all. As the saber slashed through the air, the fire rope instantly wrapped around Chen Pingan's arm like a long snake coiling around it. The true samadhi fire suddenly shrunk to 100 feet, binding Chen Pingan's entire arm that was holding the saber. In the next moment, Han Yushu's mind moved slightly, and a fire dragon appeared. Using a Qi refinement warrior's longevity bridge as the path, the aura of various abodes of caves was like the forest and the vegetation. Wherever it passed, everything would be incinerated by the fire dragon. Han Jianshu's eyes were shining. His father's move was obviously using the purest true samadhi fire from the ancient gourd. In the small cave of the gourd, there was a universe inside. Generations of grandmasters of the Wan Yao sect had used rare treasures such as dragon saliva to fuel the fire. The raging fire had been spreading for thousands of years. During this period, there were many treasures that were used to refine, would type spiritual weapons. The true fire of this grade, and the ancient gourd that contained a world of its own, could only nurture 3 balls of pure true fire the size of a lamp wick. It was impossible for offensive treasures to destroy it. Even the natal flying sword of a sword immortal at the level of jade could not break this spell. In addition to being indestructible and extremely difficult to deal with, this spell was not exclusive to talisman. Its greatest mystery was that it could quickly bind a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. It used the aura of heaven and earth that the cultivator had painstakingly accumulated as firewood to burn. The more unstable the cultivator's Taoist heart was, the more fuel would be added to the fire. A little carelessness could cause the bridge of 1,000 feet to collapse like an ant, and the fire of a star to burn the sky. The small world of the Qi cultivator would be in a pitiful state of burning everything into ashes in a blink of an eye. The more he struggled, the faster he would seek death. In short, Han Yushu could kill any Qi cultivator who was 1 level below the immortal Han Yushu, who had yet to cultivate a Taoist pure essence or who was not an eminent monk who possessed Buddhism's supernatural powers. Han Yushu could use this technique to kill his enemy. At the same time, Han Jianshu took out a dark green Dharma saber. It pierced through the air, dragging a trail of fireflies, and went straight for the young man's head. It was like an executioner who was going to behead him. The Dharma saber green cloud was obtained by the founding master of the Wan Yao sect. It was a genuine half-immortal weapon. If it was not for the fact that it was damaged and could not be refined into a natal item, it would be a well-deserved treasure of immortal weapons. Its sharpness could even make a military school's sweet dew armor look like a piece of white paper. It was Han Yushu's mid-refinement item. Although it was not a natal item, its sharpness was unparalleled and could be used as a sort of mortal's flying sword. There was a dragon-slaying platform the size of a book box in the blessed land of the Three Mountains. In the history of the Wan Yao sect, Han Yushu had used this Dharma saber to cut it in half several times. Other than being watched by the willow leaf between Han Jianshu's eyebrows, which prevented him from communicating with his father telepathically, there were no other taboos. Jiang Shangjin's attacks were very measured and did not go too far. Hence, Han Jianshu could see the situation of the battle very clearly. Previously, when the true Samadhi fire in the gourd appeared for the first time, the fire seemed to be like a flood bursting through a dam. However, it was only his father's trick to make the opponent lower their guard. After that, he took out a true flame lamp and used the Dharma saber green cloud to behead the opponent. This was the true style of an immortal who ended the battle quickly and defeated the opponent in 2 moves. Han Yushu made a gesture with one hand and pointed his finger. A small talisman restriction world appeared around the young man. Jiang Shangjin nodded his head and praised, clean and efficient, receiving the Big Dipper to death. The ingenuity lies in the phrase, a heart without a mouth is a formation, a talisman without paper is true. As expected of the second talisman, I am fortunate to be a cultivator of the Tong Yi continent with Master Han. I share in the glory. The stars in life each have their own value. Heaven gave birth to me, and I, Chunin, am here. Han Yushu's talisman formation spell was able to receive the starlight and use it for his own use. This rare supernatural power, compared to the likes of drinking dew and praying to the moon to refine one's form, was relatively rare. The lesser the inheritance, the lesser the number of times it appeared in the world. It was easier for Qi cultivators to dominate the world with one move. Han Jianshu, whose face was still stained with blood and dirt, had a slight smile on her face. However, her expression immediately froze. She saw the young man standing on a mountain peak in the distance. He seemed to be holding a saber in one hand, and his other arm was raised high. He was actually holding the sharp blade of the dark green Dharma saber with his palm. His other arm was flowing with golden light. A fire snake manifested from the true Samadhi fire not only mysteriously withdrew from the small human body world, but also seemed to be entangled by a golden Jiao dragon. The young man smiled and said, Taoism's meditative forgetting is to give up on one's heart. To study Zen and Buddhism, one must first be willing to die. The so-called willingness to die is nothing more than a decision. I, a mere land immortal, dare to arm wrestle with an immortal. Naturally, I am someone who is willing to die. Chun Pingan turned to look at the mountain gate of Mount Taiping. He pretended to be enlightened and said, I understand now. Your father is indeed a senior immortal. He has the demeanor of a master. When sparring with a junior, he likes to give 2 or 3 moves first. Otherwise, if he shows off such a small trick in front of me, Sister Jianshu, shouldn't you laugh again? Chun Pingan lightly stomped on the ground. His fists unexpectedly flew out and collided with the talisman restriction spell that covered the sky like a small world. The 7 stars that seemed to be embedded in the sky for eternity were like 7 flickering oil lamps. They were on the verge of collapse in the tide of fists. They were flickering and no longer had the mysterious phenomenon of changing mountains and rivers. Han Yushu was actually quite surprised. Not only was she surprised that this person could easily break the formation, she was even more surprised that the young man's bamboo Dharma robe was undamaged under the green immortal mountain's bamboo Taoist robe. The other party seemed to be wearing a heavenly immortal Taoist robe filled with Tao intent. It was highly possible that it was a Taoist robe with the rank of a half-immortal weapon. The outer bamboo robe was a camouflage. These people who came from the great immortal families of the Central Plains were really full of tricks. The true Samadhi fire, the Taoist saber green cloud, and the talisman restriction spell. When these 3 moves were used together, an ordinary cultivator in the pure jade realm would be greatly injured. Of course, Han Yushu could control his moves freely. He would not really kill the young man. Han Yushu had always wanted to investigate the other party's family background and sex Taoist meridians. For example, he could force the other party to use some kind of Tao technique or supernatural power embedded in the Taoist robe. If the Taoist robe hidden under the bamboo robe was of a higher rank than expected, he could find a chance to stop. It was not easy to cultivate and climb the mountain. However, it was not easy to find a way out. Han Yushu was not a reckless person. The Wan Yao sect was located in the blessed land of the 3 mountains and had been isolated from the world for thousands of years. They had painstakingly accumulated a strong foundation and had a long-term plan. Since they had decided to move the ancestral hall's deity tablet out of the blessed land to the Tongyi continent, there was no need to provoke a major Taoist sect in the Central Plains. This was because Han Yushu was determined to take the Wan Yao sect under his control and gradually grow it into a powerful sect like the Tongyi sect and the Yugui sect in the past. Currently, the Confucian temple in the Central Plains strictly forbade cultivators from killing each other on the mountain peak. Once discovered, as long as the human world was affected, the Confucian temple would not hesitate to send 2 upper 5 realms cultivators to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains to be punished 50 times each before making a decision. Therefore, the number of upper 5 realms cultivators who were treated as guests but were actually under house arrest in the meritorious forest could be counted on 2 hands. If they dared not to apologize, there would be an ascendant realm cultivator from each continent who was not a sage of the Confucian temple, who was responsible for inviting them to the meritorious forest to reflect on their mistakes. If they dared to retaliate, they would be beaten and killed on the spot. In the meritorious forest, where the vice hierarch of the Confucian temple, old Master Dong, personally received guests, it was rumored that many old friends from different continents had reunited and had similar conversations. "You're here too. I'm not lonely anymore. What a coincidence. Let's drink." Among these people, there was a sage of the Confucian school, Zhou Mi, the mountain elder of the Old Fish Duck Academy. Han Yushu had an idea. It seemed like he had to be more ruthless in this fight and hit harder. He could not be particular about stopping when it was appropriate. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed together with his daughter, Jiang Shu. One was an immortal, and the other was Yu Pu. It would be difficult for him to pick up his dignity on Mount Taiping. Han Yushu had a thought and took the initiative to remove the last bit of light from the talisman's formation. He smiled and asked, "Looking at your martial arts fate, you're currently in the far travel realm, or should I say the peak realm. Since you're the strongest, you must be very confident in your fist techniques." Jiang Shangjin chuckled and said, "Sister Jiang Shu, did you see that? Learn from your father in the future. A true hero is someone who can take things and let them go." Han Jiangshu's face darkened. On the battlefield, Chun Pingon had a playful expression. He held his saber in his right hand and said with a smile, "Make a guess?" Not to mention Han Yushu, even Jiang Shangjin, who knew him well, would not know the reason. Chun Pingan purposely spoke a few more words with Han Yushu. It was not just to make things difficult for Chun Pingan in terms of words. It was because he had no choice but to divert his attention so that he could stall for time with Han Yushu. It turned out that when Chun Pingan entered the martial way's 10th realm as the strongest 9th realm, he realized that the gift of martial arts fate was split into two. One was real, and the other was fake. Compared to the past breakthroughs, martial artists only collected the martial arts fate of the world. It was a completely different world. It was no wonder that Chun Pingan felt that there was not enough martial arts fate. As for Chun Pingan, he had no choice but to immerse himself in it. It was as if he was dragged into an illusory world. Finally, he arrived at the peak of a mountain. The martial arts fate of the world was as thick as water. Chun Pingan was in it. It was as if he was walking in the river of time for the first time. There were 11 positions at the peak of the mountain, and it just happened to be able to accommodate 11 people standing in a circle. Merely in terms of seats, there was no difference in height, and it was even to the extent that Chun Pingan was unable to distinguish the cultivation realm of every single martial artist. The martial way's 10 realms. In the past 10,000 years, the person who stood at the top of each realm was the only one in each realm. Not every strongest person in the world could stay here and wait for the next generation of martial artists to take their place. However, as long as a person had the words strongest in multiple realms, it was enough to be unprecedented. Then he could occupy multiple seats. For example, the same person dressed in white stood in 4 different positions. He occupied 4 seats alone. He was the martial artist Chao Ci of different ages and realms. In addition, Chun Pingan recognized Pei Bei. However, this female martial god only had 1 seat. A man dressed in a bright red robe with loose hair. It was Chun Pingan himself. Chun Pingan of the 10th realm met with Chun Pingan of the 9th realm. That feeling was extremely strange. What made Chun Pingan feel even more complicated was that among the 11 seats, there was a young charcoal girl with her arms crossed and her eyes wide open. He did not know what she was thinking or looking at, other than Chun Pingan, who had come to the peak of the mountain. Everyone else, be it Pei Bei or Chao Ci, was just an illusion at the peak of the mountain. Chun Pingan walked in front of the charcoal girl and subconsciously bent down slightly. He raised his hand and was about to knock her chestnut with a smile. As the first disciple of Luapa Mountain, why was she in a daze when she saw her master? However, Chun Pingan raised his hand and put it down again. As her master, he was reluctant, even if this disciple was not here. Practicing martial arts was actually very difficult. Chun Pingan was experienced and knew the bitterness of it the best. Chun Pingan began to look around. He did not know what mysteries there would be in this place. He could not leave, and his mind could not leave this place for the time being. With nothing to do, Chun Pingan could only guess whether the 11th realm martial artist was Pei Bei or someone else other than him, Chao Ci and Pei Qian. In any case, there were only 4 people left. A voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Why did you ascend the mountain?" Chun Pingan thought for a moment and answered from the bottom of his heart, "When you punch out, martial artists of the same generation will only feel that the heavens are above." The owner of the voice did not seem satisfied with this answer. "Not enough. Answer again." Outside the world of the mountain peak, Han Yushu really did not care about the demeanor of a senior. Even Jiang Shangjin restrained his expression and watched the battle in silence. Han Yushu, who kept his magical blade, and the green glow returned to his sleeves. Another ancient item appeared beside him. It was the Taoist ritual item, Yuneo, known as Yundan in ancient times. According to legend, It was an item used by ancient gods to travel through clouds. It was a tall wooden frame, much larger than the Yuneo of the later generations. The wooden frame was made from a 10,000-year-old pine tree. Immortal Han Yushu's Yin spirit was out of his body, his white robe fluttering. It was actually another ancient robe. Yin spirit Han Yushu stood in front of the Yuneo, holding a small mallet in his hand. The ancient seal engraved the words personally made by Lady Yuan. It was a treasure left behind from the ancient secret realm. Yin spirit Han Yushu stepped on the white clouds and used the mallet to lightly strike the drum. Together with the incantation, the two were extremely rhythmic, both ancient and boundless. The Yuneo of the Yunlin, the descent of a true immortal, the scene of candlelight, the fragrance of the spiritual wind, the music of the heavens. As he spoke, a woman who was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds opened her golden eyes. She walked to the side of the Yundan and extended her finger, following the mallet. Her finger lightly tapped on the surface of the Yundan drum, as if she was singing along with Han Yushu. Within the boundary of Taiping Mountain, clouds and mist rose everywhere, like a paradise on earth. In the white clouds, the sea of clouds surged, and the waves of snow rolled. As for Han Yushu's real body, he opened his mouth and lightly breathed. The immortal boasted that the clouds were alive. From one of his natal Qi residences, a green talisman with pure water fate swept out. Han Jianshu's expression changed drastically. Was his father determined to kill this person? Otherwise, why would he use this talisman? This was one of the 6 secret talismans of the 3 mountains' blessed land. Although this talisman was passed down in an orderly manner in the Wan Yao sect, only one person in each generation of cultivators would possess it. Even if others secretly flipped through the secret manual and learned the cultivation formula, they would still be unable to cultivate this talisman. The true beauty of the talisman Tao was that the secret manual of the elixir scripture was used to refine the small world of the human body. This was the true peak. Otherwise, the talisman in one's hand, no matter how powerful the technique was or how powerful it was, it would still be an external object for the cultivator. It needed to be carved on the cliff. The true meaning of cultivating the talisman was to merge it with a golden core or nascent soul in spirit. This was a saying in the Immortal's Void Walk. The 5 mountains are all bones. The 3 mountains are like a single piece, leaping into the clouds, opening the lock of the heavenly gate. From a bird's eye view, one could comprehend the truth. As for the Wan Yao sect's sovereign, Han Yushu, in order to successfully cultivate this spitting river talisman, other than having the original treasure manual, he also needed to continuously strengthen it. This was not a good thing that could be done once and for all. Every 60 years, he needed to collect a bucket of water from the winter solstice, the rivers and seas of the Jianghu, not lacking the slightest bit of water. In the natal Qi palace of the talisman, he once again engraved the 4 words Rain Master's edict. On the summer solstice, he would take out the water on a summer solstice. With the help of the scorching sun, he would gather a lightning formation in his left hand and write the water dragon and thunder script in his palm. With his right hand, he would form the 5 dragons awakening formula and burn the great river flowing talisman. After drinking a bucket of water, the talisman would be filled with water. Finally, in the small world of the human body, a well would be continuously dug deeper. It would be able to interact with the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas and the 9 rivers and 8 rivers. When the cultivator holding the talisman faced an enemy, he would only need to silently recite the incantation and chant the incantation. Immediately, the heavens and earth would change, like the surging waters of the great river flowing talisman, gushing out water for thousands of miles. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. This talisman's water spell can move the seas, move the lakes, and move the rivers. A mouthful of saliva can drown a person to death. The ancients did not lie to me. Han Jianshu's expression changed again. He saw that his father really had the intention to kill. He took out another ancestral mountain talisman that only the sovereign could refine. Han Yushu used the sword incantation to write the two words Great Mountain. He divided his attention and pinched a handful of soil in his natal Qi palace. Then, following the incantation, he scattered it, forming a great mountain. There were many types of talismans in the world. Almost half of the talisman's cultivators knew about this talisman. However, how could it compare to the talisman used to move Great Mountain? In today's vast world, it was estimated that only the old almanacs of those big sects would have records of Great Mountain. Moreover, other than the ancient clans of the Aquarius continent like the Yunlin Jiang clan, most of the books and secret records were destined to be vague and unclear about the true origin of this mountain. The mountain hung upside down, with its peak facing downwards, together with the flowing river that was hovering in the air and hadn't fallen to the ground. It formed a landscape that was interconnected. The sea of clouds on the ground was set off by the mountain and river in the sky, as if it was high up in the sky. Han Yushu looked down and sneered. Is it that you poo or an immortal? The great heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth merging together. We will know once we try. He really did not believe that a random youngster would be able to reach the same level as him in less than 50 years of age. Once he decided to attack with all his might, Han Yushu no longer had any distracting thoughts other than creating a majestic restriction with power equal to the heavenly tribulation of Yupu. Han Yushu's real body took out a golden talisman paper with 5 mountains drawn on it from his sleeve, using the sword incantation to write the 2 words 5 mountains. The talisman paper itself only lacked the 2 words talisman. He had already used the 5-colored soil of the mountains to refine it into talisman ink. Han Yushu threw the talisman paper into the sky. The 5 mountains hung upside down, like 5 natal flying swords. The sword tips pointed directly at the formation cage on the ground that trapped the youngster. Han Jianshu first saw that the youngster was imprisoned in the heaven and earth, then saw that her father had taken out the talisman. She wanted to get up, but she did not expect that Jiang Shangjin was simply unreasonable and did not know the severity of the situation at all. A section of willow leaf once again pierced into her forehead, deeper than before, causing Han Jianshu to fall to the ground in pain, her spirit trembling incessantly. The flying swords of sword cultivators were so unreasonable. Even if there was only a little bit of sword chi and sword will remaining, it was still the most harmful to the cultivators, heaven and earth. Han Jianshu said angrily, Jiang Shangjin, I advise you to stop while you are ahead. Don't push your luck. Jiang Shangjin blinked his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. He held the wine pot between his fingers and swayed it gently, feeling wronged. Push my luck? Sister Jianshu, are you looking down on my little brother? Han Jianshu did not understand. Yang Pu was even more confused. Old Lord Jiang's words were full of wit. Han Yushu turned to look at the mountain gate and asked with a smile, Lord Jiang, can you let my daughter go? Jiang Shangjin shook his sleeves and took out a stack of talisman paper. He dipped it in his saliva and took out a golden talisman paper. He raised it up high and smiled at Han Yushu. For you? It was a talisman paper that was only missing the 5 mountains talisman. Han Yushu shook his head and smiled. Forget it. The Wan Yao sect does not lack this talisman. Jiang Shangjin said, I am a sword cultivator. Writing the 5 mountains is more valuable than your talisman. You really don't want it? I don't lack money, but the Wan Yao sect and Lord Han do. What's more, Sect Master Han, you are really old and your vision is blurry. Previously, I had clearly said that you almost became my father-in-law. Based on my reputation on the mountain for being devoted to love, have you not thought about why I would take the trouble to come and see Sister Jiangshu? Han Jianshu was ashamed and angry. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Could it be that it was not Jiang Shangzhen's glib tongue, but that there really was an old incident that happened in the blessed land of the Three Mountains? Why did Jiang Shu not mention it? Han Yushu suddenly laughed involuntarily. In his early years, he had heard a direct disciple mention that Jiang Shu had indeed chased after a certain child of wealth for no reason. However, at that time, the spy of the Wan Yao sect had confirmed that the person was indeed the direct disciple of the Tong Yi sect. Therefore, Han Yushu did not intend to pursue the matter. At that time, the Tong Yi sect was like the sun in the sky. Ancestor Du Mao was the only ascendant realm in the Tong Yi continent. His natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, could naturally suppress sword cultivators. Han Yushu retracted his gaze. In short, it was another messy account, out of sight, out of mind. As long as it was Jiang Shangzhen, it would be so troublesome. Fortunately, the current Jade Gui sect's leader was Wei Ying. Han Jianshu was silent for a moment. He could not help but ask, "Old thief Jiang, why do you have this talisman?" Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes and said, "Rich people are handsome, loyal, and not romantic." "Who are you talking about?" Jiang Shangzhen turned to ask the Confucian scholar from the academy, "Brother Yang, you are a gentleman. Tell me." Yang Pu felt uneasy and said softly, "Is it Lord Jiang?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and handed the golden talisman to Yang Pu. "This is for Brother Yang. The gift is small, but the thought behind it counts. Don't mind. If you do, I will give you a few more." Yang Pu quickly shook his head and said, "Lord Jiang, please give me a pot of wine." Yang Pu also felt that it was a bit too much to keep holding an empty pot and pretending to drink wine. Other than the two conscientious earth immortals who were guarding the door, the rest were either Yu Pu, immortals, or sect leaders. Yang Pu really could not keep up the act. Jiang Shangzhen took out a pot of wine and lightly patted the talisman on the pot. He threw it to Yang Pu. "Finish it first, then return the pot and the talisman to me." Yang Pu caught the wine pot helplessly. Han Jianshu sneered. "Lord Jiang is really rich and knows how to buy people's hearts." She was not a bookworm with a low level of cultivation. She knew the value of a Five Mountains talisman. In the world, water talismans, even Han Yushu's first-class secret talisman, the Spitting River talisman, could be used to draw water from anywhere, as long as the quality was not strict. However, this Five Mountains talisman had extremely high requirements for the quality of the soil. This was because it was not an ordinary country's 5 mountains, but 5 ancient mountains, including Mount Tai. Later generations of talisman cultivators either did not know what Mount Tai was or knew of Mount Sui, one of the ancient 5 mountains. How many cultivators could ask for a handful of soil? The real trouble was not even the Mount Zhongnan that was covered by clouds and fog. This mountain was an illusory mountain. It was even harder to see its real body than seeing a mirage and then divining. It was even more troublesome than Mount Sui and Mount Zhongnan. One of the 5 mountains, Dong Mountain, had disappeared without a trace for more than 100 years. It was as if it had disappeared from the world. This made it impossible for the Great 5 Mountains talisman to be successfully refined in the world. Therefore, every 5 Mountains talisman in the world, as long as it was involved in business, would be sold at a high price. It was said that only a few talisman families, including Yuxian and one of the Lu family's 16 talisman storehouses in the White Jade continent, still had some left. It was estimated that there were at most 30 of them. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The Great 5 Mountains talisman was becoming increasingly difficult to find. On the mountain peak, the price of this talisman had increased several times in the past 100 years. Now, the price had reached the level of one talisman for 10 grain rain, which was shocking. After all, every time a cultivator used a talisman, there would be one less talisman in the world. With such a sky-high price, there were still cultivators who bought it. Naturally, it was not because they thought it was too expensive, but because the true value of this talisman lay in the great cultivators on the mountain peak who cultivated the earth method. They hoped to be able to deduce clues about Mount Tai, Mount Zhongnan, and Dong Mountain. Jiang Shangjin suddenly murmured, "Strange, imprisoned in an immortal's talisman restriction." Chen Pingon leaned on his saber with both hands. He thought of 7 or 8 ways to deal with it. In the end, he chose a less cautious and unaccustomed solution. After cultivating for many years, he had worked hard to save money. There was no wine that he could not afford. There was no sword that he could not hand over. Chun Pingon let go of the saber hilt and suddenly shook his sleeves. The yellow paper talisman surged out like 2 rivers. It did not try to break through the formation restriction, nor did it go to the sky to resist the pressure of the mountains. Thousands of talismans swept across the ground and finally suddenly stopped, with Chun Pingon as the center. They formed a large circle that encompassed several miles. At the same time, he quietly took out a natal flying sword, the moon in the well. The sword split into thousands of swords and added a finishing touch to the talisman. Chun Pingon's back was facing Mount Tai. He said softly, "Raise the sword." A bright sword beam rose from the ground, smashing the sea of clouds and a talisman Mount Tai. The sword beam chi rushed into the clouds and reached the sky. Han Jianshu's face was pale. He said with a trembling voice, "It's really a sword immortal." Jiang Shangjin looked up at the scene. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with it. This was because he was lucky enough to see it once in the North Continent. He was fascinated, so he had taken out a complete willow leaf back then. But today, looking at the willow leaf, Jiang Shangjin, whose hair was slightly white, only put down the wine pot. He imitated Chen Pingon and covered his sleeves with his hands. Then he turned to look at the empty Mount Tai. On another strange mountain peak, Chen Pingon slowly paced with his hands behind his back. Finally, he gave the answer again. "It's one realm higher than your fist." The world was silent. Moments later, his mind left the mountain peak. Chun Pingon picked up the chopper sword on the ground and sheathed it. Then he took a step forward and came to the sky. He smiled at Han Yushu and said, "Chun Pingon of Luapa Mountain, and Wen Jian of the Myriad Jade Sect." Han Yushu looked sincere and bowed. Daoist Chen's sword skills are superb. I've offended you that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.